Hello, everyone. Welcome in. It is the NRG Championship Series. This is our final event of the year from Buffalo Grove, Illinois, at the Nerd Rage Gaming home base. This is the big one, and I am here to take you through our draft rounds this morning. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Pro Tour veteran. You know him from Mini and SCG Top 8 back in the day, Abe Stein.
Hey, Corbin. Yeah, so excited to be here covering what I think is, the best part of Magic. Let's talk about Booster Draft today as we're kicking things off. I think, we're sending a player to the Pro Tour today. When they go to the Pro Tour, this is how their day is going to start there. And so kicking off with just cracking some packs and building the deck, right?
Yeah, that's right. That is how every Pro Tour starts, as you said. You start with the draft in the mornings, then you move on to constructed in the afternoon. And that's just what we are doing here this weekend. We have 12 rounds of Swiss for our 24-player invitational. That is 12 rounds of Swiss with 3 rounds of limited there, and then constructed, standard, and modern the rest of the way through day 2. So what are our players looking for? They are looking for 8 wins in those rounds. You get to 8 wins, you're in the top 8. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. No tie breaks, no stressing out. You can go get yourself a bite to eat because you are in the top 8. On the other side, 6 losses eliminates you from this event. So you get to 5 losses, all of a sudden you are playing for your tournament life. So just like at the Pro Tour, these limited rounds to start the day, they are key. And we have draft rounds ready to go for you this morning, and then we will pass it on this afternoon for constructed. So NRG Championship Series time, everybody. We are here. We are ready to go for the biggest weekend of the year at this for the NRG Series. It's going to be a blast. So first up, we, of course, these players have been hard at work for Avatar Draft, and that is where we will head into soon. So let's talk about the prize pool. What are these people playing for? You mentioned, of course, the Pro Tour invite, the first Pro Tour of 2026. An invitation to that will go to our winner. But on top of that, there's huge prizes. Of course, first place, $10,000, a very cool check right there you can get. And then you see on down through the rest of the field there. Of course, all 24 competitors are taking home at least a little bit of money, including, hey, $50 per win, even if you are not able to crack the top 8, where you will make at least $1,000. So remember, these players got here through qualifying through events in paper. We have added Magic Online events to the calendar moving forward. So there's lots of ways to play in an NRG series, and it all brings you here. And these players have been hard at work at this. I know that there's been the World Championship going on in the NRG Series and the Arena Championship coming up. Those are the 3 events that the highest level best Magic players in the world have been prepping for, and we're about to see how all of that pays off. So, Abe, I think we're about ready to hop into some games here.
Yeah, who do we got kicking us off? Let's see. Looks like we've got Jesse Hampton up against Benji Solomon. Jesse Hampton, of course, being the winner of that Magic Online event that you mentioned, earning his invite to the champs with sealed, actually, on Magic Online. So limited might be not only is he a member of Team Handshake, a devastating player on the Pro Tour to have to face against, especially here in round 1 for Benji, but definitely in his wheelhouse playing some draft here.
Yeah, Jesse, longtime Pro Tour player. And when I was first introduced to Jesse Hampton, I don't know, 10 plus years ago at this point, I was told this man's a limited expert. And here we are. And he's in the draft rounds after making it, as you said, through limited. So, yeah, a tough task here for Benji. But, of course, Benji also had a great year. You see that jacket, by the way, he's sporting over there. It's a good looking jacket, that's for sure. So we're off and running in the games here. Looks like I spot a swamp on the left, or right, an island on the right. And hey, this isn't standard, but that is a Grand on turn 1.
Yeah, Grand already putting pressure on Benji to have a 2-drop, which they do to block. So we're going to see how Jesse can force through. But Grand is going to be I think a big part of this game, not only water bending in this format to loot and generate value, but that cost reduction, everything counts. We saw this card at Worlds make a world of difference.
Yeah, I actually encountered Grand in my own draft last night. It looted quite a few cards against me because you can water bend it, as you mentioned. You don't have to attack with it. So both players actually here in this, looks like we're in a Demir mirror, so to speak. So both players with hoping to grind things out. And there we go. We'll get the action started with an octopus form on the Grand. That'll win combat against the Merchant. But of course, the Merchant can come back here later for Benji, but we get the action going right away there. Now, I did spot it looks like perhaps, a planes there in Jesse's hand. So we've got the full Esper going on here, and 3 colors by turn 3 is a pretty good start to your NRG championship.
Definitely. It looks like he's got a splash here for what looks like a white card that's in his hand. But that early exchange there, trading that octopus form to let the Grand continue attacking here. As you see, Benji not really able to do anything to block, so Grand continuing to generate that value looting. And now we've got a lot of decisions, but no land drop. Looks like no 4th land for Benji, so falling behind here to Jesse's mana development.
Yeah, and not only didn't have that 4th mana, but the turn 3 play just being to return the creature to my hand from my graveyard, not ideal. And then having to use the abandoned attachments here on the main phase just to draw for land. But Benji does find it. So with all that said, I mean, Jesse was just, you're 19 life. Jesse's developing his own mana. You're not behind on board quite yet. And in fact, it looks like my favorite 2-drop is sitting over there in Benji's hand, ready to go.
Yeah, it looks like an It'll Quench You hanging out for Benji, waiting to kind of create this swing of mana, right? If Jesse drops, some expensive creature or whatever his play is, we can create a window for ourselves to catch back up. While the Grand is, doing a lot to sculpt our hand, like you mentioned, Benji's only at 18, not taking a lot of damage here.
So here, Jesse playing, whether he's playing around Quench or whether it just worked out that way, it is working out that way because the cruelty is going to come in here. That's going to force Benji to discard. I believe I have that correct. So Jesse able to
discarding 2 cards,
navigate very well around this Quench here.
Yeah, and that's really, when you look at the highest level limited players, and we saw this a lot at Worlds in the limited portion too, just playing around everything. Jesse taking that time to say, well, you're leaving up 2 mana, you didn't play anything on turn 3. It'll Quench You is definitely a card I'm worried about. So let me just not give you a good opportunity to use it.
I do spot a bomb there in Benji's hand, though. Now we are on 5 mana, and that is the legend there. That comes down with Flash. That's a 5/5 flashing creature that Benji is representing right now, that if Jesse draws an extra card in a turn, like say by cashing in a clue, you draw 2 cards as well. So it's basically an incredible limited bomb in that you can blow anyone out in combat with it, but it's also extremely good at getting you advantage if they just go for a clue. So that leads to a response, it looks like, from Jesse.
And I want to talk through the sequence here, because it looks like what happened is that Jesse opted not to attack, fearing something was up with Benji's open mana, which there's not actually that many things outside of the Unagi Kyoshi Islands.
Yeah.
That would punish that. And so Jesse is then casting. So not only they have that read about the Quench You, they played around this too, didn't attack, gets flashed in. He casts Aang's Iceberg and pays the ward of Waterbending in order to get it under that iceberg.
Getting your loot in while you're at it.
Exactly. And all of that really showing just how much Jesse must know about this format. Like, your opponent having not just 2 mana up, 3 mana up, 5 mana up, playing around that with that Aang's Iceberg to catch that bomb rare in case it's there. He might not even have known Benji, right? He might not even seen in the draft. That can pack one, pick one for him. But really,
he might have also been baiting, right? If you're looking at like maybe Haiku or something, you could be baiting, with one of your lesser value cards there. I mean, basically what Jesse is able to do there is take the fact that Benji was climbing back into the game and holding up that Quench and saying, well, if I just take a line that makes, whether you have the quench or not, makes it not good here, it goes very well. And now he's able to fight back after being forced to discard there. Discard one, is able to fight back with a water bending lesson on the stack, at least, to try to draw some more cards here as Jesse. So both players back and forth with these card advantage tools, right? You see the corrupt official there for Benji. That is a great 2-drop in these black decks. Just make your opponent discard a card. You get up one in the process, and then you still have the body left around, which trades with at least some things in the format.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at what this game is about, right? Jesse willing to say, my hand is good enough. I don't need to risk my Grand to an attack. Let me just hold back. It's too valuable. To then, like, we're not about racing right now. All that Jesse's trying to do is just continue to build this game up. He's got the advantage of even having the Grand. He's drawn so many cards. You look at that graveyard full of things he's seen already. It's just about trading cards at this point, right? You want to be the one with what's left at the top of the heap.
And I believe he's up to 3 lessons in that graveyard now, so we should have a discount on spells as well.
Yeah, we've got that waterbending lesson that he just cast. We've got the octopus form, and we have the discard spell. So let's see what we have here from Benji to answer it.
Well, Cat Gator is, of course, one of the best upper end black cards in the format, whether you are using it to in a mono black deck where it's just a huge game ender, or where like this, where it's 3 or 4, but it's still a huge board control piece. And then again, we just continue to see the players going back and forth. Thus far, though, Jesse is just every single play he's made has been with quench in mind, and now he knows the coast is clear, so he's able to slam 2 cards here, including these are powerful ones. These are not just the leftovers. These are strong engine pieces in themselves.
Yeah, I mean, this is Beifong Bounty Hunters looks like a on the splash here. So maybe not just Demir here from Jesse Hampton, but we've seen the Ang's Iceberg. We see this Beifong's Bounty Hunters, kind of a 4-color Demir going on. But Judy representing a lot of value as that Beifong's Bounty Hunters. You're going to be able to Earthbend X every time a creature dies. That Judy making a copy and sacrificing every time. So, I mean, if this goes unchecked, it's going to be very difficult for Benji to keep up.
Yeah, this is limited. And I don't want to say at this level, because these cards are there for everybody, but at this level, limited is often about not just who has the best curve or who has the best rare. Like there are ways for these people to play around that in the way that we're watching Jesse play around quench. It does become about who can build engine synergies into their deck, right? Who can make the sum greater than the total of its parts. I think I probably butchered that saying, but you know what I'm getting at here. And this is it. The Bounty Hunters plus the sack engine allows you to just create an engine and a flow of bodies, even if your opponent has a ton of cards to interact with it, which Benji does.
Yes, and I mean, speaking about a ton of cards, Benji on that turn, casting Spirit Water Revival with the additional Waterbend cost. So he actually just shuffled in everything from his graveyard and drew 7 new cards. So that is, I mean, you talk about an engine there, right? Building up that card advantage. Not many better card advantage spells than shuffle everything back, draw 7. Even though it cost him his whole turn. I mean, after that Cat Gator, it looked like he was kind of behind on gas, but now, depending on what those cards are, those 7 cards, Jesse might not be able to Earthbending 2 every turn for 1 mana is pretty good, but depending on what Benji's got going on his side of the table, could fall behind here.
Yeah, and if you're Benji, you did, both players are at 19. You've been making land drops. This is a perfect time for that revival. You know that you're going to fall behind on board when you do that, right? If you spend your whole turn just drawing cards, it's going to end up looking something like it looks now. Jesse's got a lot going on, but you just have to trust that you can pull back into it given time and cards. And in this case, cards definitely equal time. You got access to plenty of mana. So we do have the attacks beginning by Jesse here. So this will Benji down to 13 life. But now he's got his window. This is his opportunity to catch back up in this game. So let's see what he does with it.
Yeah, and you mentioned, time is what Benji needs, and Jesse knows that too. So Jesse taking the opportunity to get as aggressive as possible on his turn, trying to close this game before those 7 cards, realize their value, and even deploying a barrels of blasting jelly to maybe take care of that next thing afterwards. So okay, the first thing from Benji, we're gonna bounce those Bayfongs back to our back to Jesse's hand here.
Yeah, it's a good the submersible is a really nice piece to do exactly what we talked about. Buying time, catching you back up, because it is going to tax Jesse's mana again to redeploy the creature in addition to the life it saves you. And of course, Benji can just activate the submersible and turn it into a creature itself. But oh, by the way, he may also have spells in his hand. So a lot to consider for Jesse here, who, we talked about, does have an engine going, has played powerful cards, had the tempo and sort of the board presence, but definitely still needs to do some work here, because Benji was able to reload so effectively that, and having a bounce spell there in particular is really good. So now let's see what happens when the Bounty Hunters hits the sack again.
Yeah. Jesse, not really with any other options, not looking at 7 cards in hand there, but without so many options, having to just recast the Bayfong Bounty Hunters right into Sokka's Haiku, which we talked about maybe being a card Jesse was thinking about earlier. But this is a pretty big swing in momentum for Benji. Before we're talking about that engine being a big threat, a big push of damage, dropping Benji to 13, but compared to where we were last turn, almost completely solved that problem. There is no really great attack here coming in. Maybe a few points of damage, but Benji's going to untap with that lifelinking Cat Gator, the vehicle, and a full grip of cards still.
Really nicely done by Benji to get back into this one, to swing this around. And now from Jesse's side, your plan of trying to aggro them out seems like it's in danger. The plan of making a 2/2 every turn is now not available. Just the 1 card in hand. This thing turned in a hurry.
Yeah, and that's, Submersible is one of the highest win rate cards when you look at the 17 lands data for this format. Just a really, really impressive one. And I feel like you can see that that power here. Not only was it, buying time, it gave another window of opportunity for those counter spells to take care of Bayfong Bounty Hunters, and now is presenting a 3/3 as Jesse is just kind of spinning his wheels, no cards in hand, surveilling with Judy. But we'll, whereas where we started, the Grand, we were on the highest of highs. I feel like now if I'm Jesse, I'm asking myself, where did it go wrong?
Yeah, because it did go wrong. Having bounce into counterspell is sort of the it's a pretty old trick in limited, but not one you can often pull off just because of how gated on mana those things usually are. But in this case, Benji was able to extend the game long enough that he was able to bounce it and still have a 5 mana counterspell open. And it almost doesn't matter for Benji what the leftovers are at this point, because Jesse just has nothing, right? Jesse has the barrels in play, so you can answer 1 creature that comes down, but not that one. So Benji looks like maybe he's on his way to a game 1 victory here.
Yeah, for Jesse to get back into this one, you definitely don't want to see a 5/5 hit the table after you just had to kind of make a not great feeling block. So it looks like, I don't know what the card here drawn is for Jesse.
Yeah, that Canyon Crawler is a really great top end. The cycle of basic land cycling expensive cards that exists in this format. Most of the time you do see them just cycled for mana, but The Canyon Crawler coming down here now, and as a 6/6, it's the biggest thing in play. So North Pole Patrol for Jesse, that allows him to get tricky. Maybe you can tap things down from Benji and draw it out. But
yeah,
Benji's
that's an
still
answer
on.
to the biggest problem on the other side of the table.
Yeah.
But
Benji's still with
you
just
know,
so many cards being the bigger issue here for Jesse.
yeah, it really feels like the turning point of this one has been, that turn off to draw 7. In these kind of grindy, controlling mirrors, it feels bad to let your opponent get a free attack in, but pay 7 life, draw 7 cards, which is what that exchange really turned out to be. Traditionally pretty good. We've seen Grizzlebrand doing that for years.
That's right.
Looks like the players are clarifying something.
So I do spot there in the graveyard for Jesse, right? The Legend of Kuruk, which is an incredible bomb. So I don't know that he has any way of recurring it or anything in this game, but be on the lookout in games 2 and or 3 for that one to come down, because that is the double preordained, and then it transforms into a pretty powerful card on the back. Just so much value wrapped up in that one. Also keep in mind, like, think if Jesse had drawn that here, that's the kind of card that can get him back into it, even when he is behind. So for Benji, it was the bended spell earlier to draw 7. Jesse has his own slower, not exactly the same, but still powerful form of card advantage of his own. Now he is under the gun here, though. Still, he was able to finish off the big creature with the barrels, but another one follows. So Benji's still reloading here. Now a hawk is going to make a clue. So a lot of pressure Jesse's staring down.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's see what Jesse draws, but I mean, now not even the life total advantage for Jesse, as multiple threats being deployed by Benji while also using his resources to draw multiple cards. Meanwhile, Jesse's trying to cobble together something to keep up. You talk about those engines.
Yes.
And Jesse is sorely without one.
Yeah, and Boiling Rock Rider, I believe, is the one Benji just deployed there, which is it's an engine unto itself, at least for casting allies from your graveyard. So not exactly any there for Benji now, but just another long-term value piece he's got there. So both these players, it looks like, ended up with like pretty decent decks, certainly powerful cards in each, not working with the bottom of the barrel. Maybe the only 2 Dimir players in the pod. In fact, you might explain that.
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting, even if this game feels like it's running away for Benji right now, that Jesse clearly has some very, very powerful rares that he's been able to draft. Benji having those counter spells is the best way to answer some of those rares that generate so much value when they hit the table. So it is kind of like a matchup thing for Jesse. While he does have maybe the more powerful cards, 1 for 1, pound for pound, Benji's been able to build together just through raw numbers a good strategy for encountering that, and he has the right tools to win this kind of controlling mirror.
Like this Epic Downfall, which is going to take out the North Pole Patrol. Jesse figuring out, I think, what he wants to tap first. You're going to draw off a clue. Oh, we're tapping 1 mana. Do we have a second octopus form? No. Okay.
No, it looks like we're
going to go for the tap. Oh. He did?
Oh, no, we did draw the octopus form.
Wow, what a draw there for Jesse. Picking the octopus form up off the top, is able to then use that to protect his North Pole Patrol from that Epic Downfall. Nice draw there for Jesse, right on time. Don't know how much of a difference it will end up making in this one, but hey, that's step 1 right there. Blank your opponent's removal spell.
And not just the removal spell, but you look at the whole combat, right? It's just this hawk that's able to get in profitably, because now that, of course, is a 3/4 with the +1/+1 from the octopus form.
So Jesse had scried that to the top. So he knew that trick was there. He was setting it up, and it was very well done. let's see. So the follow-up now for Benji is the Merchant is all. So just kind of filling the board up a little bit. The ally, of course, getting tapped down by the North Pole Patrol. Jesse's hanging around in there, sitting at 9 life. He's going to get another draw step here.
Yeah, and it's not like there aren't cards in this format that can get Jesse out of this. I mean, there are Wraths, there are plenty of powerful bombs that we could see Jesse have, but it's all going to come down to what he actually does find.
Yeah, the high number of board wipes is something we'll see how much or if it comes up in this format, but it is something you have to consider more than maybe your typical limited format. It's just how many multiple board wipes you can run into.
And we're talking about kind of advantage. Jesse behind on life total. Just did the library count. Looks like he's down on library too. So if he's going to make it through this one, he's going to have to find something pretty quick. With about 8 cards left in his library, it looked like Benji's like 12 or 13. Only 9 life to work with, and well behind on board.
Yeah, didn't catch what he did with that surveil there.
Looked like he might have left it on top.
Okay, let's see what the next play is. Oh, look, we got a snare here. So we have removal, does Jesse, or at least attempted removal. These are all the things you need to try to climb back in this one. And he, of course, targets the long-term source of card advantage from Benji's side. I mean, despite everything, you're still staring down a lot if you're Jesse, but you're putting up a good fight.
Yeah, and especially, let's say that Jesse has his own draw 7 to kind of re-gas up. Very important that all of his best cards don't get exiled out of his graveyard. And so solving that problem right there, in addition to just removing that attacker from the board when, we only have so many blockers, and the more 3/3s, more problems for Jesse. As he's, the double blocks, the 2/2s are nice, but they don't get you very far in the long run.
Yeah, and is ultimately perhaps just going to sort of run out of bodies to throw in front of things. But we'll see here. Let's see what Benji hits for the turn. Looks like an octopus form, so his own combat trick. All right, so let's see if he swings out with everything here. If he chooses to do that, I mean, you're staring down, I guess, a couple of your creatures go away. I just don't know how this attack ends up working. If this would make sense if you send in your 3/3 and your flyer for Benji.
Yeah, and this is where I feel like Jesse really is looking for something to back up his North Pole Patrol, because the North Pole Patrol currently holding back, some of the smaller creatures, but allowing that submersible to continue attacking. And the Messenger Hawk, of course, flying over the whole problem. That octopus form that was drawn this turn, now keeping that combat. Yeah, not letting Jesse trade up a 2/2 there, cleaning down the board. Now those smaller creatures with Jesse down to 3.
Yeah.
I believe it should be 3. Having drawn another card from the Messenger Hawk. Or no, that's correct.
Yeah,
going
we
from
went
9 to 6.
9 to 6 here. So at this point, even it's just the alpha strike is coming, right? You can see that Benji's trying to set up for that. And the 2/4 he just deployed there is obviously going to help as well, because if the game keeps going, you can start making unblockable, or at least tough to block, spirits with the Foggy Swamp Spirit Keeper there. So a good follow-up for Benji. Let's see what Jesse has in store this time. Now, remember, we spotted, I'm not sure if that was an octopus form or not from Benji, but he does have still a couple of cards in hand, so some interaction perhaps up.
Yeah, so that octopus form was cast in combat there with the submersible, but there is still an It'll Quench You, and it looks like another spell.
Yeah, so, okay, we've got interaction to come. Jesse thinking about what to do with Judy here.
And you've got to, I mean, if you're Jesse, you got to figure out what you're doing quick. your time is running out, and it looks like we just earthbended that land, and now we've sacrificed the keeper on the Judy instead of the earthbended land, deciding it's more valuable.
I think we might be nearing the end of this one, but this has been a really nice game to start things off here. This is limited, right? This is great limited play. This is Avatar limited kind of at its best. Both players doing powerful things, but getting a very close back and forth game. I think that this format, as someone who didn't draft a ton of Spider-Man, admittedly, I've done a lot of this format, and it's been a very enjoyable limited format. It was great to watch at Worlds. People did a lot of cool stuff with it. So glad we get to show it off here. And here is that Alpha Strike from Benji coming on in, trying to end this thing right now. So Jesse moves to blocks. You can only put a couple of bodies up in front of him there. And if the swing just takes you down to, what is that, like 2-1 here? 2 life is
just making the blocks that keep the most creatures around, saying I'll pay as much life as I have to keep these creatures because they're all I have.
Yeah, Benji just moving that thing straight from the graveyard to the battlefield because that's what you do. So just needs to be able to force through a couple of points of damage next turn. Let's see if Jesse has anything here. I mean, something like, say, Razor Wings rings would be perhaps interesting, right? Something that incorporates life gain plus removal. But instead, we've got a creature as the follow-up. So 4 blockers, staring down more attackers than that. So Benji's going to try to close it out here, see if he can force through these final 2 points of damage.
Yeah, if Benji can draw one more card this turn, that Messenger Hawk, well, I guess the North Pole Patrol can tap it, but that takes a blocker out of the equation. So any way to draw another card, doesn't look like he has. He just has that swamp, and then it'll quench you. I mean, the Merchants of Many Hats are kind of free, but they don't really accomplish anything now that Jesse has 2 different 3 toughness creatures. Jesse on his last life point, his last card, making his last stand here potentially in game 1.
Okay, well, he does add to the board, but that's a lot of quenching. We can pay for that one. So
can't take it with you though.
Yeah, Jesse at 1 life with 5 blockers. But that's
he sees the writing on the wall.
Yes, that'll get there. So game 1, going over to Benji Solomon to start things off here at the NRG Championship Series. Abe, I have to say that was a pretty good way to get things going.
Yeah, I mean that was a really, really great game to showcase what this format, contains. Especially even though these decks are more controlling, I think, especially if you saw more of Jesse's deck as the game went on, had he had maybe 1 or 2 more pieces to apply that pressure to go with some of those bomb rares he had, taking that time to draw 7 cards, as strong as that was in the game that we played, that might not be available to Benji, in another draw. Now that Jesse knows that there's that kind of power in Benji's deck, there's, he might even be more pressured to take a more aggressive approach and not, have the liberty to play around so many different things like he did in the early turns of that game.
Yeah, that's right. Well, before we get into game 2, let's take a look at one of our competitors if we can. We'll get this pulled up. Of course, Jesse Hampton is a longtime Magic player, and his best finish here in the NRG series, well, that's a first place because he won the November MTGO Showdown to qualify for our end of the year event here. So you can check out his compliments there. Not exactly a ton of history on the NRG series, but a pretty successful history, which is what you find with Jesse Hampton almost wherever he goes to play Magic. His opponent, that would be Benji Solomon in this round. And he got here via the team showdown. You can see him and his teammates there in that photo. Of course, the team events being a big part of the NRG series. Everybody loves to play them, and it's even better when they can qualify you for something like this. Solomon's got 3 main events. His best finish, of course, being that first place, and he's got 2 all-time top 8s in the NRG series. So that's, of course, we're going to go through this all day. You're going to be meeting our players, the 24 players who qualified for this event. And we're going to be seeing a lot of top 8s fill these stats as we go. So, Abe, I think we're about ready to head into game 2.
Yeah, I mean we're gonna see the best of the best all day today. So we'll be ready for that. Jesse here kicking off with those barrels of blasting jelly. So his mana's pretty good, and now we've got a waterlog scroll. That one, we talked about card advantage in the last game. This is the kind of start that Jesse probably wants more than anything in a matchup like this, one where he's going to have his card advantage online as early as turn 3 here, as 3 islands lets him draw a card for just 3 mana.
Yeah, look at that. Of course, activating the scroll for 0 mana is one of those achievement unlocked kind of moments in this set. And Jesse's kind of well on his way to that at this point with this many islands. But the fact that Benji just has no pressure, if you have time to set up with the scroll, it will win you basically any game. Because it's almost just becomes a howling mine for just you. So if you can control the board, you're going to be in a good spot. So the corrupt court official, that kind of claws back a little bit here for Benji, but even if you're sitting on counter magic over there, Jesse's dangerous cards are already in play. Judy and the extra draws, great start here.
Yeah, and that corrupt court official, not so constraining when you're just drawing 2 cards a turn.
That's right. We actually get aggressive there with the Judy. So Jesse doing more this game than he was ever able to do last game.
And Jesse casting that Mind Rot, Benji discarding 2 copies of It'll Quench You, saying, I get it. You're going to leave mana up. You've got your waterlogged scroll. You're going to be drawing cards if I don't make you use it. I'm just not even bothered with it. These cards are worth nothing.
Yeah, Benji has to. I assume the plan will be to focus on creatures and hope that you can get there, because the quenches, while are good, 1-for-1ing with your opponent in a way that doesn't impact the board is not getting you anywhere at all if you're Benji right now. So, and of course Jesse just now staring down a grip. He's got octopus form over there. He feels like his creatures are safe. Just honestly in a good spot. I spot the bounty hunters again as well. So with the filter from the barrels, he has that available if he chooses to go that way.
Yeah, and it looks like Jesse's just trying to figure out what's the best play that I can make.
He's staring down Haiku.
Lets me use my scroll. Right, staring down Haiku mana, staring down, that
the
big 5/5 Inagi with flash. The 2 copies of It'll Quench You being discarded says a lot about Benji's hand, and with Jesse as far ahead in terms of card advantage as he is, he doesn't necessarily have to worry about just running his spells out willy-nilly, because that's where he can, give Benji an opportunity to pull ahead. Inagi now, actually, very interesting. So Jesse did, just like last game, respect the fact that Inagi could be there. Did not run that Judy right into combat. Now Inagi hitting the table, meaning that drawing 2 cards on Jesse's turn is a big reward for Benji. So that waterlogged scroll almost exclusively going to be used at instant speed now, being used on Benji's turn. So as things kind of develop in this game, it's going to constrain some of those things. Maybe Jesse needs to crack a clue, or has has a draw spell that he needs to cast. That's going to be a reward for Benji. Benji choosing to go after the Judy here.
Yeah, we might see Jesse come back with that octopus form to protect it, which is important here. So Jesse also did a good job of, he could have used some of those earlier turns, maybe that turn 3, turn 4, to play other spells, but instead prioritize just getting the cards. And those are cards that he would never have gotten back now that the Inagi's in play, right? So by going slower in those turns, he was able to stockpile card advantage now, right? Because even though it would cost less to activate now, your opponent has cards that interact with it. So well done again by Jesse here. So now he pulls the trigger on his own. He goes with the bounty hunters and then an epic downfall, paying the water bin cost on that Inagi to take it down. So things looking much better this time around for Jesse Hampton.
Absolutely. And Jesse very wisely, making it so that the turn prior he played around that Hasaka's Haiku. He thought about where that counter spell could be. The Inagi came down, and then Benji, feeling safe enough to spend spend his mana on his turn, capitalizing by resolving that Beifong bodyguards, while he's also, trying to keep pace. Then also killing the Inagi in the same turn cycle. So casting 2 spells that are going to be very pivotal to closing this game and putting Benji back on the back foot while not having the ability to protect them.
All right, well, Grand made an appearance. Grand then took her leave, leaves behind an earth-bended land. And of course, that being the trick there, right, is Jesse's got the earth bending on a land that you can sack to draw a card. So if you really, really want to push your card advantage, that is a way to do it. But this is also a way to do it. Just add more bodies to the board. You are staring down the 6/6 from Benji, but feeling okay. I mean, you're in no danger of dying, is Jesse, with plenty of blocks up now. So even if you're not able to press your advantage right now, just setting up, it feels like it would be good for him. Now, Benji does still have a grip of cards, including an attachment, so you can see a couple more. And he has the benefit of just being able to pass the turn here, keep open his options. So this game, while Jesse is quite ahead, at least on board, there's still some ways to go here.
Absolutely. And, there's options Jesse has. He can play around a counterspell by using the Barrels of Blasting Jelly plus some of his smaller creatures to try to get through this Canyon Crawler. He's going to successfully get the Haiku cast.
Well, because the Rowdy Snowballers there was one of the best answers to the 6/6, at least in the short term, and now not something Benji has to worry about, but does have to spend all of his mana to do, well, most of his mana to do that.
Yeah, and now the Judy combo with the Beifong Battle Hunters. I mean, eventually we'll just be bigger than the 6/6, forcing that block not even to be profitable anymore.
True.
And this is, we talked about it in game 1, the engines. We've got the waterlogged book. We've got the Beifong Bounty Hunters. We've got the Judy. We're generating value every time we do anything. It's pouring out of our pockets. Our spaghetti's all over the table. And so, dice are moving up, we're moving tokens around, we're looking at cards, we are doing it all if we're Jesse. And Benji is the one this time kind of trying to find a way to get that all to stop.
Note for the viewers at home, spaghetti on the table when playing Magic, not ideal.
No, it better be some pretty clean spaghetti.
Just the noodles. All right, well, Jesse is going to get the bounty bounced again by the submersible here, and here comes the 2/4 as well. So Benji able to fight back on board a little bit, but still staring down the same problems as before. So things just kind of slipping further and further out of control here. But Jesse, not as we sort of witnessed last game, Jesse took a while. He was able to hold up for a long time, even after it looked like it might be over. Benji kind of doing the same thing here. Is able to keep the board at, I'm not going to say parity. He is falling behind, but at least in a somewhat manageable state if you're able to find maybe your draw 7 or something like that.
Yeah, and the Foggy Swamp Spirit Keeper that Benji just played is a really, really important piece of this puzzle, because if Benji's going to win this game, it's probably going to be because of that card. Every time that Benji draws that second card each turn, creating a 1/1 colorless spirit token that can't be blocked by non-spirit creatures. As much as Jesse has a lot of power in play and a lot of creatures on the board, none of them are spirits. And so if we're playing this game of, trying to keep up and slowly, stalling out the board and maybe answering one problem at a time, we're going to have a position where if Benji's able to draw a couple extra cards, maybe adding 2-3 damage a turn and forcing Jesse to be under the gun a little bit, it definitely has the potential to get out of hand.
And the lifelink from the Foggy Swamp Spirit Keeper you see on your screen there probably doesn't hurt either. All of that said, you mentioned it, this land is now up to a 7/7 and it is swinging. So Benji offering the trade with the Death Toucher, but that just brings the land right back. So it's a long-term here advantaging Jesse, who is still drawing extra cards. So Benji staring down the trouble here, trying to figure out if he has any ways out. does still have a grip full of spells. I'm just not sure if any of them are going to be impactful enough.
Yeah, I mean, we do see there's the Cat Gator there, so maybe a swamp into a Cat Gator can kill the Beifong bodyguards at an opportune moment. That would probably be what Benji's praying for here. Get a little bit more life cushion, answering that problematic piece of the engine, but just deploying another creature. I mean, you did mention that's a value engine. I'm not sure how many allies.
Yeah.
How many
If
allies?
you get a couple cards off of it, it's great, but I'm not sure you're going to be able to do so. In fact, you're going to get maybe no cards off of it because it's going to get snared out of the game here. You take the rowdy snowballers out of the graveyard on its way out. But Jesse pressing his advantage, pulling further ahead on board here. Benji can turn the submersible into a vehicle, but Jesse's showing another engine piece there. When creature dies, you get to earthbend or you put counters. So that's enough. Jesse takes game 2, and that, Abe, is a 1-1 tie here in our opening match at the NRG.
Yeah, Benji probably with less of an appetite for punishment than it seems like Jesse has.
Yeah, that's
calling it there instead of taking those last couple draw steps to get played out. Of course,
what about you, Abe? Are you an early scooper there, or are you getting every bit of your money's worth with your matches on camera?
Oh, I mean, not only with matches on camera, with what's on the line. I mean, I could be sitting there tapped out, no cards in hand, and I will stare at you until you attack me for lethal. It's just what you got to do.
I see.
You never know.
I am a serial scooper. I'll pick them up. Let's go to the next one.
Well, I know for sure that Jesse is not a serial scooper. Having played against him when he went 8-0 on day 1 of Pro Tour Chicago in 2023.
Yeah,
that was the last time I played against him, and it was his birthday. He doesn't even believe in birthday luck, but he made me do it in the games I won, and he played perfectly.
His birthday believed in him.
Yes,
on that day.
Of course.
Yeah.
I told him it was true. For what it's worth, I was like, "This is unfair. We're playing, and it's your birthday."
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
Not his birthday today, but looking for some good luck here in game 3 is Jesse. Both players looking at their opening hands, and we are off and running. NRG Champs. This is round 1. Both players keeping the winner here gets to take that 1-0 record, and really the good vibes more than anything, into round 2 of our draft here. 3 rounds of draft, 4 rounds of 5 rounds of 6 rounds of constructed today, I think. Plenty of magic coming to you, of course. Abe and I taking you through the first 3 rounds here. And unlike the that second game, both players with early drops here in this one.
Yeah, I mean, almost a mirror of that first game we played with the turn 1 Grand from Jesse. I saw him draw it off the top, so lucky even when it's not his birthday. But Benji having that hat vendor to hold her up. So Grand just waving goodbye there. As Jesse casts, he's got a flyer now. It's 2/2 Vigilance Prowess.
Yeah, so Benji's Corrupt Court Official there, taking a land from Jesse, being a tap dual land that could later turn into a card. So if you really squint your eyes, you're kind of 2 for 1-ing there. Maybe, heck, you're 3 for 1-ing if you can get a trade out of it with the Corrupt Court Official. You can just see sort of the ways in which that card is just such a good play on turn 2 or turn 3 or even turn 4 here for Benji, because Jesse is basically playing down 2 cards, and it's not like he's, the 1/1s can team up to create some blocks in combat. So it's not even like Jesse is blanking the creature part of him at this point. So kind of a tough start here for Jesse, down 2 cards.
Yeah, down 2 cards, and those Corrupt Court Officials contributing to what looks like, I don't know if you could catch it, is that the Spirit Water Revival?
Oh, it sure is.
Benji is holding on to.
It surely is. So not only do the Corrupt Court Officials take cards, in this case, they also produce mana.
And we're swamp cycling here. The magic number is 9 for that card. We need to build a Waterbend 6 after paying 3. And right now, this swamp puts us to 8. Leveraging those Corrupt Court Officials, they've only taken Jesse's, land and an Aang's Journey, some slower developing mana sources.
Yeah.
But being able to really leverage that early advantage and slowing down Jesse's ability to develop their own board when you're able to draw 7 cards to follow that right up.
All right. Well, Benji abandoning attachments there actually pitches one of those lands that would have got him there, but drew into, it looks like, a Haiku. And he, of course, has the Revival.
So Revival getting the Haiku and that land, but when you're in a position where lands are good and spells are good, I mean, it's the best position to be in limited. Yeah,
not a bad spot.
So another court official here, going to get an island out of Jesse's hand. Attack for 2 from the Hat Vendor. These court officials ready to take on Gran if she decides she's ready, which she is. So Jesse loots away an island. Benji making that triple block, ready to take 2 down to 10. I mean, this
got
bird has done a lot of work.
Yeah, and he's got his money's worth out of those court officials for sure.
Yeah, and this is going to be a pivotal turn here. Looks like we are, rather than going for the water bending, having lost a court official and not drawing the land, making the attack to try to trade the octopus form. But Jesse having an octopus form of his own. Oh, brutal 2-for-1.
Yeah, what an exchange there.
Absolutely. And this eagle is just, eating away at Benji's life total with the waterbending tools coming down, the North Pole Patrol. Every prowess trigger really mattering here as Benji's all the way down to 7. As much as he was setting himself up for this long game, this prowess flyer, eating away at his life points and without an answer to it, Benji's in a real risk. He's on effectively what could really be a 2-turn clock. And a flyer's not going to do it for him either, with that North Pole Patrol active and able to tap down anything that might get in the way.
Yeah, it looked like Benji was pretty close to landing a revival there, but pretty clutch little mind rot from Jesse to slow that down and kind of put a different texture on this game, along with the pressure there. So this has been really well done by Jesse, who's now looking to close it out.
Yeah, we'll have to see if there's something here to answer this Iguana Parrot.
Yeah, it looks like, 2 great cards in hand for Benji, but not cards that answer a flyer.
And Jesse developing his board and then going for an attack to make the Iguana lethal, able to trade off his menace creature for that next court official, the Inagi coming down, which I don't know how, but Jesse always seemed to know when the Inagi was coming. He never made a bad attack into Inagi, even while Benji had so many instant speed plays he could have been representing.
You're right. And look, the revival comes down without the water bend, and it is not enough. Benji extends the hand. Jesse Hampton taking it down in round 1 of our NRG Champs. That was great. He started it off on a loss, right? And came back to win the next 2. So that was a really nice sort of introduction, Abe, to everything that we're going to see here in Avatar Draft.
Absolutely. And Jesse showing that, he came here winning from limited. He is an absolute veteran. He's no stranger to having to 3-0 a draft to start his day right and getting started with that first step today.
Yeah, very well done. Well, when we come back, friends, we will be off into round. I think we actually might have another game. So not a next round, but a next game when we come back for you here. So stick with us here, NRG Champs. We'll see you on the other side.
The NRG Champs. We've gotten through 1 round of limited, and I'm here with the series MVP, Grayson Nemitz. Grayson, how are you doing this morning?
Pretty good. Had a nice draft. It's a good start.
Do you want to share any tech on what you ended up picking?
Yeah, so this is a very interesting set. It's a lot of the recent sets, the color balance has been extremely even. This is, aside from Spider-Man, one of the more uneven color balance sets, in my opinion, in recent years. So I think white in particular is substantially better than all the other colors. Blue is close to white, but it's the weird thing of the archetypes in this set are very defined. So like the blue, white, and blue, black decks are really good. The blue, red deck is medium. The blue, green deck is like really bad. But all of the white pairs are good. So I ended up with white being very open in my seat, which is pretty unusual for this set. Started off with a pack one, pick one, Ko the Face Sealer, just absurd bomb in black, and then passed the person to my left in Earth Kingdom Jailer, which is like top white uncommon. I think it's the second best actually behind Aang, but and then was able to just hard cut white the next couple, and so I'm effectively mono white splashing Ko. I think my deck is extremely good, so I'm very happy with it.
Yeah, that sounds great. We wanted to get a little insight on your MVP privilege of removing a draft pod player. Could you explain your process to that?
So this was a hard one. I had sort of my flowchart of possibilities that I had sort of just written out in Notepad before I got the draft pod, and I had one that was just labeled non-trivial, and that's the world where we ended up, which was Jesse Hampton Slacks, who's one of the best limited players in the world and is here, was not in my pod. And there were several people in my pod that were also very good. And so there's the risk of if you swap somebody out, do you get Slacks into your pod? But the other thing with my pod is I had all 3 members of System Magic, and I know putting 3 players in stream that are very good at reading each other's signals is dangerous. And so I decided that I wanted to pick one of them because Slacks was really the only person outside of my pod that I was super scared of moving in. And I decided to pick MSJ over the other 2 because on stream yesterday, Ellen Bogan and Greg were talking about their approach to drafting the set, and they made a comment MSJ was much higher on drafting white aggro than they were, which is what I'm highest on drafting. So I picked to swap out MSJ, so it would be more likely that white was open, which it was. So I'm feeling very rewarded for my decisions right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Being part of the tournament staff, I have it on pretty good authority that the swap selection was very nearly Jesse Hampton. So
Yeah.
does that change anything if that did happen to
That I would have been a lot more scared about my possibilities. Having Slacks passing through in your day 1 draft is a scary place to be.
Absolutely. Well, not the case. So you're 1 round in. How'd that round go?
Pretty good. 2-0'd my teammate Jake Conan, which sucks to have the round 1 team kill. He has a pretty decent Golgari deck, but it's just, I think my archetype is better. He had some flooding issues. He had a particularly brutal play in game 2 where he had set up a Sabertooth Mooseline cycle to fix his mana into True Ancestry to get it back to ramp into. And then he went for the cycle, but I had my Raven Eagle, and I was able to snipe it out of his graveyard and get a clue off the cycle before he could rebuy it, and then I just snowballed him from there. Which,
Sounds about right.
yeah.
Yep. Well, very nice. Well, good luck in the rest of the draft rounds, and then obviously we're gonna head into Modern, a couple more rounds of Standard after that, and then I think we're capping off with Modern. I know you're particularly excited to play Modern.
Yeah.
Do you have any insights you'd like to share on that deck selection? And from there,
Yeah, so I've chosen to play Golgari Yawgmoth. This is the sort of new reinvented version of the build, featuring heavily built around Agatha Soul Cauldron, Walking Ballista, and Treacherous Insight. Yawgmoth, it's funny, the deck, people still call the deck Yawgmoth out of habit, but Yawgmoth is really the B plan these days. It's Badgermole Cub has been a really big boon to the deck, but I feel like it's almost a little bit of the same situation we had happen with Neoform over summer, where a new card got printed for a deck and the deck's win rate suddenly exploded. Not so much because of the new card, but because it got people to rebuild the deck and finally realized that Wall of Roots is not a playable card in Modern anymore and Court of Calling, and we can just be a lean, efficient turn 3 combo deck with a bunch of main deck graveyard hate and ability to block Ragavan, which is a pretty good place to be right now. So I'm pretty excited about that.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Good luck in the rest of the rounds.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Welcome back, everybody. Corbin Hostler, Abe Stein here. Thank you for joining us at the NRG Championship Series. This is Champs. This is the end of the year. This is the big one. We just watched our first round of Magic. We watched Jesse Hampton pick it up. And now, Abe, it is time for round 2 of this draft.
Yeah, hoping to see even more of what this limited format has to offer. We saw a bit of that slower Demir mirror match in round 1 here, but we're going to have, let's see what players we got. We got Matt Sikanik Johnson and Harrison
Canfer on our other side here. So, all right, we're going to hop on down into the game, and that is going to get things started off pretty quick. Harrison Camper with that turn 1 flyer just to get it going. Momo hits the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about something different. We got forests, we got turn 1 Momo, we got a counter on it too, so a 2/2 flying vigilance. We're seeing a very different pace of game here. No corrupt court officials.
Yeah,
it looks like we're going to have some Gruul versus Selesnya.
Well, this is already just going to be a very difficult start for Matt to come back from if he just doesn't have an answer to getting hit for 2 every turn. That starts to put your life total under a lot of pressure, honestly, very quickly. And is that a secret tunnel Canford just played?
Through the mountains.
Yeah. So there you go. That's another way to force through some damage. And this is just all the best white cards, frankly, here. If you're Harrison Canford, he adds the 3-drop that can pump the team. So a lot to consider here for Matt just immediately. Been in this game for 30 seconds and it's already feeling dangerous.
Yeah, well, we've got, I mean, Matt's not like Matt's doing nothing. Matt's got a Great Divide Guide, which is an incredibly powerful rare. Not only is it a 2/3 that itself taps for any color of mana, all of Matt's allies will be able to tap for any color of mana. And that Uncle Iroh, making all of his lessons cost 1 less. So we might see a clean answer here to the Momo, as he does have that combustion. Let's see what Matt decides to do. Looks like he's lining up that block.
Yeah, getting that captain out of play makes sense to me. It just becomes such a long-term problem that you generally always take the chance to trade with it in combat if you can.
And Matt with a couple of options. He's got combat trick and the removal spell, but worried about what Harrison might have. Opts to go for combustion on the Momo. See if Harrison has any response.
No.
No.
Okay, well, this
does exile.
Good. Yeah, say this is pretty good for Matt here to pull back into this. What was looking like a clock that might be problematic is instead not at all doing that. So, all right. So Harrison with a great start, but kind of running into a little bit of a wall, and we'll see what his follow-up here is, but he's just going to pass the turn back. So Matt now has a chance to take control of the board for the first time.
Yeah, and so let's see what Matt does with this opportunity.
We're going to get the ostrich in here. So that's going to find the land. That's certainly what Matt was looking for because it's going to immediately hit play. And this 2 more mana is going to lead into a mage. So, all right, Matt able to progress the board a little bit here, but a pretty nice answer back from Harrison, slamming down Jet.
Yeah, I mean, Jet here able to clean up that Fire Sages before it could get any bigger. Looks like another ostrich for Matt, whose hand looks to be mostly just combat tricks, which, I mean, for the Gruul decks in this format, not a bad place to be. You kind of just want to develop your creatures and then use your combat tricks to push them through. And Harrison, I mean, definitely looking a bit behind. I'm not sure what he's sitting on there. That 1-2 cards is holding tight, but they better be good if he's gonna push through all of these tricks and creatures as Matt gets aggressive here.
Yeah, because he's got the secret tunnel can help you provide those last 2 points of damage, but you've got to get there. Meanwhile, Matt just sort of now drowning in the red-green version of value, and then he's able to return powerful creatures to his hand, and you get a clue out of the deal with that particular lesson. So pretty well done here by Matt to survive that early onslaught. Now he's transitioned very cleanly into the mid game where he's got attackers, and even if well, I was going to say Jet can distribute some counters when it dies, but this is perhaps better. Harrison plays Appa, so he can either give a creature he controls flying to force through some damage here, or you can airbend your own creatures to try to set him up for later. It looks like he's not going to have time for that, so instead is going to get aggressive with the Jet.
Yeah, decides for flying on the Jet rather than maybe taking that slower approach, airbending the Jet, recasting it, getting that enters the battlefield trigger again. But instead opting to push the damage, knowing that this is a game about racing. I mean, looking at the quantity of cards in hand, Matt just got one back. He's got a clue. He's not looking to take this game long. He wants to get this out of the way and over with, because the more time that Matt has, the more those cards are going to come back to bite him.
And here we go. So we've got a trade in combat. Harrison at 14. Matt down to 12 as he rebuilds there. But so it's a Jet and an Appa for Harrison. Can get in for 7 in the air if he wants, if my math is right there. So he's going to offer up the attack with Appa. This time he is going to airbend the Jet now that he has the mana to replay it. So Matt realizing that, oh, my life total is getting a little questionable here. I'm going to take a look at this secret tunnel to make sure I understand what this does and what we need to watch out for here. And in fact, this is a pretty good one. The pillar launch is going to give untap a creature and give it +2/+2, and crucially,
yes, and reach here, I mean, so important, as it allows that ostrich to reach up and take out that Appa. Zuko here, along with the ally from before, a lot of mana on Matt's side, and that Zuko threatening to effectively draw another card every turn. So Harrison casts his 2-drop, recasting the Jet, able to do deal damage. Something doesn't kill anything because he lost that Appa. So a very, very big swing is not only did it get that good trade, worse creature for better creature, but also denying Harrison a lot of the value off of airbending that Jet. And I think that is the Legend of Roku, a really, really powerful rare. I mean, adding insult to injury, not worried about holding it for the next game, ready to just bury Harrison as Matt gets to cast those 3 cards either this turn or next turn before that Legend of Roku transforms. This card, even a modern playable in the Boros Energy deck, very, very powerful one to have. Zuko coming in for 3, firebending 3, have not used the mana yet. Thinking about his options, as Jet has been declared as the blocker.
It's a big moment here for Matt. Let's see how he wants to navigate this really crucial combat.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Matt could just take this trade. I mean, there's plenty here that's going right. We got the Legend of Roku. We don't necessarily need this Zuko, and maybe protecting the Legend of Roku with our last trick, this Origin of Metal Bending, would be better. But instead, looking like he's casting, he's just letting that trade happen, using the firebending mana to make those firebending tokens with Fire Nation attacks. So
this disciplined play there by Matt.
Yeah, I mean, really thinking, where can this go wrong, it looks like, for Matt.
Right.
Identifying that he feels really far ahead in this one, and so just not giving the opportunity to lose the more valuable creature in Avatar Roku on the other side. Seismic Sense picking up a creature. Cabbage Vendor even. So a little bit of life gain there for Matt. Not what you want to see from Harrison at all. I mean, Matt just looked at 7 cards on top of his library, getting the best creature from it. You see a 2-drop, you might be pretty happy sometimes, but when that's coming with 3 life in a game like this, where it's the Secret Tunnel is going to try to get across over 6 turns. 3 life is a big swing.
All right. Well, Harrison earthbends the tunnel, activates and gets in here, and just one big mass block from Matt does resolve that combat, take it off the board. So you were right about that life gain, because Harrison's plan is clearly to try to just push through these last 2 points of damage, but the life gain is going to matter. Obviously, the legend flipping here is going to be huge for Matt. So these turns have really just been about not letting Harrison find a way to push through damage till the game gets into a sort of weird spot where the tunnel can get you. And he's done a good job of preserving as much life as possible, because now that he's actually deploying these cards in his hand, the Legend of Roku, the Toph, that's all pretty difficult to beat. So great job just to live till he knows he can take over the game with his powerful rares and mythics here. So Matt Sicking Johnson looking like he is on the way to a game 1 victory here, but he's going to have to try to close it out.
Yeah, and I think drawing that Toph, giving Matt a lot of confidence. He discards that Cabbage Vendor, saying, I don't need this. This game's not going to the point where this 3 life is going to matter. I'm going to be earthbending 6 this turn. I just got back combustion. Good luck, buddy. Comes in for 8 here.
All right, so white is one of the colors with access to those board wipes. We don't have deck lists. We don't know if Harrison has it or not, but I can tell you now that he does not, because we're into game 2 here. Matt Johnson picking it up with the Gruul deck. Very well done, of course, against Harrison Camphor there, who had a great start but wasn't quite able to finish it. So let's meet Harrison Camphor. He's played in 12 NRG events, of course, has a couple of first places there via the Standard Showdown and a team trial. So he qualified here via that Standard Showdown back in August. 4 top 8s for Harrison. Let's take a look over at Matt Johnson now, his opponent, who is got 1 top 8. And in fact, it was that one that he won, where he won a team showdown in June to earn his spot here. Played 2 NRG events, won 1 of them. That's a pretty good track record.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about 4 top 8s in 12 events. That's a pretty good conversion rate here on the NRG series. But 1 out of 2 with a win. Hard to get better than that. Don't look at the sample sizes on it. But
only Jesse Hampton doing better than that.
And if only Jesse Hampton's doing better than you, you're doing a good job.
That's right. And up a game is Matt Johnson as we head down into game 2 here in round 2 of our champs. Harrison Camphor gets to go back on the play on this one. We'll see if he ends up keeping. I do spot a Momo there, so a little awkward on the lands, I think, though. So Harrison shipping this one back.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Harrison, it's hard to look at a curve like you had in game 1 and feel like you're feeling confident in game 2 on the mulligan, but you got to not think about that, right? The hand he had, as much as it had spells and lands, didn't look like it was going to have that kind of pressure. And for him to beat a lot of these rares we just saw out of Matt's deck, I mean, Avatar Roku, we got Toph. I mean, you have to be doing something in the early turns. That's where Harrison's going to have the advantage.
Yeah, and that's why he probably very much wanted to keep that turn 1 Momo hand, but that is his ticket to winning this game. Unfortunately, didn't spot one in this hand. We'll see if he ends up opting to keep it here, but aggression is the name of the game for Harrison Camphor there, and you see that I believe that was the yip, the 1-mana combat trick he's going to put down onto the bottom. So no Momo to start this thing off, but does keep the 6, has colors of mana, has 3 mana, so should get to play a pretty straightforward game here, does Harrison.
But no 2-drop either.
Oh, that's big.
Yeah, probably a consequence of the mulligan is Matt gets to be the first of the board here. Harrison.
All right, this is a good one. Yeah, this is better when you have allies in play than when it is your first ally in play, as it will pump all of your allies. But it at least does get onto the board here for Harrison to get things started. I mean, Matt, as you mentioned, is onto the board first, but is not doing so in really an overwhelming way. Harrison still with some time to build up here.
Yeah, I mean, you can, when you're on the play, and that's some of the power being on the play, not playing something on 2, you're giving up some of that advantage, but having something on 3 that can make sure that you're holding on to the board, and this will make it so that every creature, depending on the density of allies, as that is a lord for the allies, most of the creatures Harrison's going to play are going to continue to outclass Matt's alone, as long as that's in play.
And this game with a little bit of a different texture than that first one. And now a death-touching reach creature here for Matt. It's going to complicate combat even further.
Yeah, Matt's. I mean, look at the first game where Harrison was off to that really aggressive start. Matt was able to just the cards line themselves up, cast his combat tricks in combat where Harrison was being aggressive, take a trade, cast a removal spell, keep yourself alive. Now, kind of a different cadence this game as Harrison is just developing his board, as is Matt, and it's really going to come down to who can start having profitable attacks first. As Harrison putting counters on that secret tunnel, that's a big advantage. I mean, that secret tunnel not able to be blocked. So even if this is where we're at, Matt's gonna have to find a way to push through, or else he's taking 2 damage a turn, and that's assuming there's no more earthbending that happens with that tunnel.
And Harrison's creatures are pretty big here. Yeah. This is a good swing. This is coming in with a 3-2, thanks to the trigger.
Yeah, cleaning up the opting to take the trade, simplify the board a bit to not let the race go on, as those Wandering Musicians traded for the Death Touch creature, and not really with any allies in play, letting the Lord trade for the Ostrich. But now Matt is left with a 2-2, staring down 6 power from Harrison.
Yeah, the Badger Mole is pretty good on the 5 spot there when it's the biggest thing on the board. So Matt, plenty of life, sitting at 22, staring at a host of cards in hand. No 5th land, I believe, but all kinds of play. So he's just got to determine what is the play that works best here, because you don't want, for instance, to say just tap out for your best creature, have it be removed, take 6 on the crackback, and now things are maybe a little dicier. So if that's a possibility that Matt is aware of here. So he's trying to figure out what is the absolute best I can do with this 4 mana, and that's why we actually go for this rummaging first, trying to find a land, doesn't find a land, does find another lesson though.
Yeah, and one of the big things too is that Matt has that Toff in hand. So it's very important, I think, to Matt to be able to get the value off of it, using that combustion to clear up the unblockable 2/2 from Secret Tunnel. But now also setting up so that even if he doesn't draw another land, he can convert one of these cards in his hand that maybe isn't doing too much on the board into another removal spell. As, oh my God, another Badger Mole.
Okay. Well, remember, earthbending the land means it comes back after it dies. And that worked out pretty well here for Harrison, who's able to just Badger Mole again. So I don't know. As far as things go for Matt, that wasn't the worst, but I don't know that it was the best for you either, because you're still staring down 6 power. Now you don't have anything in play, and you're still stuck on 5 lands now. So let's see how he chooses to. We're going to offer up a trade creature.
Yeah, so we've got Zuko here, which does represent a trade with the Badger Mole. Also could, Matt's still at 20.
Yeah. And this is where this comes into play. Yup, removal to get rid of your creature means that I get to swing in for 6. And I mean, 16 life is still plenty, but at some point you just fall behind on board if you can't either get bigger than the Badger Mole or remove it from play. So Matt picked up a 6th land here. We'll see what options are available to him to try to clean this back up.
Yeah, and has enough lessons for the combustion to take care of the Badger Mole. And that's
huge. Answering that card, but answering that card for just 2 mana as well, giving him a chance, at least perhaps, to follow up here, I think is important. but maybe not. We'll see what if Matt's actually able to spend that 3 mana or not. As Harrison starts things off, get in, put you down to 12, I believe.
There's the Momo. A lightning strike taking down the secret tunnel after combat, making sure to play around any sort of pump spell. Choosing to do that so that we have this land here to discard to Toph to buy back another answer.
Yeah, nice. I mean, this is both players are down to just the last cards in their hand, and Matt schemed it so that the last card in his hand was a very powerful Toph. So now he's just staring down a Momo. And I guess a 2/1 here as well, but nothing that is so dangerous that it's just going to kill you at that 11 life, especially when you're able to use this combustion to take out one more creature.
Yeah, taking out one more creature and deciding where to earthbend. Choosing to put it on the land, a common play in this format where you'll be able to sacrifice that land, draw a card, and get the draw land back, so you can sacrifice it again later, keeping his options open, even though it might be the land he wants to use for mana more often, and taking advantage of that right there, drawing a card as he's sitting on just a pair of forests in hand, now down to 1. Keeping in mind there's that Fire Nation attacks in the graveyard too, so for 9 mana, which might seem like a lot, but we're not far from it, able to flash that back and get 2 more 2/2s, as we're just in an old-fashioned race. We got Momo coming in, we got Toph coming in, and I'm not gonna lie, I like Matt's speed a little bit better.
Yeah, safe to say, having Toph better than not having Toph for sure. It's always a fun level up moment the first time you put a counter on those lands, you earthbend them, and then you tap them to draw, and then you get to do basically exactly what Matt did here. But this is the kind of game where it matters. The fact that he was able to go one deeper and Harrison wasn't, that could be pretty important here. Now Harrison is going to fight back with Razor Rings, but
oh my god, that's a back-breaking play.
Yeah, that is incredible. That saves the Toph from the Razor Rings for Matt. It also allows the land to get in there, and all of a sudden this attack just becomes huge, whereas Harrison was instead hoping, okay, well, if I remove this guy, then I'm just staring down this land, and maybe I can find a way back in it. That, as you said, just absolutely backbreaking, and perhaps has Matt on his way to a 2-0 start here at the NRG Champs. That's it.
Yeah, well done by Matt. I mean, both times looking like Harrison, kind of grabbed a land in his right hand, grabbed a land in his left hand, and picked up the rest with him. But the way that Matt chose, and you saw there was a lot of time he spent deliberating on where to spend those spells and how to use those combat tricks effectively, and that really allowed him to then leverage those bombs he has in his deck to take that one.
Yeah, very well done, sculpting things out multiple turns in advance so that best play is your last play and you're alive to make that play. So really well done there, and that takes Matt Johnson to a 2-0 start. Now we've got a couple other players hoping to join him. Then head down for another match here. That is Vinny Fino on your left versus Charlie Dustenberg on your right, and we are off and running.
Charlie Dustenberg looking amazing in that jacket, by the way.
Yeah, very, very clean look. I have to say, they look awesome.
All
right, so we've got the mana ramp here for Charlie on the play. So the opportunity for a really powered out start here, but instead it looks like we're going to be rummaging, try to find a land.
Still playing 2 spells this turn. I mean, just dominating, getting the board presence going.
Finds a land, able to use the mana to deploy it. Now all of a sudden 7 power in play on turn 3 does Charlie have. So that's pretty strong here. So Vinny with a good blocker, honestly, a pretty nice blocker. Of course, powers up when it taps as well, and he's just going to get aggressive with it. Rather, can mill once there's lessons involved. So, all right, Vinny gets
choosing not to leave it back to block. Also knowing that he was going to cast a follow-up creature, but representing a combat trick on the way in, knowing he wouldn't want to cast one into all of Charlie's mana on the way back. Really smart attack.
And it also sets it up for the future, right? 3 turns from now, Charlie might still be thinking about that attack.
Exactly. You're able to represent that you have that combat trick without committing to using it, because you wouldn't want to use it, right? You're not going to block, so you might as well attack.
Well done.
And
so Vinny able to use that to progress a little bit further in this game. That said, still kind of up against it. It's a 4/4 land for Charlie Desselberg in addition to sort of the leftovers here. So Vinny just passing the turn back with his 4 mana. We'll see. I spot a Razor Rings, I think, over there.
Can't tell if that's a Razor Rings or if that's a
Sand.
I think I see a Sandbender Storm for sure. So it actually looks like both. So a couple of options Vinny has for how to deal with this 4/4 forest. And with that Master Roku having prowess, making that a more interesting block. Yeah. So Vinny's got a couple of options. He can block the 2/2 and just take 4, see what Charlie does. If Charlie does use the mana to try to exhaust and make that into a 4/4, has the trick to punish it. Looking like he's going to lead on Razor Rings on the forest. But this could be...
So Charlie could make 6 mana here and go for the Earthbend play, right? So let's see.
Yeah, this could be, just making Charlie have the gusto to go for it. And...
Okay.
And Charlie does. So opting to use the prowess trigger there to trade for the forest, keeping that 6/6 off the board.
Yeah, remember everybody, the Raucous was able to make 2 mana there because of the 4 power on the land, giving Charlie the mana to activate that exhaust and make that whole play work out. Now, the Master Piatto follow-up here from Vinny it's a 4/4, but unfortunately that is the amount of damage that the demonstration does. So Charlie is able to clear it out and start with an attack. So 6 damage coming in there. That knocks Vinny all the way down to 6. He's still got a grip of cards, though.
Yeah, and Vinny looked like he was setting up to have it be this have the board be his 4/4 against Charlie's, and then converting, just like we see here, the Sandbender Storm. But Charlie having that removal spell to really push through that damage, just managed to punish the line that Vinny chose to take.
Yeah, and Vinny falls down to 4 there from the attack. Now is able to deploy a blocker. So Charlie going to have to commit more here if he wants to push through, or I guess you could trade your 2-drop, but cards in hand for both players, but not a ton of things in play. So still kind of an interesting moment.
And not just cards, but Vinny's got Appa Steadfast Guardian, if my eyes don't deceive me.
Yeah,
talk about a card that can swing a game. It doesn't matter if you're at 4 life. If Charlie can never get through again, and especially, removing a blocker, good luck. Being able to airbend out any number of Vinny's creatures or non-permanents and being able to recast them, making 1/1s along the way. Charlie and Red-Green not known for many evasive creatures, flyers, usually trying to overwhelm on the ground. But Charlie hasn't had anything to commit to the board in a couple of turns, and Vinny is sitting pretty as he's got no pressure on him and a lot of instant speed interaction.
Yeah, and I don't know if Charlie may be thinking, well, I've been in control of this game. I'm pushing him down. He's just got leftovers, right? I'll get there. But no, Vinny's actually sitting on gas over there. So I think at least possibly this game is a long way from over. So it's a pretty critical moment for how Charlie chooses to approach this next combat.
Yeah, and Charlie's got what looks like a firebending lesson, a tower launch, and a card I can't quite make out. So plenty of good cards. Not like he's just sitting on lands, but trying to figure out how to best use these last few spells to get through. And Vinny choosing to let that firebending lesson go, killing his creatures, Pox Bears, getting an ally token. And now we see Charlie. Let's see. This is he's Earthbending 2, and then going to deal damage, or I guess have fight.
Yeah, you can fight.
Clearing out the 1/1. And
well, that's a
coming
pretty
in for
decent way to
lethal.
force through the damage, right? Because at least from Charlie's perspective, that was a good way to do that. He looks like you're setting up for lethal. As it is, it doesn't in the game, but at least you find out what's going on.
And Charlie goes
knows
for
what's
lethal,
up.
but it'll
And
quench
wow,
you.
yeah.
So Vinny hanging in there, down to 2 life.
Yeah, what a swing. Charlie thought, even after all of that, I've got lethal. And no, and now the glider kids means that Vinny has another flying blocker. And just like that, we have reached the point that he has stabilized this board.
Yeah, it's going to take Charlie. I mean, Charlie used everything he had to try to get that combat for the last 2 points of damage. And now,
yeah,
just kind of
so
playing
keep
off
in
top,
mind
we have
that
a
I know it says
Badger
4. I know it says 4 on the screen. You can see on the pad there, Vinny, I believe, is in fact at 2 life. So Charlie, if he can find a way to get through, is going to be able to close it out with just 1 creature. And Badger Mole making 2 bodies is a pretty decent way to try to get there. If Vinny has just got nothing, now of course he scried last turn. You're hoping with putting 3 bodies into play, you're able to force one of them through. Now we know that Vinny's last card, I think, is Airbending Lessons, so that's going to be tough.
Yeah, much like that last turn we saw Charlie go for it. Kind of the hope is Vinny doesn't have it, but Vinny's got something here, which
he does go for it.
well, as far as things go, the airbending lesson, it temporarily gets rid of that Badger Mole. The Badger Mole's still going to be cast again, earthbending, creating another 2/2. So on the net, we only drew a card and stayed alive and
removed it. Yeah, removed a 2/2, so you're no longer in danger of dying there, and now you're able to follow it up with another body. So Charlie's still hoping for the top of his deck to find a way to finish these points of damage. Anything for a shock.
Yeah, I mean, Lightning Strike could be right there for all we know. But Vinny recognizing that, needing to put the pressure on, getting Appa into combat, starting the clock on Charlie.
Yep, keeping back blockers so that he doesn't die here from 2. Oh, that's a good follow-up, though, from Charlie. This is a big one. I believe this is the ally that pumps your non-humans, so perhaps grows the Badger Mole itself.
Yeah, hard to... It looks like it is Diligent Zookeeper.
Yes. I don't believe
so it has
+1/+1
+1 for each creature type to a maximum of 10 if it's a non-human. So both of these non-humans, with Force as an elemental, the Badger Mole is definitely not human.
Judge is trying to figure it out.
Yeah, making sure everyone knows how big everything is.
Yes.
Really smart of Vinny to leave back 3 blockers, knowing that in this format, 1 card, I mean, there's so many things with Earthbend, a lot of Earthbend too, making that fast, 2-power attacker. You have to respect that, even as you're trying to close the door here.
And this doesn't necessarily come into play at 2 life, but remember the Badger Mole does give, I believe it gives trample to your creatures with counters. So that is something you have to consider as well. If it turns the land into a 4/4, chump blocking it doesn't work.
Right, or even a combat trick like
pillar launch or anything. Yeah,
pillar launch, metal bending, putting a counter on the Badger Mole itself. That represents not just the counter and the indestructible, but also trample. So, Vinny's got to make a decision every time that Badger Mole attacks about what does my best block really look like and how many creatures am I committing to it? Because the right combat trick and Charlie could just steal the game.
That's right. Now, Vinny does flood the board out here. Is still getting in there in the air with his own Appa. So just trying to fade probably 2 draws if you're Vinny and you think you feel good about closing this one out. Is going to crack that clue now just to draw. So has some mana open if he was able to hit something good there. But Charlie just still looking to the top of the deck. Find me a counter. Find me a way to get through. Vinny has had just the last point of interaction multiple times with a lethal full attack on the stack, but now looks like he is on the way. He's inching closer and closer. He's got Charlie down to 13 life, is picking up that second victory here at our champs. So here comes the attack from Charlie. Double chump block from Vinny. Okay.
Yeah, recognizing that we're not getting anywhere by blocking. These creatures have flying.
Yeah,
but
another
Vinny
land
without anything to develop.
Yeah. Needed these last 2 turns to have spells there. He bought himself the time, but he needed some spells to get back into the game. And it looks like just a flow of lands off the top gives Charlie time, and Rocky Rebuke. And now all of a sudden another lethal attack, and this one works. try again if you're Charlie until it gets through.
Yeah, and that was an incredible back and forth. I mean, Vinny, for a minute there, that Appa looked like it was ready to turn the entire game around.
Yeah, all he needed was just any kind of follow-up for over 2 turns there to make a more profitable block than he was actually able to make. And I mean, heck, it seemed like that's the margin for error is nothing in these tournaments. All of these players are good at this. They know what they are doing. And that was a really impressive pickup there by Charlie to take the first lead. All right, well, let's meet our players before we hop into game number 2 here. Let's look at Vinny Fido. He's got the 2 events played, that 500 win rate we talked about earlier, right? Won the team showdown in November to qualify for champs here, taking on Charlie Dusterberg, who is, safe to say, an NRG Series regular. Some might say an NRG Series legend with those stats. 4 top 8s, best finish being 3rd, qualified via the leaderboard. So a lot of our players spiked events to get here. Charlie Dusterberg, just consistent performance across the NRG events, and now has the chance to turn that into, of course, a Pro Tour invite and a $10,000 payday just via solid performances to get him here. So that's really one of the best parts of the series, is that there are multiple paths to champs. You can win an event in paper. You can win a team event. You can win an online event, or you can just perform solidly. And that is how these players got here. So on to game number 2 we go. Charlie Dusterberg on your right, and Vinny Fino on your left.
Yeah, and I just have to say, I always have so much love and respect for the at-large players who really grounded out overseas. And that, for me, as an SCG grinder, that was where I made my bread and butter. It was never about the top 8s. It wasn't about it was about the rebound Sunday. It was about hitting that top 16, that top 32, that day 2 with consistency and placing, showing up, doing the work, having a solid finish week in, week out, finding your way, 1-0 here at the champs, trying to take it all home with that opportunity. So, winning isn't everything. Yeah,
that Charlie proving that today, getting here anyway. I'm certain today's day you want to do some winning. Of course, if our players get to 8 wins, they are locked for the top 8 of our 24 player champs here, and that is the goal. Now we have 3 rounds of draft followed by constructed this afternoon. So both of these players trying to set themselves up for that. So pretty good open here again by Charlie. He's able to get aggressive after removing Vinny's blocker.
Yeah, a similar story to the first game where Charlie's turn 2 play of a Mana Dork, creating that opportunity to play 2 spells on turn 2 and just get out on the board. Looks like Vinny has a Messenger Hawk.
Oh, I love this one out of Charlie. This is a great 4-drop here. You get a look at the top 5, find a lesson or a saga, put it into play, or rather into your hand. And then whenever you cast those spells, you get to put a counter on one of your creatures. So this is an engine and an enabler all in itself.
Yeah, it looks like he picked up an Origins of Metal Bending there. So that trick kind of face up as Vinny's looking at his hand, knowing that some of those removal spells not going to be able to line up without knowing that those 2 mana aren't there for Charlie.
I was going to say it might incentivize him if he has one of those spells to pull the trigger now before Charlie has that 2 mana open, but I don't know if he does because he's just adding a second clue and getting in for 1, not cracking a clue to pump up the Hawk. So passing the turn back, representing either Quench or anything else that might happen for 2 mana here.
Yeah, it looks like it might be a reinforcements if I can see the hand right. But Charlie, not afraid of it'll quench you. Just getting in there for 6 mana.
No fear, taps out for it, and man, is he paid off, because that puts a counter on each of your creatures. That starts to grow your entire team. And now the reinforcements, while all of Vinny's cards are sort of good cards in a vacuum, they are getting gruled out really quickly here. I mean, I guess we don't really have any red cards involved in this, but just getting overrun by giant creatures is Vinny right now.
Yeah, and Flopsy not only putting the counters and everything, but also providing an additional line of text saying that all of Charlie's creatures with 4 power or more can only be blocked by 1 creature. So if Vinny is going to have the opportunity to make a team block leveraging these smaller bodies, it has to be now, because these creatures grow any more, he's just not going to have the opportunity. And,
that's right.
And he's going to be without anything.
Yeah, he's double checking the text on Flopsy right now to clarify that is in fact the situation he's in. Now, he also, I think, might be lacking some lands here. So this is a tough spot for Vinny.
Yeah, Vinny, while he doesn't have lands, does have quite a few options, opting to pass and leave his mana up. Looks like he does have that Appa. But, a lot of the answers that, the Azorius deck can have are kind of, airbend your thing out, buy myself a little time, reset it. Not very good against Flopsy. Flopsy is fine with coming and going as he pleases.
Yeah, the blue-white plan there is very much, if I can get some pressure going in the air, if I have a Hawk or first-time flyers or that kind of thing, then all these tap effects and airbend effects really allow you to play a great tempo game. And when it works, it looks incredible. It looks unbeatable. Your opponent just can't keep anything in play. But if you fall behind just a little bit, it can be very difficult to impossible to catch up. And that's what we're looking at now, is Vinny sort of is forced to line up some really ugly blocks just to try to survive. Now he probably will. It looks like he's got that Appa pulled to the front here, so he's just able to play that, probably airbend out his own thing. So because there's no trample, that means the damage doesn't come through, but this also doesn't really catch Vinny up. And removing your own things from play, not really typically a great way to catch up on board.
Well, the good news is that while we are trying to catch up, each of those creatures cast, because they're being cast from exile, Appa is going to create an ally. So we are kind of rebuilding a board of chump blockers if we're trying to make this game go to the air, unless Charlie has something like Badger Mole in order to give trample to all these creatures. I mean, Vinny's going to have time to use that Grit full of spells. He looks like he's doing a count on how big Toph is, but Toph only counting the counters on lands, so it is just a 2/3.
All right, so this game has been very good, and we saw really a great start here by Charlie, but Vinny's last turn, that gave him some hope, right? The Appa into all of these plays, that was a strong move. It really is the Flopsy that's the problem. Like, the line of text means that all of these blocks are just really difficult, and if you're Vinny, you're just not really catching up on board at all unless you can start actually removing things from play.
Yeah, I mean, looking here, and you still know about some of the cards in Charlie's hand.
Right.
We still know that there's a combat trick there, which Origin Mailbending is a lesson. Going to be able to put a +1/+1 counter on it instant speed from the trigger from the card that found it.
All right, Vinny going for some blocks here, preserve the life total, try to do what we talked about and just start to get things out of play. Is trying to aim to take out the 3/2. We'll see if this is able to work. Of course, Charlie has the Origin of Metal Bending we know about, and he uses that. Yep, he uses that on his land to grow it, then uses the trigger from the 4-drop to put another counter on the land. So the combat that Charlie chooses to win there is the one with the Appa. And that feels like maybe that was Vinny's best chance at getting back into this one. So as the dust settles here, it still ends with Charlie having quite a bit of stuff in play, and Vinny with his back up against the wall.
Yeah, I mean, also Charlie getting the full value, putting the counters on the forest to grow the Toff's power as well. Putting even more pressure on Vinny's life total. Is now Vinny finally able to answer that flopsy with the Origin of Metal Bending spent, kind of in that spot where he just has to let it happen, right? You can't find a way around that Origin of Metal Bending being good somewhere, but at least not having it be good against that removal spell that Vinny desperately needed to cast.
If there's a Razor Rings here, which there is, Vinny might have, after all of this work, at least found the attempt to get back into it. And it does work. He's able to get rid of the land. That shrinks the Toff down to nothing. You take, 3 damage, go down to 5. And after all of that, Vinny now is staring at least perhaps a manageable board.
With 4 clues in play as well. You know, this turn, if Vinny spends, takes another 3 damage, that wouldn't be ideal. We're only at 5, but we have some draws. I think it's an airbending lesson in hand. So we might even airbending lesson our own creature. Looks like that's what he opts to do. And have the chance to kind of rebuild from here. Charlie's saying that's too much value.
Yeah, Charlie gonna put the kibosh on that one. Takes it out. Is able to.
Vinny's still cracking 2 clues though.
Yeah, Vinny
with 3 spells.
One of them picked up was a quench. Is that okay? We've got another blocker out. So yeah, if Vinny has time to work through all of these clues, he has a line back into the game, and now he's sitting on, I believe, quench and abandoned attachments. So maybe you're going to catch something with a quench here. If you don't, you can look at some new cards. And yeah, hopefully he's able to, from his perspective, keep drawing this out until your card advantage from all those clues can catch you back up.
And now Vinny's creature there is a flexible waterbender. It's a 2/5 with vigilance that flips its becomes a 5/2 if he waterbends 3. So not only just a really stable blocker, but able to trade with a lot of things this game goes on to, and having vigilance, putting some pressure back on Charlie. As this game progresses, we solve some problems. We have a quick clock right there. So as much as Vinny was behind early, I mean, it's kind of like the last game. We're now seeing this shake out where Vinny's got the chance to stabilize.
And we've seen no Badger Moles yet out of Charlie. Remember, that would give the creatures with counters trample, which would be pretty key here as well. So big moment in the game. Vinny's still coming up with some blocks, keeping things going, just keeping things moving along, drawing extra cards. Okay, that's a bit of a wall he's put up.
Yeah, Charlie now, I mean, a Badger Mole definitely feels like a pretty strong draw. Any lesson that can get him, moving, getting some more counters on his creatures to leverage a Badger Mole if it's drawn, which it looked like was the draw here.
Well, that's a perfect one because with that 2 mana open being the real critical thing here, Quench can't stop you. You're able to grow this, which also grows Toff. So this is like adding 4 power to play.
Yeah, and this board continues to widen. And with the ability to put +1/+1 counters on his creatures at will, there are a lot of cards that Charlie could draw. Any lesson now presents adding an additional trampling creature to play.
That's right.
That flexible waterbender is a 3/6. But that only soaks up 1 big trampler, and if he can do it at instant speed, I mean, your chump blockers suddenly are not protecting you very much from taking that damage. You're at a low life total of 5.
Yep, and Charlie getting aggressive here with just the 2/3 Death Toucher, which is a good attack because you either force Vinny to put a much larger creature in front of it, take damage, or do a double block. In this case, we're going to go, if he's going to go ahead and abandon those attachments, pick up an extra 2 cards. They don't look like the ones he wanted.
No, kicking himself for not cracking the clue there instead. I want to see that land, maybe discard it to the abandoned attachments and see the next 2. But
yeah, that's rough there for Vinny, because even if he wasn't going to not spend that mana with him now, although, left open Octopus for mana, the fact that you're going to untap and have at most one spell to play. You really, really likely needed to double spell here after Charlie had the big Badger Mole play.
Yeah, now that you've cast the Abandoned Attachments, I mean, it doesn't matter how bad those 2 cards were. You almost have to take the trade because not blocking puts you at risk of allowing a better attack the next turn, and you only have that prowess trigger once. All right, looking like Vinny is opting to block with the Flexible Waterbender.
Yep, go ahead, offer up the trade.
And milling Charlie for 3 by very, very heads-up play, using the Waterbend ability to tap his creature to mill for the lessons.
All right, Vinny, sticking around, just keeping this game going. Been very impressive, regardless of how this one ends. Both of these games have been very well played by Vinny, I think, to just keep them going, for lack of a better term, because he's just constantly sort of one creature, one spell away, it feels like, from turning the corner. And in fact, in that first game, he did finally catch up. And then, Charlie's deck provided the better top decks over the last couple of turns. But really nice job by Vinny on Azorius to show that how to fight back against these decks that are just trying to stay aggressive and just keep pushing pressure to get you out of the game. Because Charlie now looking at probably a good attack, but certainly one he has to think about.
It's tough. Looking at it, Charlie's sitting on 2 forests in hand. So without any good way to really push through, I mean, he could send the team, he'd get in some damage, but that Flexible Waterbender is threatening a trade with, what is really, I think, his most powerful creature in play.
Right.
In the Gurupathic, because without that ability to put +1/+1 counters on anything, especially as he's looking at 2 lands, he's sacrificing a lot of his long game plan to win this one. Is that Flexible Waterbender could just brick wall him. Vinny, though, having played one of those 2 lands, it was hard to tell, was actually Agnakilla, meaning that Vinny's not going to be flooded for very long. I mean, the spells are going to keep coming. He's going to keep on sifting through his deck. And so Charlie's really at a crossroads of, can I afford to wait? Seeing what he decides to do. It looks like he's leaning towards no.
Yeah, that's a very, very well put, Abe. That's why we see Charlie so deep in the tank here. This is a really massive spot. And now that you do see sort of a parity breaker from your opponent, all of a sudden the idea of who's the beatdown might change here. And Charlie decides it's him. Everything turns sideways.
Yeah, let's see how Vinny chooses to block. Puts the Waterbender on the Badger Mole. I mean, nothing's final till they say so, but
till the judge says so.
Yeah. Learned that a lot this week. But looking like this is where Vinny is leaning. I mean, he's willing to go down to 2 life, also risking that just about any combat trick from Charlie is going to kill him, but now choosing to Waterbend.
Yeah, and he has
trade with the Badger Mole to remove that trample. Really, really heads up decision.
Yeah, also gets another mill in there. And yeah, that was I think pretty well navigated by Vinny, as best as you can do. Obviously, you're still staring down trouble here, but that was the best you could do. You get to untap at 2 life, you get to take a draw step and see what you hit. It is a creature.
I mean, you've got a lot at your disposal if you're Vinny, right? And now you've milled Charlie for quite a few cards. So even if this game continues at the pace of I just need to stay on the defensive. I mean, you're going to continue to kind of clock the library there and maybe run out the clock on him. Looks like we have choosing to loot again, maybe turn that island into something new.
All right, didn't catch what he drew, but he's got 2 mana open, 2 blockers staring down. Gosh, I think 7 power here. So Charlie doesn't have to think about it this time. He just turns them sideways. We'll see what happens. All right, we're going to activate.
Looks like we're activating to gain 3 life and then take 2 down to 3.
All right, Vinny survives another turn. Charlie just passes back. Vinny made no progress on the board that turn, but was able to at least see some new cards in his hand. I don't think those cards are going to do it, though. That's a handshake. That's a win. Charlie Dusterberg, 2-0. You see the big sigh there from him after that one. That was a tight match. That one was stressful going down to the wire, but what a great round 2 we just watched, Abe.
Yeah, I mean, I really have to give props to Vinny for the way they navigated that game, keeping it as close as it was, where it looked like at a couple of times it was just over. And we're looking at a board where, Flopsy comes down and suddenly, I mean, you look like you don't have a shot. But I mean, outside of maybe drawing, it looked like 3-4 lands in a row there down the stretch, trying to dig through that pocket. Wasn't able to, but gave himself a really great opportunity to win one that many players, I think, would not have maybe like you been more inclined to scoop it up. Just
scoop them up early as soon as it comes down. Yeah. Well done. Look, that is 2 rounds in. NRG Champs here. 2 rounds of draft down, 1 round of draft to go, and then we will hand it off to Constructed for the rest of the afternoon. So everybody, thank you for sticking with us. We will see you on the other side of a short break for some round 3 action here at the NRG Champs. Hello, everyone. We are back. Corbin Hostler, Abe Stein here with you for round 3 of our NRG Champs. This is the big event that everyone's been playing for all year, and it is a mix of constructed and limited. It is the limited rounds we have been watching this morning, the Avatar Draft. And Abe, we've seen some really high-level play thus far.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some great back and forth games, a lot of different archetypes on display, and also just a lot of players, I mean, really digging in and figuring out navigating some strange games of Magic. So hopefully we'll see some good ones here in this round.
Yeah, not any real straightforward. I play my 2, 3, 4, and you just kind of lose to it. Every game's had a lot of back and forth and players finding agency and ways to keep up. And we hope to see some more of that here in round 3 of the NRG Champs. I think we are about ready to roll on down to our table. Remember, first place this weekend is $10,000, not to mention that Pro Tour invite. So here we go. Matt Johnson again on your left, just with forests in play. Staring down Theo Young on the right with a pretty well set up couple of dual lands, an island, a mountain, a board, and a saga ticking its way on through. So a lot of power in play, a lot of possible ways forward here for Theo. And Matt looks like he does have a mountain in hand, so we're not going to have a non-game here, but certainly got a lot to try to fight back through.
Yeah, looking like Matt definitely on the back foot. Kind of deciding what he's going to do here. Looks like he's just content with running out the Toph and picking back up the Seismic Sense. Probably just trying to, realizing he's a bit behind in development. Got to run his strongest play out there to make Theo have an answer. Or else he might be at risk of really falling behind.
Yeah, it's a nice get back on turn 4 there for Matt. And note that he is, in fact, up a game already in this match. So trying to close it out, trying to put the bow on a 3-0 draft finish. Remember, we're going to be looking at the finals of the draft pods today. So the most important draft of most of these players' season is this is it. This is the final round of that. Both of these players trying to get to that 3-0 to set themselves up well for the rest of the day. So Theo firing on all cylinders here, is able to deploy a 5th land, got a grip of cards in hand, thinking about the way forward from here.
Yeah, looking like he's making an attack here, asking Matt the question, are you willing to block? I mean, got a prowess creature in 1/1 representing probably the +3/+1 trick in the set.
Yeah, that makes a clue. That's a good one.
Clue.
Instead, it's a Lost Days on Toph. So that will put it second to the top. And if, I don't know how, well, okay, still thinking about it, I guess.
Yeah, it's either second to the top or the bottom.
As I was going to say, if he puts it second from the top, he's guaranteeing that he's not going to find that 6th land on time. And now I don't know exactly how many lands he wants, but with a grip full of cards, you do need mana to cast your spells. So that said, he does choose to ultimately put Toph second from the top, and I suspect is very much hoping this draw is a land. It was.
Yeah, and with that Seismic Sense, I mean, he does have the option to even just grab the Toph and just cast it again, depending on what he thinks his best usage of his mana is here. Got 6 spells to choose from.
Yeah,
and he's choosing.
That Rock-a-Lanch to make a 4/4.
Yes, that is Rock-a-Lanch.
All right, so it's a 4/4 Earthbended creature in play here for Johnson. Theo comes back with his own 3/3 bended Earthbound off of the Saga's final chapter. So the 4/4 is the biggest creature in play that does hold back the board. Now, Theo was representing combat tricks last turn, so we'll see how this turn progresses. Now, that trick ended up being Lost Days, but we'll see.
Yeah, and it could be that maybe it was a bluff, maybe it was just lost days, maybe he just had both. Matt a little bit protected here, leaving up a lightning strike because that land can still tap for mana.
That's right.
So, it's going to be interesting to see how Theo, also with what looks to be a grip full of spells, probably wanting to push the advantage here while he has it. I mean, Matt has the Toph coming next turn. He knows the Seismic Sense is there, so that's threatening an additional, trigger of Earthbending 2 from the Toph as soon as it's cast, as well as potentially even buying back the Rocket-Lanch by discarding a card. And so this game could spiral out of control really quick if Theo does not find a way to disrupt him.
Yeah, he's pretty deep in the tank thinking this one through, because this is a big turn. You have spells. It's just a matter of how do we want to use them. And we start by aiming at the ostrich. And it's going to hit the bin. So now Matt, if he does tap that force, will be minus any blocks. So if you're Theo, you're just trying to unlock some combat here, right? That, or perhaps, get some mill, and combat unlocked, because here we go. Everything's in.
And interesting to note that Theo did have the option to use Master Paku to mill Matt and get rid of the Toph, but rather looking to continue to develop his own graveyard rather than giving Matt that opportunity. And he did have the trick.
And Matt does have the lightning strike. That was
backbreaking.
Yes, it was. That was massive, because now the combat goes terribly for you. If you're Theo, you are tapped out. You're minus your combat trick. Matt still has a grip and is about to untap at 11 life. So huge play there for Matt. Now has access to the 4-drop again. So lots of options.
Yeah, I mean, not only winning that combat, but also denying the clue token from Cunning Maneuver. When Theo, it looks like, clearly was kind of hoping to spend a little bit more mana, running low on cards in hand right now. And Matt with still the biggest creature in play, still an incredible bomb in hand in Toph, just looking to continue to play ostriches, hit land drops, and develop his board at, maybe not, I wouldn't call it a healthy life total of 11, but certainly not one that's in danger.
Not an imminent danger. 3 power. Sure, yeah. And he's sitting now as access to a second red mana finally. I don't know if it will matter, but he does. 3 total. He's got a couple of blockers. I mean, the walls are up. Theo's got to find a way through.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to push through there, as Combustion Technique is still in Matt's hand. So a lot of what can... Yeah, so Combustion Technique taking down Theo's flyer, paying the ward, exiling it, so Theo doesn't even get the card for having a lesson in the graveyard. Toph hitting the stack. Yeah,
that was just a perfect series of answers, really, from Matt here. Because this had the opportunity, this had the possibility. It could have gone bad in combat for him. It could have gone bad getting milled. There's a lot of things that could have gone wrong for Matt in this game. But he was able to navigate through them all just very, very cleanly, and is now able to pull off the Seismic Sense and go digging even some more. But really, the line that led to that last combat followed up into the Toph that didn't get milled. Just really a 1-2 punch from Matt that probably locks this one up. That said, Theo's obviously at 20 life. So while Matt is putting together an engine that will, over the course of a couple turns, sort of get too powerful to stop, there is, perhaps an opportunity for Theo in the next turn to get back into it here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've seen Matt's deck already today. We know this Toph is very powerful. We know that he's got some incredible bombs. He's playing it a bit, slow and steady here to make sure he doesn't leave himself too open. But 11, like I said, while not a low life total, not a healthy one either, and lots of opportunity for Theo to push through here as he's going to try to take care of the Toph and slow Matt's development. Having the biggest creature in play only means something as long as it's alive.
That's right. And we're going to fight back. Does Matt with the prowess trigger on the stack get rid of the Master Paku? So, all right, that was maybe the most intimidating of Theo's creatures, now gone. The 4/4, in fact, a pair of 4/4s, now the biggest things in play for Matt.
Yeah, and Theo generating a good attack, making those lands tap for mana rather than being 4/4 blockers, able to get a good, chip in here. Matt either gonna have to trade off his ostrich or just take it down to 9. And these blue-red decks can be very good at sneaking in that damage. We saw, we've seen some flyers just take games on their own already today, and so. Matt respecting that, opting to trade his ostrich for just a 1/1, knowing that it might not ever get better than that.
All right, a couple 4/4s left over here, but this is a very, very good lesson for Matt. Gets to create a clue, gets to return any permanent he wants to his hand. Can you guess which one it'll be? Your guess was right.
Did you know that Toph is in his deck? Did you know that Matt's got a Toph? It's only the 3rd time he's casted this game. Oh, and yeah, and he also has that combustion technique in his deck. I don't know if you knew that either.
Yeah, well, the 4th time's the best time or something with these, right? It's 4th time's the charm to end the game. We spend all day talking about engines, and what a powerful one Matt has here, just looping around this Toph, because that one might have been the last cast of it in this draft based on this board.
I don't know. Boomerang basics come right on in.
Yeah, accumulate knowledge over there for Theo.
Yeah, 3 cards. 3 cards is a lot.
Ancestral, pretty good. Not as good as Grandcestral, but still pretty good.
Yeah, and I also want to point out, though, like Matt respecting very much, even though he has had all of these great sequences, these great plays, has 12 power in play, and continues to rebuy, an incredible removal spell and combustion technique, opting to leave his lands at home to make sure that he's not giving up some of those precious life points, even though, 4 damage, be a good chunk out of Theo. Maybe he's only taking one or 3 in return, depending on these Fire Nation cadets, not exposing himself to the risk, able to leave back these forests, knowing that the game will continue to progress. And if it does, he's advantaged, not getting greedy here and not chasing the 4 points while he has it.
Yeah, because you mentioned it with all the earthbending on top of, actual burn spells, and maybe who knows how to start a riot. The thing that gives all your creatures +2/+0. Games can kind of end out of nowhere. And in fact, Theo did have the removal spell there, right? Had the Zuko's Exile and would have been able to push in some more points of damage. But Matt, keeping back blockers, is able to preserve his life total. And while Toph is, we would assume, gone for good this time, given that it's exiled, Matt left over with a couple 4/4s, and now with Theo tapped out, and I can't just lean on this Toph to win me the game by itself, gets aggressive, sends in the 4/4s, takes a big chunk out of Theo's life total, passes back with a blocker up.
A blocker up, a removal spell in hand, clues at bay. Ready to, right now that we're not, okay, every time I'm casting a spell, I'm not earthbending one, fine. Then I guess I'm ready to start killing you, is kind of what Matt's saying with that attack. Theo still kind of weighing his options. He has 3 or 4 cards in hand. He does have those dual lands that he can convert to cards as well. And the Fire Nation cadets currently, because of the lessons in the graveyard, does Firebend too. So a lot of resources at his disposal. Looks like he does actually have that boomerang basics I was joking about earlier. Maybe not targeting Toph as it's been exiled, but could take care of one of the creatures in play.
Yeah. And you mentioned earlier just like those 2 points of damage, for instance, that Matt saved by not attacking, not letting the tokens get in on him. That kind of thing does still play out to be quite relevant, because he is still taking some damage here. You are falling to a life total. Imagine if you were 2 less on this swing, right? And now you end up ending this turn on 5 or 6 life or something. That is an incredibly risky position to be in next turn. So the fact that Matt is able to preserve his life total as well as he could here over the course of this game, paying off in these final turns here after Theo had the big reload with the accumulate.
Yeah, and Theo making that Boomerang Basics play to return the Ostrich to hand, just using the Firebending mana to pump the Cadets to bring Matt to 8, respecting the fact that the removal spell face up in Matt's hand, if we invest too much mana in trying to just push some damage, I mean, all that's wasted.
Yeah. All right, Matt down to 8 life when he untaps. Theo
only at 12.
12. Yeah, Theo with a couple blockers.
And attacking now is more appealing to Matt as Ty Lee on Theo's side. Whenever it attacks, Theo can pay 1, so target creature can't block this turn. So you either have to be kind of all in or all out.
Yeah, that's right.
If you're Matt, because if you leave back 1 blocker, well, I mean, Theo's got 1 mana. If you leave back 2 blockers, now you're making a choice. But Ty Lee also having prowess, any combat trick can be very good at protecting Ty Lee from a 4/4 blocker. 8, not an incredibly high life total. 12, I mean, we're standing on 2 4/4s. 12 is not the highest either. So really coming down to the most key point of the game here. Let's see what Matt decides to do as he's looking at a few different options.
Both of these players just staring down this board, trying to figure out what is my line to a 3-0 performance in draft. How can I get myself into the constructed rounds of these tournaments in the best position? There were 3 draft pods here in this 24-player event. By my quick math, that means there will be up to 3-0 players undefeated having a big edge as we head into the constructed rounds. Remember, players trying to get to 8 wins as soon as possible. That locks them for the top 8. 6 losses, meanwhile, eliminates you. So a lot of ground can be made up or lost here in these draft rounds. And both of these players looking to be the ones ahead. Now, another ostrich for Matt adds more power to the board. And you mentioned all in or all out. It looks like we're going to send in 1, keep back 2 blockers. So hopefully you can get through. Oh, okay. Iro follows it up. So 3 blockers now for Matt against 3 attackers for Theo. So should have some walls up. He feels like at 8 life, I should at least reasonably be able to make a chump block here on this turn.
Absolutely. And Matt, also by putting Theo down to 8, the Rock-a-Lanch in the graveyard presents another attacker, even if a land is drawn. Really kind of putting the weight on Theo to have a lot in order to make the attack. And Theo stuck on the back foot with Ty Lee, not where he wants to be.
No.
And Forest is the draw. Let's see if he's going to decide on the Rock-a-Lanch or a Clue. It is the Rock-a-Lanch.
Yeah, that's a big
6.
one. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That adds another attacker, a hasty one, a very big one. And I'm not sure Theo has great blocks here.
No, I mean, Theo stuck with the smaller creatures here. And that's important why Matt, even though, I said all in, all out, Matt recognizing that by placing out 2 blockers, each with 2 toughness, he was very insulated, able to make it. So Theo had to have something incredible or, not be able to block. And so, holding back the attack now with Theo at 8, all of these attackers, any 2 of them get through, and Theo, that's all she wrote.
Yeah, and 8 life, again, as we keep saying, is not the 5 or 6 that Matt could have been at if he'd played slightly more aggressive in the mid game. And if he was at 5 life, now Theo would have a lot more outs to finishing. 8 life is kind of hard to push through, even if you do leave yourself a couple of creatures. So Matt gaming out all of the attacks, all the blocks, anything that mana might represent. And all in is the answer, because here comes all of these creatures, recognizes that it does force those chump blocks, like you said, meaning that Theo is not likely to be able to produce a lethal crackback no matter what.
Yeah, he likes the look here, although, I mean, the way things are stacked up, Theo could go to 4 here, trade off the Fire Nation Cadets for the Ostrich, and then there are a few pump spells. I mean, things like the trick we already saw.
+3, that'll give as along with the prowess triggers.
Yeah, that would be very close. We're not quite there, but you know, we get a clue. We get a redraw any other spell.
How to start a riot plus burn. Lots of things that could get there for Theo, and he knows what's in his deck. He's thinking about all of these outs right now. Is how can I block such that I have the chance to draw the 1 or 2 cards off of my deck that give me this win. Playing to your outs when your back is up against the wall makes the blocks left with 1 creature staring down a quite lethal 10 power, and 2 lands is not going to do it. And that means Matt Sicking Johnson is 3-0. That is one of our draft pod winners with the absolute perfect start here at the NRG Champs. Theo Young falling to 2-1, still a pretty good spot to be, as of course we said there's only going to be 3 undefeated players. So 2-1, very much still in the thick of things is Theo. Abe, that was a really, we've seen a lot of, I don't know if cautious is the word, really guarded play, knowing what can beat you from our players who have been on the winning side of these drafts. It's been great.
Yeah, I mean, you can really tell that the players who are, and really all of our players, have been making incredible care to make the right play at the right time, not expose themselves to too much, and go for it at the right spots too. And, you know, the player who winds up on top of that has been winning here. Great job to Matt. Starting 3-0 is exactly where you want because, you know, unlike everything else in this tournament you're going to see today where the players built their decks and brought them, this draft, you know, you only get 6 losses. And if it didn't go well for you, someone has to owe 3. Someone gets the 3-0. It's 0-sum. You want to be the person on the edge of that 3-0, and Matt gets to be that. So it sounds like we're going to another match.
I think we've got
who else gets to be there.
That's right. We've got one more set of players, and they're pretty good ones. Both of them sporting the jackets. That's a Pro Tour champion on your left, Andrew Ellen Bogan versus Greg Michelle Mardu on the left versus looks like some kind of multicolor contraption out of there from Greg.
And this is the System Magic Showdown. We got a Black Lotus winner on the right. We've got Greg and Andrew duking it out, see who's the better host of their show. As Greg starts with a tap land and a mana dork. Both players playing at lightning speed. They know what they want to do.
They're here for us. That's what they're showing consideration for the casters by playing nice and quick. And you know what? I appreciate that.
Although Andrew, perhaps make me eat my words.
I say as we enter the tank portion of turn 3 here, but it's a big turn, and that's a big play from Andrew. That is a kind of a premier 3-drop. He's got all of his colors of mana here, kind of all cylinders on our firing for Andrew. Not bad for Greg either, following up with the Iro.
Yeah, I mean, but if Andrew has like a firebending lesson, he can just attack, exhaust, and kill both of Greg's creatures. A lot of power packed up. Like, so they're very premium 3-drop in John the Deserter for Andrew as he does attack with it, sending it in, and firebending 1.
And we'll see if Greg wants to get frisky in combat now or just let that one go. There's a high possibility of getting blown out in some way if you go for blocks here. But on the other hand, maybe you just determine that's what you want to do. You just want to spend this turn, get the trick out, or get the creature off the board. So big decision point here. We'll see what he likes. He's thinking through all the spells that Andrew could have, which with 3 colors is pretty much anything.
Yeah, and Greg, like I mentioned, he won the Vegas event for a Black Lotus in Limited a few years ago. So not at all someone who is not accustomed to playing
That's right.
high stakes matches of draft, and definitely not someone who is opposed to it. So Lightning Strike taking down Uncle Iro, followed up by one of those late late game value engines that also just happens to be a pressuring creature.
Yeah.
Seeing how Greg can answer.
Yeah. Not a terrible turn of events there. You do now untap with access to 5 mana. Figure out what you want to do. Long term, though, this will be a problem from Andrew. The ability to exile cards from your graveyard, cast allies. That is a powerful option that will take over games. So we'll see what happens as we move to combat here.
Yeah, and by this point, it's hard to say whether or not the players are familiar with the cards in each other's decks. But I do see in Greg's hand a copy of Iroh, the Grand Lotus, which does give all of the instant and sorcery spells and the lessons in Greg's graveyard flashback. The lessons costing 1. So this ability to exile cards from the graveyard, very relevant for Andrew. And I imagine that by round 3, I mean, you got to know what your competitors have maybe seen. You might have scouted out or heard them talking about how their deck is so good. Bad beats from your friends. Knowing that eating those lessons probably going to be very important to prevent some of that value that Greg's going to try to extract.
Yeah, well, and we're at potted play too here, right? So Andrew might have seen any of these cards going around, even if he doesn't look over and catch what's happening after his games. So lots to consider, of course, in these kinds of drafts. Maybe a little different than when you play on Arena, and hate drafting is not a thing. Not that it's a thing here, but it's more of being aware of what you might play against.
Definitely. So Greg, on the back foot, Andrew able to just leave up a lot of his mana, still has the ability to use that Zhang to copy a spell, still has plenty of cards in hand, representing the ability to draw a card off of his dual land as well. And Greg's just going to fire off a waterbending lesson.
Yeah, I don't know if Greg has... It's going to depend what Andrew does with this mana, but taking the turn off here to draw cards, as much as I love waterbending lesson, and I do, it is incredibly powerful. Greg, it's risky. It is risky here. Some kind of follow-up would be ideal. You don't want to take a big hit from 13 down to 6 or 7. But this is perfect. 3 mana for your Death Touch blocker that will gain you a couple life when it goes to the graveyard as well. A pretty good way to stall the board out here. So Andrew going to have to think about how he wants to approach that one. But Greg looking like if this blocker is able to make the block you want and gain you life, it's a step. That's a step towards putting all those cards you just drew off the waterbending lesson to use. So, and that's his part in this turn is over. He's passed it back. We'll see how Andrew wants to approach what is going to be a very, very key end step and combat for him.
Yeah, and I mean, Walltop Sentry is this 2/3 Death Toucher that Greg just played. Great in a position like this where, he's trying to figure out what Andrew's doing with his mana, but it turns out what Andrew is doing is using the Zhang and using Combustion to just exile both of Greg's creatures, leaving him with nothing. Getting attacked for 6.
Yeah, exactly what you did not want to happen is to lose your creatures. You don't lose them in combat. You don't even get the extra 2 life on the way out. And now it almost doesn't, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter what you have, but you're in a position at 7 life, staring down 2 bodies plus open mana from Andrew. It may not matter how good your cards are if he's just 1 removal spell or 1 more evasion trick or something to push through that last few points of damage. So, all right, Greg's going to go for 6 mana here. All right, you called it earlier. I don't know if this is going to be good enough, but it is what it is. It hits the battlefield, and Andrew says, all right, well, how do I get through this one now?
So Andrew choosing to respond to kill the Iroh rather than giving Greg the opportunity to maybe discard a powerful lesson spell, then maybe play a land and cast. Very, very smart to time it that way. Greg facing down an attack that will put him to 1. Andrew, I mean, anything. A stiff breeze will blow Greg over at this point.
Well, you mentioned it as a very heads-up play from Andrew there to be able to stack that turn how he wanted, and that means the game went how he wanted. Game 1 over to Andrew Ellenbogen. Greg Michelle trying to keep up. We'll have back up against the wall as we head into the sideboarded games. But let's take a look at Greg's resume. Well, this is the best we've seen yet, because that is 2 top 8s in 2 events, which is 100%, but a better 100% than we saw earlier. So he made it here by winning a team showdown in June. Now, Andrew Ellenbogen, he's played quite a bit more than just 2 main events, and he's top 8'd 3 of them. The 9 events he's played, 3 top 8s, and was a winner of the team showdown in June. And that qualified him for champs, where he is now just a game away from picking up a 3-0 draft.
Yeah, I mean, both these players qualifying together in that June event, now playing to start with the, one of 3 people who get to claim the 3-0 start to the NRG Champs. I'm sure there's more than just that 3 on the line. Probably bragging rights, probably a little bit of ribbing after the event, but Andrew's not going to be one to let up, and I know Greg's not going to be one to lay down. So excited to see how this one plays out here. As looks like Greg off to a start of a Mana Dork dying to Andrew's Azul always lies.
Always bolt the bird, even if the bird costs 2 mana, and so does your removal spell. All right, Iroh here, though, for Greg. A very, very strong 3-drop across the format, especially when you're able to make use of it. And when you have it on time, you typically can figure out a way to do so. So Andrew thinking through how he wants to fight back here. Access to all the colors of his mana again. Oh, okay. Replay the first game here.
Yeah, that Zhang presenting a lot of opportunity to, like we saw last game, double casting a spell, getting 2 removal spells for the card economy price of 1.
That's
huge backbreaking play. And Uncle Iroh, while it is powerful, is just a 4/2. Offering the trade is Greg, even though that does reduce the cost of his lessons, identifying just how powerful that ability is for Andrew.
Also, I think recognizing that Andrew's not going to take that trade. Let's get in the damage while we can. And here's a follow-up. All right, 2/3 death. Not the most aggressive of attackers, but guaranteed to be able to attack into anything it wants. So decent follow-up here for Greg. Passes the turn back. Okay, let's see if Andrew does have a copy spell or anything along those lines here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, the Death Touch, meaning that unlike before where the attack of the 2/3 is kind of free, forcing the action from Greg's able to just wait, fine, I'll block. If you want to pay 3 mana to exhaust your thing and trade, that's great. You don't have anything, that's even better. So, Andrew kind of stuck here deciding how to make his things line up as best as he can, as Greg does have a bit of an advantage and a hard board to move through.
It was a tough turn. You laid it all out. There's a lot to think through, and we know it does go for the exhaust here, right? And then a spell.
And it looks like it's that same sequence as before, having the lesson in the graveyard already from Azul Always Lies, able to deal 3 to both creatures and exile them. I mean, almost have to wonder what made him think so long. That seems like a great exchange.
That is exactly what I was thinking, Abe. I was like, why did we tank on that one? That seemed like a great play. But you know what? You want to make sure every play in this tournament is not just a good play, but the best play you can possibly make. The stakes are that high, and Andrew comes out with a pretty darn good one there. Now, it does get locked down for the future as Greg rebuilds, with more Death Touchers, but still the 2-for-1 accomplished there for Andrew.
Absolutely. And 5 cards in hand for Andrew to Greg's 2. Really showing that back-breaking exchange of just how much value was extracted there. And now even more as Andrew's able to sacrifice, that cashed in Zhang that was grasped down to make a 5/5. That, even if, Greg does have this Death Toucher, when that dies, all its counters go onto another creature. So if
Yeah.
Andrew's able to follow up, there's not really a good block from Michael or from Greg in the sense that that he's going to be able to deal with that board entirely. A lot of value left behind.
Yeah, and the High Bay, of course, being a bomb uncommon in the black-white sacrifice decks. In this Mardu deck, obviously it's similar. Andrew also has access to these red removal spells, but it's big. It's a 5/5. It's bigger than that turtle duck. Now, even if it trades with the Death Toucher, you nailed it. That's still fine for Andrew. And here is a follow-up, so those counters will have a home. In fact, yeah, this is.
Yeah, and that home is Ty Lee, which is a card we saw in the last game. I mean, showing just how potent it can be. With 2 more +1/+1 counters on it, I mean, you don't have your best blocker for it every turn for just the cost of 1 mana, and it has prowess. Nightmare card to get through. You almost need to have an answer like this Watery Grasp. But, I mean, both of the permanents that Andrew has, both creatures, are cards that need to be answered, especially with Ty Lee making that Death Toucher almost, I mean, effectively irrelevant. Can't block.
That's right. And the Watery Grasp is Greg's answer. So this is a really interesting game right now, right? Like both players with powerful cards. This is, if Andrew is going to pick this up and move to 3-0 here in the draft, he is going to have to earn it in this game 3 or game 2 rather.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew not making it easy for his friend at all. Turtle Duck being a play that, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Greg boarded this in against Andrew. It's just a cheap way to stop up some of the aggression. But that 3 mana to make it a 4/4, good against Ty Lee, but, I mean, costing him a lot of his turn. Probably wants to crack that clue more than anything to dig for an answer that really cleans this up, as opposed to just being forced to take this trade or even walk into a combat trick.
Yeah, and even though you're at 17 life, which is, pretty safe, it's still, you don't want to fall down to, the 10 to 12 range, because then you get into situations where you're kind of forced into chump blocking or things just, you end up hitting that sort of critical life total. But we're going to find out, because Andrew plays out the 1-drop, now has sack a guy, kill a guy, and is able to use that to take out the Death Touch blocker for Greg. So now the High Bay at a 5/5 is bigger than the Turtle Duck can even get. So that was a really mana efficient, strong play there from Andrew that even leaves him with a clue on the back end.
Yeah, that Callous Inspector being able to be sacrificed, leaving behind that clue, forcing Greg to make a pretty big decision. Also just getting rid of the Death Toucher as the blocker that doesn't need mana to be threatening. So right. Greg not even really with a profitable block, as if he even gets the opportunity to block.
Yeah,
Andrew's had that 19... prowess trigger also.
That's right. Yeah, he's at 19 life. So it's that's a lot of life, but it's a big swing coming through here. So yeah, whether you block, whether you don't block, it's gonna be rough. And it looks like Greg ultimately does opt to do so.
Oh no, Greg could not block. So the clue was sacrificed to the attack to put 2 more counters on Andrew's creature, and then Turtle Duck was not able to block. So
we saw the Turtle Duck being picked up there. Yeah. Okay. We're caught up though. And it ends with Greg at 8 life. The High Bay has got a lot going on for it. And well, it's not going to untap now. So Andrew got his money's worth out of that one before it goes. Now, remember, if he has another sacrifice effect to get rid of that, those counters will still transfer. So while it is sort of, removed from the game in a sense from now, and that it's not really impacting combat, it's still very much in play and has now become sort of a resource almost for Andrew if he does have a sack outlet.
Yeah, and Greg representing here that, okay, if you're going to want to get me with the Ty Lee, you're going to have to make my Turtle Duck not able to block again, but likely going to just shuffle that right back into Andrew's deck to deny that, unless he's maybe worried about it being redrawn. It's kind of a risk. That Water Grasp good at keeping that creature out of combat, but not necessarily good at fully solving the problem.
And Andrew's seen a path here. He's got 4 cards in hand, one of them being abandoned attachments, which means more gas is right around the corner if he wants it. Knowing Greg with not a ton going on. Now, Greg does have access to 6 mana here, so you want to think about what that can mean, knowing that the turtle deck needs some of it should he want to pump. Well, don't know that we're getting that opportunity because it's gone. There it goes. Andrew removes it and now gets the attack.
And Greg's last card looks like he's just he's ramping, pulling some lands out of his deck.
No, that's not it.
Well, it's not, but I mean, if we see a draw like Iroh.
Yeah.
I mean, Iroh Grand Lotus, we've got some gas. And while we are at 4, could be an answer. Okay. So Andrew able to seal it here with 1 prowess trigger. And it looks like that is enough. So that is Andrew Ellenbogen taking it down, securing the trophy over his co-host and teammate that he qualified with, Greg.
Yeah, really well done by Andrew there. Just deck firing on all cylinders. When Greg had removal, it didn't work. Just not quite the way he wanted it to go there. But great win for Andrew. Now 3-0, one of 3 3-0 players at the NRG Champs. And I think that wraps it for us, Abe. That's 3 rounds of limited. We're about to hand this thing off to Devin and Ross for the afternoon for Constructed. So it was great to watch some really high level Avatar play. And I'm glad you were there to help me through it, Abe, because I needed some assistance on some of these interactions, like really high level plays from players. So great stuff. What's your takeaway from 3 rounds of draft here, sort of the last hurrah for Avatar?
Yeah, I think that in those 3 rounds of play, we're talking about a draft format that hasn't been out for more than, like a month now. Mm-hmm. These players clearly have prepared to the extreme. The care that I saw Jesse Hampton play with, I mean, of course he was going to, but everyone had a real sense for how they were going to navigate their games, knew what their decks were capable of, and also seemed to do a lot of good work in playing around what their opponents could be representing across the board. I mean, it really shows the caliber of player we have here at Championships, the cream of the crop. And even within Limited, something that many of them might not touch, every single week in the same way they do their constructed decks. And seeing what they bring for these standard rounds and these modern rounds is going to be a really exciting part.
Yep, it is going to be a great afternoon here at the NRG Champs. Stick with us. Devin and Ross have you on the other side. We'll see you then.
Welcome back to the Champs Interview Corner. We're sitting down with Team System Magic, or maybe more appropriate is Team Andrew Ellenbogen. Love the jackets, guys. Yeah, why don't we kick things off with how's the tournament going?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going really well. I think we have them 8-8. We're 8-1 after draft, and that is the maximum wins we could achieve because I played Greg in the finals of our draft. Yeah. So it's really appropriate after we win the team limited showcase that we just get the maximum number of wins we can possibly get in the first draft.
Yeah, sure. So I assume you came in here as a team. Did you guys test together?
Yep.
Love the cohesion. Yeah.
We sure did. Also, can we get a quick shout out to Grayson Nemitz? We were gonna all 3 be in the same pod, but Grayson uses MVP powers to avoid the best limited player in the room, Matsukick Johnson. Meaning you both got to trophy your drafts.
Thank you, Grayson. Yes. So just give me a quick run through. How did the draft go, even with having some teammates in the same pod?
You won the draft, Andrew.
Okay, I mean, I think my deck is good. I mean, it's not like insane or anything, but on my seat, red was just wide open. I really like red. I got like a 3rd or 4th pick combustion technique in pack 1. I basically just took it and I moved in, and my deck is almost mono red. There are a few black cards, but like the good screen of my deck is I have just mono red lessons, good kill spells at the curve, reasonable mid range creatures, nothing too special there. Yeah, I mean, I think my deck is good. It's not like broken. I would expect a 2-1 most of the time. Occasionally get a 3-0. This is one of those times, I guess. But it's not like in a broken deck or something.
Yeah, Teamer Lessons was very open. I got a 3rd pick Teamer Iroh after starting with 2 red cards, and I just kind of went in. And Teamer Lessons was super open. I got a ton of the kind of cards I wanted to wield. And I had this cool ramp deck with all these 6-drops. My deck it wasn't the best deck I've ever had. I don't think it's the best deck in the format, but I think it was a good version of it. And yeah, it was really fun to play too. A lot of interesting decisions.
Yeah, it's funny that Greg and I both draft lessons. I'm not sure we as a team like prefer lessons or something, but it is actually true that in practice, Greg and I both drafted good lessons decks.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
also drafted a lessons deck.
Wait,
to be
did you
clear.
really?
I was like red-green lessons mid-range.
Wow, this rules.
With 2 combustion
Okay.
techniques.
We can start like getting the narrative out there now that we somehow like red lessons, even though I don't know if that's actually true.
Well,
So
we're just here to teach them lessons, you know?
yeah, teach the Zoomers how to draft is really our motto on Steam Says Magic. They don't understand. They weren't around back when Magic was all about limited, so you know they don't know the tricks that we learned in the trenches.
Yeah.
You would say they're going to learn today.
Yes, I would say that.
Well, they actually didn't print learn, only lessons. There are lessons you can't learn from them. Though.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So we have modern rounds coming up, I believe. How are we feeling about that?
Okay, so I mean we're all playing Affinity. We'll see how that call works out. I mean, I basically think the Affinity's matchup profile is basically it's good against everything and a little bad against Titan, but good against all other decks mostly. And I also think it's specifically the best deck in the format against Goryo's. And we expected a lot of Goryo's this tournament. We know a lot of Flexlot guys prefer Goryo's, so that's the idea. But also, this is not like some aggressive, like hard call. If it doesn't work out, they don't end up playing that much Goryo's. Affinity's really is pretty good against most things that aren't Titan. So unless like a bunch of people who don't normally play Titan switch to it, we'll still be happy.
Yeah. Yep, and some of our teammates did really well at the USRC with 4 weapons manufacturing Affinity, and so we're playing that build and have been pretty happy with it in testing.
Yeah, we also adopted the 2 salvage titans in our main deck of our 4 weapons manufacturing build, which is a tech from the Japanese RC. People on top 8 of that had the salvage titans. No one else, as far as I know, has them. And I will see how they go. We're optimistic about them, but it's hard to say for sure.
Fair enough. How about standard? Are we just kind of all in on lessons at this point?
Oh yeah, more lessons. Bring out the lessons. We got a reputation to uphold, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I would say we did some work on other decks, and I mean, I guess at least I came somewhat close to considering playing mono red because I thought it was a little favored into lessons. But in the end, it had too many other bad matchups. We didn't necessarily think it'll be like all mirrors, and lesson deck just really has no weaknesses. Also, I just kind of think the mirror is pretty skill intensive. It's a lot like the Phoenix mirror that we've well, me and Greg have played a lot of. Matt's never played his life, but me and Greg have played a lot of, and so I kind of just the plan is, look, we'll just skill dip in the mirrors, it's fine. We don't like have some deep technology. It's just like we're better than you at it in skill intensive matchup. That's the idea.
Yeah, and we're not getting to play Pioneer this year, but they're letting us play Pioneer Phoenix anyway. So I mean, we had to register it.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, yeah, thank you all for joining. Good luck simultaneously to all 3 of you. Hopefully there's no more team kills in the mix, but we'll see what happens.
And twitch.tv/systemmagic.
Love it. Thanks all. Take care.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NRG Series End of the Year Championships. My name is Devin O'Donnell, and I am joined in the booth by the one and only Ross Merriam, and we are here to bring you the constructed portion of this event. We got to go over 3 rounds of draft with both Corbin and Abe earlier this morning, and gotta say, it was a lot of fun to watch. Lots of great limited action, but we are into the meat and potatoes here of the constructed rounds. And Ross, we're going to be playing both standard and modern. Which format are you more excited to take a look at here?
I'm always more excited to see modern. I think it's a format that's a little bit more varied. That said, with standard, I'm particularly interested to see how players react to the results of last week's World Championship, where Is It Lessons was the breakout deck. Are a bunch of players on Is It Lessons? Have they tuned for the mirror? Are there players that are bringing decks that can counter Is It Lessons? In particular, the Sultai Reanimator deck that's popped up on Magic Online this week. So standard has a lot of intrigue going for it, but in general, I lean more towards modern.
Absolutely. Yeah, we will definitely go ahead and see what the players are playing here in just a moment. We do have a metagame slide, but before we do that, we're going to take a look and see what these players are playing for because there is a lot at stake this weekend. So let's go ahead and get that prize graphic on the screen for you. First place is a whopping $10,000 cash prize, a Pro Tour invite, and an invite to the 2026 NRG Championships. Second place, $5,000. Third and fourth, $2,500. Top 8 will get you $1,000. And then even just for showing up, you get $400 and $50 a win. So lots and lots of cash prizes in that coveted Pro Tour invite, as well as a re-invite to next year's championships as well. So that is what the players are playing. Now, Ross mentioned the metagame here. We do have a slide for you for the modern metagame. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. So as far as this metagame is concerned, Ross, anything particular stand out to you?
Well, there's 3 decks, you can see there clearly at the top. Boros Energy, Affinity, and Esper Goryo's. Those 3 decks comprise over 70% of this metagame. So really it comes down to how well do you match up against those 3 decks. Modern normally known for being a very wide open format, but this is a very small field. And in small fields, the metagame can condense like this. One team of 3 or 4 players working together, playing one deck can suddenly comprise a huge portion of the metagame. And that's what I think we're seeing here with these 3 decks at the top. Now, looking over these 3 decks, I think I like Affinity's position. I think Boros Energy has pretty close matchups across the board against Affinity and Esper Goryo's, but Affinity against Goryo's is firmly in favor of the Affinity deck. Lots of early pressure, main deck Graveyard Hate with Tormod's Crypt. I looked over the lists. Every single Affinity player has at least 3 copies. Theo Jung has 4 in the main deck. So that combined with sideboard counterspells and Blood Moons really gives Affinity a solid edge in that matchup. So I like Affinity's position in this metagame. I'm also really intrigued to see how the Yawgmoth decks do. 2 copies here. This is a somewhat new deck because of the emergence of Badgermole Cub. And I remember earlier this week listening to Grayson Nemit's interview, and he's one of our Yawgmoth players. He remarked that he doesn't think the current metagame is respecting Yawg enough and prepared for it. So if that is true among this field, we could see Yawgmoth perform well as well. Those are the 2 decks I have my eye on, Yawg and Affinity.
Absolutely. And, you mentioned Yawgmoth. Like you said, it is very exciting to see some new avatar cards in the modern format because it certainly had, enough of an impact on the standard format, but maybe not as much as the modern format. But we are going to be taking a look at that exact deck list here in the hands of Grayson Nemitz. So let's go ahead and get you on down to the feature match area. We have Grayson Nemitz on the right-hand side of your screen playing Golgari Yawgmoth, as you mentioned, with 4 copies of Badgermole Cub, and Garrick Alford on the left playing one of those top 3 decks, Esper Goryo's. Now, as far as this matchup is concerned, Ross, who do you think is who would you favor in this matchup?
Normally, I would say Yawg is typically sort of a mid-rangey kind of deck, and I like Esper Goryo's against mid-rangey decks, but this current variant of Yawg has much more of a combo element. Agatha Soul Cauldron, Walking Ballista, there's various ways to go off with that combination of cards. And then the emphasis on Agatha Soul Cauldron also gives the Yawgmoth deck incidental Graveyard Hate in the main deck. Grayson can resolve one of those early, leave it up, and Garrick will have to answer it before he can resolve Agura's Vengeance on Atraxa or Gristlebrand. So I think with some of the specific tools that the new variant of Yawgmoth has, they probably have a slight edge, but this matchup is definitely going to be close. It could go either way.
Yeah, absolutely. The like you mentioned, those 4 Soul Cauldrons definitely going to put a wrench in Garrick's plans in terms of setting up a Gristlebrand. Which, speaking of, I don't know if you caught this, but catching up into the game, we saw the turn 1 Entomb for Garrick Alfred fetched up a Surveil land that just put that Gristlebrand right into the graveyard. But we see an Agatha's Soul Cauldron here for Grayson, which Ross not only is going to exile that Gristlebrand, but talk to the folks at home about what exactly is going to happen once the Gristlebrand is under the cauldron.
Yeah, this has turned from a dream into a nightmare for Garrick Alfred. Once the Gristlebrand is exiled with the Agatha Soul Cauldron, that activated ability will be available to Grayson Nemitz, so he can be the one who pays 7 life and draws 7 cards, hoisting Garrick Alfred by his own petard. Now, is there a Goryo's Vengeance in response here to the activation?
Yeah, it's interesting. If you're in Garrick's seat, definitely definitely in something to think about, where maybe if in response to the cauldron, maybe you would want to fetch, but he is going to go ahead and fetch here in response to the cauldron activation. So we'll see if there is a Goryo's Vengeance. Now would be a perfect time to fire it off. Okay, no Goryo's, but Solitude. This is a tough way to do it. He's going to take care of the Dryad Arbor and does have the Ephemerate to back it up, but that Gristlebrand is still under the cauldron, which means that if there's any creature, a creature follow-up here for Grayson, that's going to spell disaster for Garrick, unless he basically has to just kill every single creature Grayson plays for the rest of the game.
And I think that's one of the reasons Garrick wanted to ephemerate this Solitude. Not only does he get some pressure on Grayson to try to end this game somewhat quickly, he also keeps creatures out of the graveyard. So he limits the immediacy of the threat from that Soul Cauldron, gives himself some time to maybe find a prismatic ending and get it off the battlefield.
Yeah, and is able to go ahead and empty the hand here and deploy a Riddler. So that is going to, I believe, the Riddler... I think the Riddler should be exiled, right?
Oh, yeah, I think it is. Yeah, there we go.
I was going to say, can't just pay 2 mana for that thing. So Riddler does hit the exile field. Garrick, unfortunately for him, doesn't have the follow-up Ephemerate to go ahead and blink that, keep it in play. But yeah, as you mentioned, as long as, if Garrick can somehow keep creatures both off of the battlefield and in the graveyard, which against this Yawgmoth deck is a tough order, and Rumble is a perfect way to do both of those here for Grayson.
Yeah, both at the same time, putting creature into play, very likely putting a creature in the graveyard. And first card there for Grayson is indeed a creature. Another newly printed card.
And the Bounty Hunters.
Yeah, Beifong's Bounty Hunter is a singleton in Nemitz's list.
Yeah, that one's pretty interesting in this deck, because that one, I believe, can combo off with the Cauldron, right? Because the Beifong Bounty Hunters puts counters on the lands, so it gives you more bodies to utilize with the Cauldron. Especially if you have a Ballista underneath the Cauldron, you can really pop off. And we see here... Okay, Grayson's going to go ahead and go for the Cub, which now the Cub is also going to put a counter on the land, which means Grayson will now have 1 creature with a counter and the Cauldron to put a counter on the Cub as well. So not a great spot here if you're Garrick.
No, things have gone rather poorly for him here, and you're just seeing the power of Agatha Soul Cauldron. It's a card that can completely turn around a matchup by giving the deck incidental interaction. And that's really what has put Grayson in the driver's seat.
We do see a Teferi here, which, it is going to be able to answer that Cauldron. I believe I'm going to go ahead and take a look at Garrick's deck list, but I'm pretty sure there is only that 1 single copy of Gristlebrand. Yeah, just 1 Gristlebrand on the deck list here for Garrick. So once that Cauldron goes away, the Gristlebrand is no longer active. However, Grayson's going to get at least 7, perhaps even 14 cards off of this Cauldron. He is at 9. It could maybe go down to 2 here, although life total, you got to be careful with the life total when you're in the Yawgmoth deck, because you do need some amount of life to be able to activate Yawgmoth.
Yeah, I think Grayson will be conservative here. 7 cards is enough. You don't want to get greedy.
Yeah.
Especially staring down the Solitude. If Grayson goes to 2 and Garrick has a way to remove the Badgermole Cub.
So it looks like he's going to use the Cauldron on the Bounty Hunter. It's going to put a counter on the Badgermole Cub. And then Teferi is going to pick up the Cauldron. Cauldron now back in hand for Grayson. So Garrick's sort of, managing the battlefield to an extent. But, Grayson just drew 7 cards, is going to untap with at least 4 mana, probably 5 after deploying a land drop. Maybe it could also be a second Badger Mole Cub to sort of break even on mana, make more creatures. I gotta say, I'm really impressed with the Badger Mole Cub in this Yawgmoth deck. Just seeing it kind of play out in terms of it kind of sort of just does everything where you want creatures with counters for Cauldron, you want extra bodies for Yawgmoth, you want more mana for Green Sun Zenith. It kind of feels like it just, does basically everything this deck wants to do.
It really does. I think the mana is the big thing because this deck is quite mana hungry, and lists over the years have played a lot of different mana creatures, but the current metagame is quite hostile to mana creatures. They're very easy to kill, often incidentally to things like Orcish Bowmasters. And Badger Mole Cub gives you a way to develop a mana creature without exposing yourself to removal as easily. And as you said, like the other synergies that it has with the deck, and then even being able to create synergies with Beifong's Bounty Hunters and lean more into Earthbend as Grayson has done, has really juiced this deck that took a big hit when MH3 was printed.
Yeah, so see Grayson go ahead and crack that Wooded Foothills for an untapped land. Here's the second Badger Mole Cub, which means still has access to 4 mana, even though that first Badger Mole Cub hit the bin. So we'll see. Presumably Grayson has at least something to do with his 9 cards in hand with 4 mana, or maybe even more than 9. Has the Cauldron that he can redeploy, perhaps something like, I guess not a Yawgmoth, because only 1 Black Source currently. I see a Young Wolf, an Endurance, a Delighted Halfling, bunch of options here for Grayson.
Ton, and that's why Grayson's going to slow down here, make sure that he makes the best play that he can, because he's in a strong position. But the game is far from locked up. If he gets a little sloppy here, opens up a window for Garrick to, Goryo's and Atraxa, Garrick can get back into this game. So this is the time in the game for Grayson to be careful, make sure that he thinks about what are the avenues that Garrick has to get back into the game and try to shut those windows as quickly as he can.
So I mentioned Grayson unable to deploy a Yawgmoth, but if you look at the size of his hand, he does have to go to discard here. So if he has a Yawgmoth in his hand, he could discard the Yawgmoth to hand size, activate the Cauldron, and then start doing Yawgmoth things, because he does have 2 copies of Young Wolf here as well. But I don't think I saw a copy of Yawgmoth in his hand yet. Looks like just going to discard a Halfling and
There's
see
a lot of green cards over there for
yeah. Yeah, not a lot of Yawgmoths. Now, Garrick's going to untap with a Teferi. He's going to go ahead and plus that with the Solitude in play as well. So if you kind of think about it from Garrick's perspective, doesn't really have the ability to go for a Goryo's in the face of that Agatha Soul Cauldron. Looking at the deck list, it looks like there's 2 copies of Prismatic Ending in the main deck here for Garrick, so maybe you can find a copy of that to deal with the Soul Cauldron more permanently. But I mean, here I think we're kind of just going to see a hardcast Riddler, and maybe just kind of lean more into this fair plan, because, I got to say, Ross, as good as drawing 7 is, Grayson did have to pay 7 life to do that, and now he's technically on a 2-turn clock versus that Riddler.
Yeah, that is a good point. That's another avenue that Garrick has to steal this game, just try to win on tempo before Grayson can really leverage the cards that he's drawn. So that's something that Grayson will have to, figure out a plan for, because this Yawgmoth deck, doesn't really play anything main deck in the way of creature removal. It's relying on Yawg itself to answer creatures. Answering a 4/6 when you're at 8 life with Yawg is an expensive proposition.
Yeah, it looks like taking a look at Grayson's deck list, there is a single copy of Grist the Hunger Tide, but other than that, that's really it. And then does have the Zeniths as well to go ahead and find the Grists. So maybe now that the Riddler has been deployed, if Grayson does have a copy of Zenith in his hand, he can go ahead Zenith for 3, go ahead and sacrifice something, go ahead and answer the Riddler. Has a 3rd copy of Badger Mole Cub, has access to approximately 10 million mana. Let's see if there's anything he can actually do with it. Like you mentioned, a lot of green cards in hand for Grayson. Not sure if one of those was a Zenith, though, and really wants to... That would probably be the ideal card here for Grayson, just finding a copy or finding a way to get to that Grist.
Yeah, get Grist, kill the Quantum Riddler, attack down the Teferi, get Garrick down to no battlefield, leave up the Soul Cauldron to stop any Goryo shenanigans. Everything would look great, but we'll see if he does have the Zenith. Certainly has the mana to deploy it.
Now dice here.
Director's Insight.
Yeah, looks like we have some floating mana Insight. Maybe Insight can pick up the Grist. Looks like a Delighted Halfling and some lands among the mix. Not a ton of options here.
I think one of the bottom card there is a Walking Ballista. So
okay.
Grayson could use Soul Calder to exile that Ballista, and he has enough counters spread across all of his creatures to take out this Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, does have that. So that could, yeah, he is going to do that. So Ballista's going to be exiled, presumably counter on, looks like the Badgermole Cub, and looks like...
He can also go off with the Dredger's Insight now too, right? With Young Wolf.
Oh, this is Infinite Life, right? Because you remove the counter from the Young Wolf, deal it damage, it comes back, gain a life. Yeah, this is Infinite Life here for Grayson. Right.
So, yeah, who cares about killing the Quantum Riddler? We're just going to combo off.
Yeah, looks like maybe he's explaining this to Garrick.
And of course, the life coming from the Dredger's Insight here. Every time the Young Wolf undies, it triggers the Insight for Grayson Nemitz.
Right, and sometimes in these Goryo's decks, you sometimes see a copy of Ulamog to sacrifice permanents. But as far as Garrick is concerned this weekend, I don't see any Ulamogs. It looks like the 1 copy of Gristlebrand and the 4 copies of Atraxa. So as far as Infinite Life, I mean, looking at the deck list outside of decking, which I guess theoretically Garrick could deck out Grayson because it looks like he's maybe on lower cards. And I think they're actually counting libraries too right now to see exactly if that is the situation. Because assuming Grayson has more cards in library, I believe this game is over.
I would be surprised if he does, given the 7 extra cards drawn off of the Gristlebrand and the Dredger's Insights and the Malevolent Rumble.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But it's pretty hard to come back from a position like this. The Infinite Life effectively stops Garrick from having that plan of just attacking in with the Quantum Riddler. Now he has to play defense against Grayson's entire deck, essentially.
Who would win, one Yawgmoth deck or a single Quantum Riddler? And I believe Grayson picked up another copy of Ballista there too. Not sure how much the second Ballista, advances the game state here, but I mean, he does have access to a lot of mana with those double cubs. So potentially could cast a large Ballista. I believe we're going for, another Insight.
I think that was a Rumble.
Found the Grist.
Maybe.
So there is the Grist. That can finally take care of the Riddler. Yeah, I mean, it does seem like a really, really tough spot here for Garrick. Facing down Infinite Life. The Grist is going to kill the Riddler. His Teferi is going to die. Still has the Cauldron to answer. Seems like an uphill battle here for Garrick.
Yeah, when you combine the huge amount of card advantage that Grayson generated from the Soul Cauldron Gristlebrand combo with the mana generated from Badgermole Cub, that is completely unbeatable. Because one of the ways that you can potentially beat an opponent who has drawn a lot more cards than you is to beat them make the game about tempo and hope that you can end the game before they can deploy all of those cards. But Grayson was able to deploy his cards very effectively because Badgermole Cub gave him a gigantic pile of mana to work with, so he can cast a bunch of cards all in one turn. And we're seeing the results of that. It's just a comical resource imbalance. Grayson's battlefield is getting difficult to even manage.
Yeah. There's too many things with counters on them. There's lots of permanents in play. I see some tokens. We got some mana floating. There's a couple Insights. Yeah, lots and lots of permanents. And you see Garrick kind of surveying the battlefield, seeing if there's anything maybe he can do to get out of this. But I would imagine that there is a very high likelihood that Garrick is looking in his hand. I think there's a couple more Riddlers in there. Faithless Mending as well. Nah, Garrick's going to pick them up. Yeah. So you see game number 1 going to the player on your right, Grayson Nemitz with the Yawgmoth deck, able to set up that Infinite Life combo. And that was a pretty good showing for the Yawgmoth deck. And I think more importantly, Ross, a very good showing for the Badgermole Cub.
Yeah, Badgermole Cub and Agatha Soul Cauldron, really the key cards there in that game. The combination of the two. One generated a bunch of cards, one generated a bunch of mana. It was too much of an advantage for Garrick to come back from.
Absolutely. So we're going to go ahead and take a look and show you the deck lists here. Garrick working with, as far as sideboard is concerned, a couple of Ashioks, a couple of Teferi Time Ravelers, 3 Consigned Memories, a Surgical, 3 Wrath of the Skies, a Force of Negation, and 3 Mystical Disputes. From Garrick's side, what are you liking here from the sideboard?
Love the Wrath of the Skies. I think those are huge in this matchup. This is a matchup against a lot of small creatures and non-creature permanents. Agatha Soul Cauldron being one of them. Wrath is another way for Garrick to take Soul Cauldron off of the battlefield. And just its existence in his deck, given that this is an open deck list, will give Garrick some value because Grayson is going to have to think about that card the entire time. He can't just play his cards at his leisure. He needs to measure his threats out a little bit more to not expose himself to that sweeper. I could also see Surgical Extraction coming in, being able to, take out key cards in the graveyard, whether it's answering Soul Cauldrons that get milled or taking out Young Wolf with an Undying trigger on the stack, hitting Walking Ballista with the activation of Soul Cauldron on the stack. Just little tricks like that could be effective. I'd be somewhat interested in Teferi Time Raveler as well. Normally not a card that is great against creature decks, but the Yogg deck isn't excellent at attacking it, and bouncing the Earthbound land is one of the best ways to limit the effectiveness of Badgermole Cub.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've done that. I've been doing that a lot in Standard, so that is at least some way to fight against the Cub. So that is what Garrick has to work with. Let's go ahead and see if we can get Grayson's deck list up on screen for you as well. See this beautiful-looking Yawgmoth deck with those new Badgermole Cubs. Looks like Grayson is working with a copy of Crawl Harpooner, looks like an Outland Liberator, a Scavenging Ooze, 2 Ashioks, 2 Fatal Pushes, 2 Thoughtseizes, a Culling Ritual, 2 Force of Vigors, a Murderous Cut, a Vexing Bauble, and a Meat Hook Massacre. So as far as what Grayson is working with, what do you like here against the Goryo's deck?
So definitely like Scavenging Ooze as additional graveyard hate. I like Thoughtseize as another form of disruption that's quite effective here. And I love Vexing Bauble against any Solitude deck. Here, it not only stops Evoke Solitudes, it also stops Rebounded Ephemerates. If for whatever reason Force Negation stayed in, it stops that too. I doubt that will still be in Garrick's deck after sideboarding, but stopping Solitude and Ephemerate is more than enough for the one copy of Vexing Bauble that comes at such a low opportunity cost. If you draw it late and you want to just cash it in for a card, you can do that. No problem. So it's never going to rot in your hand, and sometimes it's going to completely shut down Garrick's best path for interacting with your various creatures.
Well, there you go. That is what both players have to work with here. We'll go ahead and see if this Yawgmoth deck can take down Goryo's Vengeance in game number 2. Very, very impressive showing here for Grayson. I mean, just that turn, the Crystal Brand into the graveyard, and as soon as that Cauldron was played, it's kind of like, it's sort of like Garrick knew what was going to happen at some point. It was inevitable, and eventually Grayson able to draw 7 cards. So Grayson starting off here. Go ahead.
That's normally I really wouldn't be happy about this, but in any other matchup, really, anyone else against Boros Energy, love it. Here, please,
not against the 4 Cauldron deck. So yeah, Grayson leading off this time with a mana creature in the form of Delighted Halfling. Now, interesting, knowing that Grayson has 4 copies of Agatha Soul Cauldron, if you're in Garrick's side, you probably cut that Gristlebrand, I would assume, right?
That's a card you cut a lot anyway, but yeah, especially against Agatha Soul Cauldron.
So we see Surveil kept the card on top, plays a Hallowed Fountain, and is going to deploy a card we didn't see in game 1, Psychic Frog here. This is, you mentioned in sort of game 1 how Garrick has the ability to kind of play this sort of secondary game plan with Quantum Riddler, and Psychic Frog seems to be a very, very big part of that as well.
Absolutely, because Frog is a card that connects the 2 plans. Riddler is not a card that you normally play in a Reanimator deck, but Frog can play well if you're playing mid-rangey as just a good threat, like you do in the Dimir Murktide decks, but also plays well with your Goryo's plan because it's a discard outlet for your creatures. So whenever you have a deck that is trying to support 2 plans at once, you need some cards that are able to play double duty there. Psychic Frog is the perfect card for doing that in this Esper Goryo's deck.
And it looks like Grayson deployed a Vexing Bauble into a copy of Malevolent Rumble. Potentially, doesn't want to get that Force of Negation, maybe not even in the deck list here for Garrick in the post-board games. But in any case, there is the Malevolent Rumble. I believe he picked up a copy of Grist off of that.
It was a Dredger's Insight.
It was an Insight, okay.
It's sitting next to the Vexing Bauble now.
Okay, it was hard to see. Glare is kind of catching me off a little bit, but there's the Insight there, so that's going to pick up the copy of Grist, and then Garrick is going to go ahead and fetch here with Psychic Frog able to be connected. That's always a pretty good feeling, and we'll see if maybe Garrick has a copy of maybe a Atraxa plus a Goryo's Vengeance. That would be the best possible, And it's funny here because with the Vexing Bubble in play for Grayson, normally tapped out, one of his options could be a Surgical or an Endurance, but Vexing Bubble is not one-sided. So if if Garrick has the Gorios plus the large creature, he knows he's willing to go for it here.
Yeah, so very clearly doesn't, if he's playing Quantum Riddler with the free lane here, Garrick certainly would put Atrax into play if he could.
Ooh, okay. Well, has the Atraxes, but no Gorios, it looks like. See the classic trick here of love this. A beautiful sequencing from Garrick. He went ahead and warped the Riddler, and then with the trigger on the stack, discards 2 Atraxes to the Frog, and then ephemerates the Riddler, which is going to draw 2 more cards off of the Riddler. And then the original trigger responded to discard 2 cards to the Psychic Frog, resolve the original trigger, draw 2, and then the Psychic Frog not only has 4 counters, but he can also, guess what? Discard 2 and draw 2 more.
And, if Garrick found cards that he really liked, then he could keep them in hand and be fine just drawing 1 card and leaving the Frog a little bit smaller. But you see here, he's drawn a bunch of lands that he doesn't want, so might as well make the Frog really big, put Grayson under a ton of pressure, and draw some extra cards, dig deeper into his deck. And with Grayson now at 10, this Frog is threatening lethal next turn.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. Just turn 4 kill with a Psychic Frog. Has the Frog and the Riddler. It goes to show you the power level of these cards, and just the combination of Psychic Frog with Quantum Riddler being able to discard. They just work so well together. Discard cards to the Frog, draw extra cards off the Psychic Frog, which will give you more extra cards off the Riddler. As we see, the Ephemerate's going to get countered off the Vexing Bubble, so no extra cards here for Garrick off of the Riddler, and the Grist to take down the Psychic Frog. So, get Grayson removing a little bit of pressure, but we'll see if Garrick wants to decide whether he wants to go upstairs, put Grayson down to 6, or remove the Grist. Looks like, I believe, a March and a Solitude and one other card that I can't quite get a look at here for Garrick. If you're in Garrick's seat, are you killing the Grist or are you going upstairs?
Definitely killing the Grist. If Grayson was on a 2-turn clock here, I would consider going face, but I guess Garrick wants to be aggressive. He's going to leave that Grist around, but I think in general you're just better off, making the value play unless you're very, very close to killing your opponent.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a situation where he puts Grayson down to 6. Grayson, he knows he has to fetch, so he puts him to 5. And then now with Grayson at 5 facing a 4-power Riddler, all of his fetches are turned off. Maybe there was some consideration to that. Because as you mentioned, previously, the Yawgmoth deck is pretty mana hungry, so it does need to use all of its mana and doesn't have a ton of lands that don't deal damage. A lot of fetches and shocks, so maybe something in that, right? And as I say that, there's a Boseiju that doesn't deal any damage. Just proved me wrong. So access to 4 mana, does have a Cauldron, a Zenith, a Ballista in hand. Now, we mentioned only 1 copy of Grist, so doesn't have a second one that he can go Zenith for second Grist, minus the token, sack, kill the Riddler. Could potentially go for a Ballista here, but that's not doing that much. Doesn't seem like Grayson has a lot of good options here.
No, he could. He has the Dredger's Insight, and he has the Cauldron, right? So we can Zenith for Young Wolf.
Oh,
play Cauldron,
play
play Ballista on 0, and present a combo again.
That's a good point. That's the Infinite Life.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Garrick has an answer to it. I do remember, I'm pretty sure Garrick had a copy of March in hand last time I checked.
So March will break this up.
Looks like, Grayson's going to go ahead and take the line you described, get the Young Wolf, and we'll have to see exactly what the follow-up is. I mean, if he's getting the Young Wolf, presumably he is going for that Cauldron Ballista line, which is the line that, he showed us in game 1, which was the Infinite Life with the Dredger's Insight. Looks like, okay, we're just not even going to get to that point. We're going to consign the Cauldron.
That must have been the 3rd card in Garrick's hand, so it's Solitude, March left over. Takes out the Young Wolf. Okay.
Yeah, Mark's just going to exile the Young Wolf. Doesn't want to mess around with that.
It also gets him down to 1 card, so we draw 2 cards off the Quantum Riddler and draw a step.
Yep. And there's a Gorios. That will go ahead and wrap things up. So Garrick going to be taking game number 2 here over Grayson. I mean, it seemed like Garrick Straw was a lot better that game. I mean, had the Psychic Frog into Quantum Riddler. That's kind of sort of the exact draw that you want, and was able to go ahead and wrap up that game number 2. So let's go ahead and show you how these players got here and their 2025 accomplishments. So first and foremost, we're going to start with Garrick Alford. He played 15 events over the course of the year. That's a lot of events. Did go ahead and take down the August team trial, and then with a total number of top 8s, 2. So that is Garrick Alford here for you, able to qualify through the at-large leaderboard. And then if we can switch slides to Grayson Nemitz. Grayson had quite a year on the 2025 NRG Series.
You can say that again.
Yeah, 14 events, 6 top 8s, was basically in first place in the leaderboard almost throughout the entire year, it felt like. February Modern Showdown winner, May Modern Showdown winner, 2025 MVP. I mean, there's not much else you could say about Grayson at this point.
It was wire to wire, like you said. He won the very first showdown of the year. He top 8'd the next day, so he was in first with a huge first weekend. Decided to go for the MVP, so he was going and attending, every event he could. After that, had an incredible year. Even if you took that first weekend out of it, he'd still have 4 top 8s on the year in 12 events played, which is an incredible run. So it's not like he was resting on his laurels at all. He kept the pace up. So really almost dominant showing through the season here, and has to be considered one of the favorites for this event. Starting off with a 2-1 in limited, and we'll see if he can pick up the win in round 4 in constructed.
Yeah, we'll like to say the man came to game. He just shows up to all the events, plays as much Magic as humanly possible, and he is here in game number 3, as you mentioned, 2-1 in limited. Game number 3 here, Esper Goryeos and Golgari Yawgmoth. Both of these first games, it feels like, a very good showcase of both decks individually doing sort of their thing. Grayson had maybe a bit of an anomaly in game 1 with the Cauldron Gristlebrand drawing 7 cards, but was able to showcase the Infinite Life combo, the Badgermole Cubs, and then Garrick sort of, maybe not necessarily going for an early Goryeos, what you would maybe expect out of the Goryeos deck, but showcasing that backup plan of just how powerful Psychic Frog and Riddler are, especially when you pair them together.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons that Quantum Riddler has become the default secondary threat in this deck, is the synergy with the Psychic Frog. And previously, we've seen things like, Tomio as a card in this deck, and other creatures. But the Riddler is so good at refueling you when your opponent has answered your early Goryeos plan, and so good with the Psychic Frog that Garrick was able to not only generate card advantage, but also generate a ton of pressure on Grayson. And I think that was very critical. If Grayson had some more time, he might have been able to work through the disruption that Garrick had, but he just didn't have the time to do so.
Yeah, exactly. So we see Grayson here on a mulligan to 6. Going to go ahead and start off with a copy of Thoughtseize. Love Garrick kind of putting that Psychic Frog to the back. He's like, I know what you're taking. And Garrick's leftovers here, not fantastic. Double Ephemerate, Thoughtseize of his own, and I believe a March. So Garrick's hand maybe not the greatest, although if he can find something like a Riddler to pair with the Ephemerate, or perhaps another copy of Psychic Frog, could really sort of unlock the hand.
But with Grayson mulliganing to 6 on the play, starting with a Thoughtseize of his own, Garrick having a Thoughtseize, Grayson's going to be on low cards as well. So if Garrick can find really anything to go with those Ephemerates and turn those on, he should have a good chance in this game. Quantum Riddler would be the best possible, but Solitude would be solid too, and just wait for Grayson to deploy a few creatures.
Instead, it looks like he's going to go for a Prismatic Ending that was found. Grayson thinking about whether or not he wants to exile the Psychic Frog to the Cauldron.
Yeah,
looks like not going to. Okay.
Normally you think, I just want to exile any card I can, but that Psychic Frog could be valuable for future copies of Soul Cauldron for Grayson. So there is definitely some, there's a reason to leave it in the graveyard there.
Yeah, and I mean, basically, as good of a rumble as you could possibly see there if you're Grayson. He milled a Ballista and a Yawgmoth and found a second copy of Cauldron. So I don't think that Grayson could have drawn it up any better. And as you mentioned, that was certainly a reason to leave that frog in the graveyard, because just more fodder for the future Cauldrons to be able to put more counters on things.
But his land here is a killer, a mortuary, so he doesn't have the mana to deploy.
Oh, he's going to get Thoughtseize.
Yeah, now he's going to lose it to the discard spell.
Yeah, and I guess Grayson had the march anyways to take care of it, or excuse me, Garrick had the march anyways. But if Garrick didn't find a third land here and then unable to go like Thought's plus march, and it looks like the hand here for Grayson is Yawgmoth Land Cauldron. So not the worst leftover. Can deploy the land next turn, be able to play the Yawgmoth and at least cash it in for one card.
I'm almost a little surprised that Garrick left the Yogg instead of leaving the Cauldron, because the March is a lot better at answering the Cauldron than the Yogg. The threat of Cauldron is just so high.
Yeah, and it looks like Garrick did not have a land drop there, so 2 spells drawn. So, I mean, I guess the nice thing about the Ephemerates, if you're in Garrick's spot here, is you can pitch them to the March. So even if you don't have enough mana to kill the Yawgmoth with the March, you can just kind of pitch the extra copy of Ephemerate or 2. You know, like if he draws a land, for example, it can pay 3 mana plus pitch 1 of them. And then, you know, discard 2 cards to effectively, it's kind of like a Solitude of sorts on the Yawgmoth. Well, he did find Solitude, so now can literally just Solitude it if he wants to. What else Garrick is working with? Yeah, it looks like a Solitude and Atraxa. One other card that I couldn't quite get a look at. So he's going to go for the Solitude here.
I think he'll pitch the Atraxa, leave himself an Ephemerate that can blink the Solitude later in this game. He reached for Ephemerate first, but yeah, thinking better of it.
Yeah, so he's going to pitch the Atraxa, and then presumably target the Yawgmoth. Triggers on the stack, do Evoke trigger before the ETB. Resolve the ETB. And then looks like Grayson's going to just pick up a card here. And then the Yawgmoth will get exiled. And now the question for Garrick is, do you want to use one of the Ephemerates, even though there's no other target on the battlefield? Presumably, yes.
Yeah, I think the answer is definitely yes, because it turns on the other Ephemerate, and it gives you some pressure, and Grayson is very low on resources, has 2 cards in hand, he's drawing up to 3, so the Solitude is a real threat.
And it looks like, I think Grayson picked up a copy of Walking Ballista, which is kind of an interesting one, because that can just go ahead and trade for the Solitude, but he's going to go for Zenith instead for 3, presumably getting the Grist, I would imagine.
That's what I would think as well.
There is that Grist.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else in the list that would make sense.
Yeah, Endurance maybe, but there's not much in the graveyard, so. Also, the Endurance just gets tagged by the Solitude. Yeah.
You know, at this point, this is a fair game. The players are playing effectively a mid-range mirror at this point. It's all about generating value, killing opposing creatures, drawing cards.
Yeah, so Grayson's going to go ahead and uptick, mill a card, get a copy of an insect, and that will presumably be the turn. So Garrick has the option to rebound the Ephemerate on the Solitude, which will kill the token, or attack, presumably also kill the token. Yeah, it figures attacking is just a little bit better. So, because the token's probably going to go under the bus anyways. This is just +3 life here for Garrick. Or is it? Grayson thinking about letting the Grist take 3 here. Interesting. Presumably maybe setting up for a double block next turn.
Yeah, but that double block is not going to work out all that well in the face of all this removal from Garrick Alford. But maybe Grayson just wants to start working his way through that removal for relatively low value threats. He's effectively trading for Planeswalker activations.
Yeah, and Garrick's going to go ahead and fetch Shock a Hallowed Found into play. So 3 mana card here. Maybe a copy of Teferi. Looks like, oh, okay. Riddler is huge here because he can go Riddler and then Ephemerate with the trigger on the stack. 1 card in hand that will draw 2. And then maybe can find, I was going to say it, like Solitude white card that could be cast before the Riddler original trigger, but he's just going to go ahead and get the 1 card out of it.
Best possible draw there for Garrick Alford. You know, I said we're playing a mid-range game right now, and so that means Quantum Riddler is the best possible card, and he had the Ephemerate to go with it as the bonus. Grayson's hand not nearly as good. He's drawn the 1 copy of Dryad Arbor. You never want to do that. Believe me, I
Yeah,
know.
and and well, yeah, you would know about that. And now the no block looks a lot worse here for Grayson because he has a Dryad Arbor in hand. Potentially if there was a block and Gris was at 4, could deploy the Dryad Arbor, sack could kill the Riddler. But now with the Grist at 1, doesn't really have the opportunity to kill the Riddler. And it feels like Garrick's just kind of, like you mentioned, because this is a mid-range game, is just going to get so much card advantage with the Riddler and the Ephemerate as well.
And he's also the one with pressure. Grayson just has some 1/1s. He's really far away from doing any sort of combo shenanigans. He's already gone through 3 copies of Soul Cauldron. 2 have been answered. 1 was milled with Grist. He's gone through a couple copies of Yawgmoth. So his deck doesn't have a lot of great threats left to draw. And would like to draw one of the remaining Yogs, but he also doesn't have any way to tutor for it. This is not a deck with Quarter Calling like previous iterations of Yawgmoth to draw to. He has to draw a Yogg naturally. He does have Rumbles and Dredger's Insights to be able to dig further into his deck for one of those Yogs, but he needs to find them pretty quickly.
Yeah, like you mentioned, these newer lists of Yawgmoth are much more focused on Green Sun Zenith, which, given the presence of Badgermill Cup, does make a lot of sense. But in situations like this, where you're playing this low resource game, you'd much rather have a card that could access something like Yawgmoth than, just Badgermill Cup not doing a whole lot on this battlefield. And it's doing a lot less now.
So blinked the Quantum Riddler did Garrick because he knew he had this Wrath of the Skies that will now allow the Solitude to attack down the Grist. He even gets to deal with the Dredger's Insight, to take that off the battlefield in case Grayson can try to assemble the combo. That's just a devastating play.
I think that was a good turn, Ross.
Yeah. I think this match is over. Grayson will struggle on for a little bit, but he's so far behind in resources, and he's already gone through so many of his heavy hitter cards that he just doesn't have a lot left to draw to.
Yeah, Garrick's still with that March in hand as well, just kind of chilling over there on the side. Just has basically everything covered. Has a pretty fast clock. This game's going to end very quickly. Has plenty of removal left over, and like you mentioned, Grayson just really on empty. He's got a 3/4. That's got to count for something, but probably not a lot here.
Garrick looking through his hand and thinking, "How do I want to answer this? I have March. I have Solitude. I could do either one."
Yeah. Pick your poison, Grayson.
I thought Grayson might do this. He's going to shuffle his own graveyard in with the Endurance. So he can get some of those, Soul Cauldrons and Yogs back into his deck.
Just went through so many of them.
Yeah.
And it looks like Solitude here for Garrick is going to go ahead and pitch a Mending, take care of the Endurance. Got 7 coming in. I believe Grayson's going to fall to 13. And then, Garrick still has, another Riddler. Draw 3 cards. Well, you did mention this game was about resources, and I don't know, looking at this board state, I think Garrick has a few more resources than Grayson here.
Yeah. Game 1 was about comboing, and Grayson's incidental disruption was incredible with Soul Cauldron. Games 2 and 3, Garrick has turned it into a mid-range fight, and his deck is better set up to do that because of Psychic Frog, Quantum Riddler, and Solitude. And those cards have really walked all over Grayson in these games.
Yeah, and you can have as much graveyard hate as you want between Endurances and Scavenging Oozes and Cauldrons, but the graveyard hate not doing a ton against this Frog Riddler plan. And you mentioned that Grayson's deck, a point you brought up earlier, I believe it was in game 1, where you mentioned Grayson's deck not having a lot of removal spells, much more focused on the permanent aspect of things with the combo pieces, graveyard hate, and because of that, just like you mentioned, is so far behind when the games are about things like this.
Yeah, and he has some removal that could have come in out of the sideboard, but Fatal Push is really only good against Psychic Frog and never hit Solitude or Quantum Riddler. He has 1 copy of Murderous Cut. Maybe that's in his deck. You could find that, but the damage is already done. Garrick has generated his card advantage. He's drawing a bunch of extra cards. He has multiple threats that Grayson has to answer, and Grayson just doesn't have the time to draw into those answers or draw into various combo elements to be able to go over the top of these creatures.
We got an Insight. Okay. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies.
Are there any
Spy
whammies on the
Insight.
board? Like,
Yeah, exactly. And that is going to do it. Garrick taking this match 2-1 over Grayson. We get to see Grayson's deck kind of pop off in game one, like you said, with the sort of the combo aspect of things, and then really just a sort of a masterclass in the post board games where Garrick just able to dominate both of those games sort of on the battlefield the entire time, had enough removal spells to keep Grayson off the combo, and very, very impressive showing there from Garrick.
Yeah, we see that a lot in Modern, where combo decks can't afford to be too linear. If you're all in on one game plan, the answers in Modern are powerful enough that decks will be able to stop you and stop you consistently. But if you have different backup plans built into your deck and you're able to sidestep the hate by moving to a different plan, it's what we saw with Underworld Breach, where they could just kill you with Tamio ultimates. It's what we saw, what we've seen with Brood Scale decks, and we see it with Esper Gorios as well.
Yeah, so I believe that is all the magic we have for you for this round. So we are going to go ahead and take a very, very short break, but don't go anywhere. We won't be back in too long. We'll see you then. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NRG Championships end of year final tournament of the season. And we are going to be playing some constructed and limited today. We did a little bit of limited earlier, and we are now making our way into the constructed rounds. Started off the first round of constructed last round with a round of modern, and we have another round of modern for you here as well. And we're going to be taking a look at a Boros mirror match, Ross. So we mentioned that, we looked at the metagame slide in the last round, and we talked about how, Boros was one of those decks towards the top, and we got a Boros mirror here for all of you at home.
Yeah, definitely something that these players have to be prepared for. Boros was a deck that dropped pretty low in the metagame after being very popular for many months, but has really come back with a vengeance. And it looked like Jeskai Blink might be sort of supplanting Boros, and I think a lot of players said, actually, I don't think this matchup's actually bad. In fact, I think it might be good for Boros Energy, and that seems to be the way things have played out. Instead, it's Jeskai Blink that has receded in numbers in the metagame, and Boros is once again at or near the top in metagame shares. So players certainly will be prepared for the mirrors. They know what they're doing here. This is a matchup that you're not really often going to get ahead of your opponent because your opponent's playing just as low of a curve as you are. Instead, it's really very much about grinding card advantage, and in particular about Flage. Flage plus Arena of Glory is a huge play, and often players go back and forth arenaing a Flage to kill the opponent's Flage. And sort of the last Flage standing wins, unless there's one big turn where a player can actually Flage upstairs and deal a huge chunk of damage and win that way.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it comes down to just sort of, I guess not tempo, but double spelling early on. I think that's very important where, there's a lot of jockeying for position in those early turns. And it kind of, if, say, for example, the first player to get to trigger like has the Guide Ocelot Pride draw, that could certainly be something. But Alden looks like is going to attack with the Ragavan. That's going to meet a trade from the Guide of Souls and then followed up with an Ajani. So first one to the Ajani party, but the Boros deck very, very good at removing the 1/2 at least. So we'll see if Joseph has a removal spell to back things up. I can't quite get a good look, but I think it might have just been like Bombardment, Thraben Charm, and a couple of lands. So not a really good set of cards here for Joseph.
Not at all, especially if Alden has a Bombardment of his own. But just a Voice of Victory. Okay, well, a good turn, not an incredible turn, but one that will require a response from Joseph, or this game could be over very quickly.
Yeah, that single Thraben Charm is not doing a ton here for Joseph. Now, if he does have a copy of Flage, looks like no. So we have Ocelot Pride, Voice of our own. Flage, very, very important on this battlefield. Could be able to take care of the Ajani, and then also with the Bombardment be able to ping. But Alden is the first one to Flage here. That's going to remove the Voice, and that is going to be
and the Guide. Oh no, there's no Goblin Bombardment on his side. Yeah,
no.
Don't mind me. So yeah, that'll just remove the Voice, but still
interesting. Because I think Joseph pinged the Ocelot Pride, and then Alden did not flip the Ajani before combat. I wonder what the reasoning for that was. Interesting.
Could have been just an oversight, but it will end up transforming this Ajani in combat. Joseph giving that up. I guess going to try to answer this Ajani with the Bombardment.
Yep, so the Ajani is going to flip, and I will say flip the Ajani really powerful with the Voice of Victory. It's just kind of the perfect combination where Voice gives you the red creatures, so you have a red permanent for Ajani, and it gives you 2 more bodies to be able to get more damage off of the Ajani. And Alden in a very, very fantastic position. But if Joseph does have a copy of Ajani of his own, which does, that could be a good way to maybe break this battlefield, where now could potentially, sacrifice the token, ping something, Ajani flip, you have an Ajani trigger, and more pings with the Bombardment. So maybe this is enough.
Joseph actually with a very heads-up play here. You saw he tapped 3 lands. He actually exerted the Arena of Glory to give Ajani haste, because just Ajani Bombardment by itself is going to deal potentially 3 damage. You sack the cat token, that's 1. Now the Ajani transforms, so you make a cat token, that's 1 because the bombardment's a red permanent from the Ajani trigger, and then you can sack that new cat token and get 3 total. That would leave Joseph's Ajani defenseless against the Voice of Victory, but answer Alden's Ajani. By giving the Ajani haste and being able to attack the opposing Ajani for 1, now he can finish it off while leaving the 2/1 back to protect his own Ajani in combat from the Voice of Victory.
There you go. And it looks like that is what's going to happen. So he's going to ping the Ajani down to 1. Joseph's Ajani is going to flip, and then presumably that will go ahead 0. They'll get 1 damage. 1 damage will go after Ajani. And, now with the token and the bombardment, you can even prevent more damage to the Ajani. You can, say, block the voice and ping a token. That would mean your Ajani is only taking an additional 1 damage.
Yeah, very heads up
but it
play
looks
for
like-
Joseph to use the Arena of Glory there.
Looks like Alden has an arena in play and a Flage in the graveyard, so I can't imagine this game's going to last too much longer. Yeah, it looks like is going for that. So the question is the Flage lethal? So you can deal 3, you can go after the blocker, and then
attack for
presumably 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep. And that would be 12 damage.
Yeah, 6 from the Flage, 3 from the Flage trigger, and 3 from the Voice of Victory makes 12. And that is a clean win for Alden Cates.
Looks like it. Players just doing the math. We're checking the battlefield. Maybe we have life totals wrong. And Joseph looking at life total, I would imagine. But assuming we have life totals correct, there should be a lethal attack here for Alden. And it's possible we didn't, because there's a fetch end of turn. So maybe we did not have life totals updated. So it looks like Joseph down to 2. So potentially with a way out of his own, although it's tough with no cards in hand. Even if you mill a Flage, I guess you can mill Flage and then rip a land, preferably an Arena of Glory.
It would have to be Arena of Glory, I would
Yeah.
think.
I don't even think a regular Flage is good enough, because you can go to 5, but then Alden just goes attack, deal you 3, sec. Or I guess Alden doesn't have a bombardment. Never mind. Joseph is the one with bombardment. So, well, it's a Flage, but needed that one in the graveyard. Yeah. Okay. So Alden is going to go ahead and take this game. It was interesting because you saw Joseph was the first one to play bombardment, and usually bombardment plus Ajani very good in these matchups, but was able to, Alden was able to kind of just push through that final points of damage. So looking at the sideboards, as far as these deck lists are concerned, Ross, it's razor thin. There's not much difference here. So Joseph's sideboard has 2 Legend of Rokus, 2 Path to Exiles, a Surgical Extraction, 2 Celestial Purge, a Wrath of the Skies, 2 Wear Tears, a Ghost Vacuum, 3 High Noons, and a Blood Moon. What do you like here in the Boros mirror match?
So I like the copies of the Legend of Roku. I think with both players just having a lot of cheap creatures and removal, card advantage ends up being quite important. And beyond card advantage, it becomes a game of Flage. And so I want to bring in answers to Flage. Path to Exile looks good for that. Celestial Purge is good for that. Purge can also hit Goblin Bombardment, and that can be a nice permanent hit. The questionable cards are the Graveyard Hate, because all they do in the matchup is attack Flage. Ghost Vacuum can be a threat by itself, so I think that's the easier one of the 2 to bring in. But Surgical does give you really nice peace of mind, knowing that your opponent can't have any more Flages for the rest of the game. And you often do see Boros players bring in, 1 copy of Surgical as a miser's way to give themselves that peace of mind and answer Flage in the graveyard. Whether Joseph does is more questionable because he has a lot of exile removal, so he has good ways to answer Flage already, so it's not as necessary. But given how important Flage is in this matchup, I would not be surprised if he just brings in every possible answer he has to the card.
Yeah, Ghost Vacuum, like you mentioned too, that one seems like it's pretty good going long. You can steal stuff like Seasoned Pyromancer, Guide of Souls, Ocelot Pride, so that one's got a lot of utility as well. So if we can go ahead and get Alden's sideboard up here on the screen, pretty similar. Not a lot of differences. It looks like these players, I believe our producer had mentioned something along the lines of these players may have tested together, so that's why their lists are so similar. And it looks like Alden has removed the Ghost Vacuum for a second Surgical and has added a Tunnel Ignis as well as a second Wrath of the Skies over 2 of I don't remember what the 2 Path Exiles. Right. Okay. So those are the differences. Anything, assuming same stuff, but do any of these differences favor Alden?
I would say they disfavor him. The lack of path to exiles that he has relative to his opponent. Very small difference, but definitely something I would prefer to have access to for the mirror rather than not. And given that Alden doesn't have as many exile-based removal spells to answer Flage, he's likely to bring in more graveyard hate to cover his base there. So I would not be surprised if he brings in both copies of Surgical Extraction.
There you go. Spoken from Ross himself. So we're going to go ahead and see if we can get you down to game number 2. Alden Cates, Joseph Gerald's here. Boros Energy Mirror match. So see exactly. Joseph here is going to be on the play, as was the loser of the first game. Leads off of the Marsh Flats. Looks like both players kept 7 from what I can tell. Although Joseph may be down to 6. It's a little hard to tell. But no 1-drop here for Joseph, which is interesting. There is a lot of 1-drops available, and to see a hand maybe kept on 7 without a 1-drop, you got to imagine maybe a kill spell, and there it is. There's the Galvanic Discharge.
I do think I see a Guide of Souls in Joseph's hand, so I had the option to play a 1-drop. Instead said, you know what, I'm going to hold up Galvanic Discharge and potentially give himself a window now to resolve both Guide of Souls and Ocelot Pride all in one turn, generate that cat token before Alden can remove either creature.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Just doing this line instead, which guarantees you the cat token. For if Alden decided to hold up mana, that's fine. Joseph can still quote unquote use his mana and get a surveil land. But this is the best case scenario probably for Joseph, where Alden deploys a 1-drop, you get to use your mana efficiently, and then get that extra cat token plus the energy. And now Alden's kind of in a spot where he sort of has to have 2 removal spells, because if he answered the Pride, the Guide of Souls can just get jumped. And then more importantly, that would be out of Flage range of the following turn. But if you answer the God of Souls, then the Ocelot Pride gets to make tokens. And how about if we answer neither of them, Ross, and we just play a Bombardment?
That is a rough play from Alden Cates on turn 2. Very far behind on the battlefield at this point. Maybe he brought in some of his Wrath of the Skies, and he's trying to set
I was going to
that
say. Because that's the one difference in this matchup is Joseph has 1 Wrath and Alden has 2. So it's possible that, if Alden did board those in, then maybe if there's a copy of that, setting up for maybe a Wrath equals 1, keep the Bombardment in play. That could be a powerful line, but it's hard to get a good look at Alden's hand. I can't see if he has a Wrath in hand.
And honestly, with the Flage in the graveyard and Arena in play, it might be too late. If you just Wrath for 1, all Joseph needs is a fetch land to have enough cards for a lethal Flage attack. There it is.
There's the Wrath. So Wrath for 1, keep the Bombardment in play, and that is a pretty good exchange for Alden, although Flage in the graveyard, Arena in play. If there's a fetch land in Joseph's hand, that is lethal.
I don't think there is at this point. I think it's Ghost Vacuum and Legend of Roku. And that's an Ocelot Pride off the top. So Alden gets a little bit lucky here, dodges fetch land. Not a position you often want to find yourself in Modern and often get to continue playing from.
Yeah, dodge the card in Joseph's deck that is he has the most copies of.
Yeah.
So
maybe there's a Surgical in Alden's hand. I think I see a black card. So unless that's a
there's an alt-art card that's really hard to tell what it is. But I see the same thing that you're looking at.
Yeah, if that's a Surgical, then Alden can respond to a fetch by hitting the Flage, and he had all his bases covered.
In the tank here, let's see if Alden has something maybe like in a Johnny. It looks like there's a Flage and a Guide of Souls. I did get a good look at those 2 cards in Alden's hand. So land 4, Guide of Souls, Flage, deal 3 to Joseph, sack the Flage, kill the Ocelot Pride. And with the Ghost Vacuum in play and only 3 cards in graveyard, Alden's kind of in a spot where kind of can't really wait to get to that Flage. You can get to a spot where you get to try to get the 7 mana and then go cast Flage for 3 mana. Then you get priority back and cast it for 4. But that we're a ways away from that. So.
And with the Ghost Vacuum already in play, you're never going to get to that position with enough cards in graveyard.
Yeah. So lines up, fetches land 4. There's the Guide of Souls. And we'll see if there is the Flage. Yep. So presumably 3 upstairs, sacrifice Flage to ping the Ocelot Pride, which will gain Alden 4. So now, if Joseph does draw fetch land, I believe it's no longer lethal because it would be 9 damage. You'd have to hit the guide with one of the triggers, I believe. Or guide, I guess, could chump block and deal 6, but
I'm inclined to agree.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see if there is a surgical in Alden's hand. It's hard to get a good look at what that card is.
If there is a surgical with the other Ocelot Pride entering the yard, all Joseph needs is a land, and there he did find a land. So Alden did have the surgical here. He waited too long. He had a window to answer this Flage and didn't take it.
Yeah, it's tough to tell if that was actually a surgical. I really couldn't get a good look at it, but it's definitely an alt art card. I know that. I like looking at his deck list. I don't know what else it even could be. You know, maybe it's like, I guess it could be alt art Roku, and it's just the glare is making it look weird. I'm not sure, but in any case, Flage is going to enter the battlefield with haste. That's going to take care of the God of Souls, put Alden down to 3 life, and taking a draw step here. It is okay. So it was the Roku. That was the alt art card.
Okay, not a surgical. So Alden just didn't have an answer to that Flage. Couldn't dodge land for that very long. And Joseph is able to close out that game.
Yeah, there you go. So tying it up at 1 apiece. We already took a look at the players' sideboards. Again, not a ton of differences with these deck lists. Those Rokus did come in, it looks like, for both players. That's sort of what we expected. Wrath of the Skies for Alden. So I believe we can just go ahead and get you right into game number 3 here in just a moment. We're going to actually take a look at some player slides first. So Joseph Gerald's, how did he get here? 2025 series accomplishments, 14 events played and 4 top 8s, best finish being 2nd place, qualified via the Season 2 at-large leaderboard. That's Joseph for you. And if we can go ahead and take a look at Alden, just a second here, you'll see that he has played 15 2025 events, best finish being 2nd place, which was the May Modern Showdown, 2 total top 8s, and the qualification was the annual at-large leaderboard. So that's how our players got here. That is the just, again, it's, you know, these are the best of the best. You'll see a lot of these slides where these players are just grinding out every single NRG series event that they can possibly play in. And these are the players who, you know, just the consistent top finishes and just the amount of events played, just a, you know, very, very long year of dedication for these players.
And this is where you got to bring your A game. Playing against the best of the best, it's more difficult than any other event that you've played. Got to prepare for 3 different formats. Very, very tough event.
And it's funny here because I mean I don't know if Alden has a 1-drop, but given the way that game 2 went, right? Joseph had the option to play the 1-drop, chose not to, play a kill spell. I'm curious if Alden maybe has the same line where could have deployed a 1-drop, chose not to, kill spell, untap, Guide Pride. So we'll see if Alden follows up turn 2 Guide Pride, but worked out pretty well for Joseph last game. Yeah. But it's kind of interesting in those spots, you know, where you don't necessarily know 100% if your opponent's going to play a 1-drop. So, like, for example, if you have the ability to play a 1-drop and you hold up mana, maybe your opponent has a 1-drop, but then they want to hold up mana, and it just kind of, you play this sort of cat and mouse game.
Yeah. But the good news is that you mitigate the downside or the Punisher case of them not giving you a target for your removal spell by being able to fetch for a Surveil Land. So you at least get to surveil that turn. You have an alternative line. If you didn't have Surveil Lands in the deck, it would be a lot harder to make a play like that.
Yeah. Well, Ross is saying is Surveil Lands broken, especially with Flage. So turn 2 here for Joseph. Looks like has a couple of options here. I saw Celestial Purge and a Johnny. I think I saw a God of Souls as well. Presumably not a Pride, though, because we would probably just jam Guide plus Pride. It looks like Path, Roku, Purge, Ajani, Guide, 2 lands for Joseph here. So thinking about whether or not he wants to deploy a, sort of quote unquote naked Ajani where there's no protection with a bombardment, no other cat in play, but doesn't really have a lot of other options. So presumably just going to go ahead and jam that.
Yeah, the other option is guide plus path on voice, but you'd have to path main phase,
Main
give
phase,
Alden the extra land, and that's just not a play you really want to make.
Yeah, voice does make Path to Exile look pretty bad.
Oh,
he is going to do that. Okay.
So yeah.
So then this will, funny enough, give Alden the ability to get the 4 mana before Joseph. So I mean, imagine if Alden just goes red land Roku here. You have a Roku, active Roku against your up a man on your opponent. Not a lot in play on Joseph's side. Like you would imagine, you're sitting pretty if you're Alden, if you do have the Roku.
What if he has nothing? Is he sitting pretty well then?
Well, maybe not.
Oof.
Less so. Slightly less so.
Another rough turn for Alden Cates. Nothing to do with 4 mana. Presumably has some removal here to hopefully keep the battlefield clear, but definitely doesn't have any proactive threats. I don't think there's any way you would not play something like an Ajani, a Guide, a Pride, a Legend, Seasoned Pyromancer, anything there. So his hand has to be a bunch of removal spells.
Yeah, and I almost wonder, I mean, if the hand's a bunch of removal for Alden, you'd probably at least fire a 1-off on the guide. So I'm curious as to maybe what type of removal it is. As well, Cast Entomb there did bin the Flage, which is quite good.
And Alden is 1 card short in graveyard of escaping the Flage. So fetch land here will do it.
Ooh.
There's Arena of Glory, Galvanic Discharge on the guide. No.
I think his hand is double Thraben Charm, which explains why he didn't do anything the last couple of turns.
Yeah. So now can play the Seasoned Pyromancer, put the Seasoned Pyromancer ETB trigger on the stack, cast Thraben Charm to try to at least kill the guide, since that card's going to go away anyway. Maybe Joseph uses some removal spell on the Seasoned Pyromancer to keep his guide around, but that's a fine trade for Alden as well.
Yeah, Joseph has Celestial Purge, so I'm thinking Joseph is probably thinking about whether or not he wants to use the Purge on the Pyromancer. It's tough because you don't necessarily have a ton to do with the Guide of Souls, since your plan next turn is likely just play land plus Roku. So I wonder if Joseph's kind of thinking that because of that, maybe wants to save the Purge for the Flage that's in the graveyard, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and protect the Guide here.
That's a risky play with that Flage in the yard. Joseph is hoping that this Legend of Roku can find him another answer, but even if the Legend does, the Arena means this Flage is going to deal a lot of damage.
The Arena is just so brutal.
I mean, it was a tough spot for Joseph.
Brutal.
Because without the Flage coming off of the Surveil, he definitely uses the Charm there, or the Purge there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the other thing that Joseph has to think about is, if he doesn't use the Purge there, has to basically, I mean, I guess he wants to hold up mana anyways, because now, I mean, if he's in a position where, like you said, he casts the Roku, he's getting hit for at minimum 9 damage, because there is the Arena in play. The Flage is going to kill the guide, hit Joseph for 9, plus the Elemental, that's going to be 10. So rough spot here for Joseph. I wonder if, I couldn't quite get a good look at what he drew.
Honestly, to me, it all boils down to the decision to path the Voice of Victory on turn 3. If he had the path around, then he could have more easily used the Purge on the Seasoned Pyromancer and still have an answer to the Flage. But without that path, then he was down to just the 1 removal spell, and he really needed to answer both threats in that case, because the Seasoned Pyromancer represented also keeping his guide around, and the Flage is the most important card of the matchup. Now he's just in this really tough spot where he's hoping to take a hit from Flage, find an answer to it, and then go on to win the game.
Oh, Guide of Souls, 2 lands. I don't see an answer to Flage in those 3 cards.
Nope.
This is going to be a rough spot here for Joseph. And yeah, presumably Alden just going to go ahead, fire up the Flage, exert the Arena. That'll deal 3 to the Guide of Souls. Alden gets an attack in here for 10. It's going to put Joseph down to 5. And I mean, Joseph is really, like you said, just in removal spell or bust territory. There's no beating that Flage if it gets done tapped for more than 1 turn. And the Ocelot Pride with 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that's 9. So not quite City's Blessing.
Not quite, but just 2 more 1/1s is still a problem with Joseph at 5 life.
True discharge. Well, when we said removal spell, we meant removal spell that killed Flage, not dealt 3 damage.
Well, with the Guide of Souls and Ocelot Pride of Johnny in hand, Joseph can gain enough energy to deal with the Flage here.
Okay. Does he have enough mana? It does, right? So you go 1 for Guide, 2 for Johnny, 1 for Pride, play land for turn. Okay, that does work. And now the question is, will Joseph have Blessing? 1, 2,
Yes.
3, 4,
4 lands, 4
7,
creatures, and
8, 9,
Legend
10.
Design.
Yeah.
So, and that will make, so that'll make 2 1/1s and an extra
And a
2/1,
2/1. Wow. Okay.
which also means 3 more life. This is an incredible sequence for Joseph. There should also be an additional mana from the Legend of Roku, right?
Yes.
We did get to chapter 2 there.
Yeah, he didn't use the mana, right? He played. Oh no, he did use the mana because he played
Yeah.
4 mana worth of spells. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, he played the guy. Yeah, played
Did
the guide from
we-
exile, then played the 2 other creatures from hand.
Well, we passed back to Alden, did we not? Did Joseph not get the Kitty's Blessing, the Ocelot Pride trigger?
Oof.
Because I don't see
Yeah.
any tokens in play.
We are back on Alden's turn, and
Yeah,
here's
looks
the
like the
hand
call
up.
the judge. Yep. Okay.
That's going to be an oopsie.
Yeah, not exactly sure how this one's going to get ruled, but presumably, I mean, not a ton happened. Looks like there is a judge call currently, so we're going to see if we can. We'll take a very, very short interjection here. Intermission rather. Excuse me. Here is the total. The players who are playing at this event this weekend. You see Theo, last year's champion, Jake, Fanshin, Grayson, our 2025 MVP. You see the team winners, Matt, Andrew, Greg, Benji, Vinny, and Jack. And Jesse, by the way, also who won our first NRG MTGO showdown. With a lot more to come next year. We have the NRG series is kind of breaking out into the MTGO sphere, and we're going to be having a lot more online showdowns to come for you guys next year. So if you're interested in...
If you've been watching the NRG series for years and you don't live near the Midwest where the tournaments typically have been, suddenly, the series has access to you, which is great to see.
All right, so we're back here. I see Alden's mana's tapped, so presumably we're trying to rewind. I mean, not really much happened. I think Joseph really just said go, right? Other than that, okay, so we're rewinding. Okay, so the Roku's on 1. Now Roku's got to go back to 2. Yeah, okay. So we did do a rewind. So presumably the same thing. Here's the Guide of Souls. We'll use the mana floating, play the Ajani, play the Pride. And then this time we'll get some tokens in the end phase. And that Galvanic Discharge was a massive, massive hit here. I mean, that plus the Guide off of the Roku, just giving Joseph enough energy to take down that Flage. Now, the one thing I wasn't sure is when we were looking at the game before. Okay, never mind. Alden only has 1 card in grave. I was gonna say Alden has enough material to Flage again, but he actually does not.
Yeah, he's not particularly close.
No.
So suddenly this battlefield looks relatively even. But there is 1 player with a looming Flage, although Joseph has the looming Legend of Roku.
When I saw Alden tapping mana, there is a Goblin Bombardment. Now, this is good. How good is it is the question.
This should meet the discharge and response so that Flage can't get sacrificed for any value.
Yeah. I guess there's some consideration for Joseph to letting Alden, basically, are you willing to pay 1 life to keep the 3 energy? Because if Joseph casts the discharge now, he's no energy. But if he lets the bombardment resolve and then Alden sacrifices the Flage in response, you get to keep that 3 energy banked. Maybe that's worth it. Not sure. So here is the Goblin Bombardment. Joseph kind of in the tank here. I believe that's what he's thinking about. He's going to go for the discharge now. So that's going to basically pay, like I said, paying 1 life to effectively, paying 3 energy to gain a life, I guess is the better way to put it, maybe. Oh, okay. I think that should be lethal, because that's 4 damage from the Flage. Broslot Pride will make tokens end phase, and that should be enough damage to close things out. There you go.
Yeah, just
Alden
percent burn
Cates.
upstairs.
Yep. You had more than enough creatures to be able to finish the job with the bombardment, and Alden Cates is going to take that match 2-0 in the Boros mirror match. As far as that matchup went, Ross, anything basically went the way that we thought it was going to, right?
Yeah, I think you saw Flage played the critical role in all 3 games. It was Flage that either won the game by itself or at least, was the final nail in the coffin for the losing player. And, neither player really effectively answered Flage. I think, Joseph had the tools to do it there in game 3, was a little aggressive with his removal spells, using both of them early. We'll probably look back and regret that decision later on.
Yep, absolutely. So that is going to do it for this round that we have for you here. But on the other side of the break, we are going to go ahead and switch over to standard. So don't go anywhere. We will be back in just a moment. Hello and welcome back to the NRG Series Championships here. I am joined in the booth with Ross Merriam, and we are here to bring you some standard coverage. So, standard is the name of the game here. We are going to be entering our first round of that format after having 2 rounds of modern. And yeah, there is there's an elephant in the room, or perhaps a grand in the room that we want to take a look at in the standard metagame breakdown. Ross, I mean, I was going to say break it down for me, but I mean, this is sort of what we expected with the World Championships last weekend.
I certainly expected a lot of visit lessons. This might be more than I expected. I don't think it could possibly, I guess it could be less. 18 copies it's a lot. 75% of the room on Is It Lessons. But there are some brave souls, 6 heroes who stand against the mold. 3 copies of Sultai Reanimator, which is a deck that has perked up a lot this week on Magic Online as a supposed answer to Is It Lessons. So I'm interested to see how they do. 2 copies of Jeskai Control, another deck that has perked up online as an answer to Is It Lessons. And then there's 1 copy of Naya Yuna, not a deck we have seen a lot of recently. So I'm particularly intrigued to see how that one does in the hands of Fan Shen Yang.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Naya unit in the hands of Fan Shen Yang. Well, that is who we are going to be taking a look at. One of the brave souls who decided not to register the Lessons deck. Now, as far as this deck list is concerned, for people who haven't seen it, it is built around the card Yuna, Hope of Spira, which is a 5-mana creature that allows you to reanimate enchantments from your graveyard in your end step. So you're reanimating powerful overlords like Boiler Bilges and Mistmoors. You have a lot of self-mill and discard with Dredger's Insight, Esper Origins, Fear of Missing Out. So that is sort of the goal and the, what Fan Shen is trying to accomplish. Now, it's a little bit interesting too, because, you would imagine perhaps one of the natural responses to the Lessons deck is maybe load up on Graveyard Hate to cut them off of having Lessons in the graveyard. So it's interesting leaning on a graveyard deck here for Fan Shen.
Yeah, but this is a graveyard deck that doesn't necessarily need it to play out of the graveyard. If you overload on Graveyard Hate, they can just cast some Overlords and Fear of Missing Outs and removal spells and win the mid-range game, kind of like we saw with Esper Gorios in Modern.
Yeah, that is fair. So Fear of Missing Out is going to be the play with 2 instants in the graveyard here for Fan Shen, so not discarding any of the enchantments. And Cliff doing some setup here as far as the Lessons deck is concerned. Now, this one, if you haven't seen, if you have not been watching Standard over the past basically week or so, ever since the World Championships, where this deck sort of just took off kind of out of nowhere. This deck is aiming to get 3 Lessons into the graveyard to power up things like Grand and Accumulate Wisdom. Probably the single most powerful card in the entire deck, which is just once you have 3 Lessons in the graveyard, it is just 2 mana draw 3, sometimes even 1 mana draw 3 if you have the discount from either Artist Talent or Grand rather. And there was a little bit of interesting thing that I saw is, so in the World Championships, we saw that there was Derek Davis who played a version of Is It Lessons that didn't feature Artist Talent or Monument. All 18 copies of the players playing this weekend are playing Artist Talent and Monument to Endurance.
Yeah, none of them have decided to buck that trend, and I think that's a nod to the mirror. The talent builds were particularly good in the mirror. Eddie Merc Crab, we saw, do a lot of good work for Derek Davis against things like Is It Lessons and other creature decks. But in the mirror matches, which is most of what you're facing in this field, you want talent Monument.
Yeah, looking at Cliff's hand, I believe I saw 2 copies of Accumulate Wisdom, so has plenty of gas in the tank to be able to dig through and just find a whole bunch of cards. So that's going to be the play here for Cliff. We're going to trigger off the Artist Talent. And, now I think there was a second copy of Artist Talent as well. And now because, Cliff knows that the first one is going to die to the Seam Rip, is going to go ahead and keep the second copy in hand and then can just sort of run this play back next turn. And here's a Fear of Missing Out. So we'll have to see if Fan Shen has Big Enchantment followed up with Yuna. Looks like that is not the case.
Still a good setup, though. Fan Shen's getting his mid-range game going.
Yeah, as far as Delirium, we're on, I think, Enchantment Land Instant. Iceberg lands, and then Torch and Fire Magic in the Grave for Fan Shen. So if maybe Fan Shen can draw something like I don't know, maybe a Dredger's Insight or an Esper Origins that could potentially set, Fanshin up for a nice turn next turn with double Delirium Fear of missing out.
Nice start of the turn for Cliff here, replacing the Artist Talent, and there's Monument to Endurance. So has sort of both copies, both halves of the engine, I'll say.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out about Cliff's deck list is Cliff is playing, you see those green lands, Willow Rush, Virgin, Breeding Pool in play for Cliff. There's not any green cards in the main deck. However, there are 4 Origins of Metal Bendings in the sideboard for Cliff. That's the lesson that you can either give your creature indestructible and +1/+1 counter, or more importantly, destroy an artifact or enchantment. So powerful in the mirror match, certainly, but also probably going to come up in this matchup as well because it can kill the Overlords and things like that.
Kill the Overlords, kill Fear of Missing Out, kill
Fear of
Sequel.
missing out too.
Kill Ang's Iceberg. There is a bunch of enchantments in the Enchantment Reanimator deck.
Yeah. A lot of targets there for Fanshin. I really appreciate how we have the monument counters. I love those. Big fan of those.
They're important here, especially when you get multiple monuments going and they're at different, statuses in terms of which modes you've already chosen. So I'm in favor of anything that allows players to communicate clearly.
Yeah, there's also some spots where sometimes, you would need a lot of mana for this, but you can certainly find yourself in a position where you have a cost reducer. Sometimes you end up boomerang basicsing your own monument just to reset the triggers, and then you replay the monument, cast a couple more spells, triggered a couple more times. Not sure we're going to see that this game, but that is something that certainly could be a possibility. Cliff with just an abundance of resources in hand. I see a bunch of talents. I don't know what else we have, though, but Cliff is staring down this overlord of the Boiler Bilges, so really kind of needs to find a combustion techniques pretty quickly.
He's staring down a potentially lethal attack, so he needs to find some answers. He's just finding a lot more card draw, it looks like. A treasure with the second monument trigger, so we can keep this chain going.
Yeah, and then resolving that.
And I think it has to be combustion technique because he really needs to exile the Overlord. Otherwise, it'll be Delirium for Fanshin, and the Fear of Missing Outs can attack for 8.
Yeah, because it'd be creature, enchantment, land, instant. Okay. I think Cliff found a copy of Iroh's demonstration and Firebending lesson, which would be able to, in combination, deal 6 damage to the Overlord. But as you mentioned, not exiling it would mean the Fear of Missing Out still lethal. I guess what Cliff could do is go Gran, and then discount the Irohs for 1 mana, so you have 2 mana left over to go Irohs plus Firebending, kill the Overlord, chump block Fear, take 6, and hope that's good enough.
Yeah, I think that's the play. And Fanshin is Hellbent, right?
Yep.
So it's a play that has a good chance of working. You just need 1 brick from Fanshin, and then you get to untap with a gigantic hand, a ton of mana, and the full engine online with Talent Monument.
Yeah, I think I feel like we're almost at a point where if Fanshin bricks this turn, I think there's a good chance that Cliff can just kill next turn. I guess maybe not.
Goes for the Fear of Missing Out with the Iroh's demonstration. So now Cliff has to find combustion technique or boomerang basics here.
Wow, Cliff found the combustion technique. Okay. So now has plenty of, has that 1 treasure left over that can cast the combustion technique from the discount from Gran. You can even wait till Fanshin's turn to get the talent trigger. You could even go, talent, discard, draw, make a treasure, and then cast another 1 mana spell, discard, draw, trigger monument a second time to, just filter and find a lot more stuff. So we will have to see exactly what it's the big draw step here for Fanshin, although there's not really a ton of good draws here for Fanshin, I feel like, because, I guess Yuna can get back Fear of Missing Out, second Boiler Bilges, maybe.
Any sort of big threat is still going to be effective and force Cliff to find more answers. But at this point, there's enough mana on Cliff's battlefield that they could probably set up a lethal turn.
Okay, so Fanshin did find a kill spell. Torch on Grand is decent, but yeah, Cliff can just go ahead and respond here, cast another Wisdom. That's the third Ancestral Recall that Cliff has cast this game, by the way, I believe. So this card is pretty powerful. It turns out drawing 3 cards for 2 or 1 mana is, and you're probably surprised to hear this, Ross, but that is a powerful play.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good. So we get an attack in here for 4 from Fanshin. That's going to put Cliff down to 4. And, Fanshin's at 12. Yeah, Cliff can almost certainly kill this turn.
And
you
you
just
just need
go-
to find another monument.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Cliff had a second monument in their hand already last turn. So start off with the monument and cast my spells. Discard, that'll deal 3 off the first monument. You play one more spell that'll deal 3 off the second one. And then any instant in Fanshin's upkeep will get this game over with. But yeah, I mean, you just an absolute display of what exactly this lessons deck is capable of. Like once you have that third lesson in the graveyard and you're able to start, the accumulate wisdom is just an unbelievably powerful card. It finds you removal spells, it finds your win conditions, it just does everything. It's really hard to maybe not hard to explain, but yeah, draw 3 good. That's all I got.
think the key card here was the second artist talent. If Fanshin had the seam rip for the first one without the second talent, the engine's not online. This draw is going to look a lot worse for Cliff. Also misses out on several loots over the course of the game and doesn't find the combustion technique in time. And so really the second artist talent was the crucial card, and Cliff had it almost immediately after the first one was exiled to continue to work towards this end state, and got there basically just in time.
Yeah, and remember, I go back to that turn, the previous turn for Cliff, where Cliff had the option to take that, Grand Iroh's Demonstration plus Firebending Lesson to kill the Overlord, and leave the Grand back to block the double FOMO. But if Cliff had taken that line, Cliff would have died because Fanshin drew the torch the tower. So, Cliff maybe took a little bit more of a risky line trying to find the combustion technique, but it paid off because that is exactly the card that Cliff found in that very last draw step on that last talent trigger. So, if maybe Cliff had taken the quote unquote safer line and hoped that Fanshin bricked, we'd be seeing a different game here.
Absolutely. So paid off for that. And we've reached the explain phase.
All right, there you go. Cliff Boyardee taking down game number 1 here with Is It Lessons over Fanshin on Naya Yuna. So we talked about Fanshin's deck list. The Yuna deck, maybe you haven't seen it in quite some time. This is what it looks like. And as far as the sideboard, Fanshin is working with a couple of Voice of Victories, 2 Clarion Conquerors, 2 Cutsil's Flankers, 2 Vivian Raids, an Exercise, a Get Lost, a Pyroclasm, an Ultima, a Ghost Vacuum, a Soul Guide Lantern, and a High Noon. I'm looking at the sideboard, Ross, and I see a lot of cards that I want in this matchup.
Yeah, I definitely am interested in the Graveyard Hate, Ghost Vacuum, Soul Guide Lantern, even the Kutzel's Flankers potentially to limit the effectiveness of Accumulate Wisdoms. I think the various Disenchant effects, Get Lost and Exercise can be effective. High Noon as well to slow down the sort of prowessy aspects of this deck. The real question for me comes to Voice of Victory. Does Fanshin want to effectively turn their deck into more of a aggro disruption strategy and less of a ramp over the top reanimator strategy? And because they're going to have to take out some of the high end threats to fit in all this disruption and then keep some removal for Grand. And so Voice of Victory will allow Fanshin to execute a slightly different game plan that, now that the reanimation plan isn't going to be as well supported. And it will also, allow them to have good counterplay against the various counter spells that you can expect out of these Is It Lessons decks. They almost always bring in 1 to 2 copies at least of a null. Sometimes they have things like Disdainful Stroke, Negate, a lot of different counter spells that can come out of the sideboard of these decks. And Voice being a proactive answer to them can be very effective.
Well, you mentioned the counter spells. We're going to see exactly how many Cliff is working with. Take a look at their deck list here. This is the Is It lessons. I guess we can call it Teamer lessons now. Taking a look at the sideboard, two Ral Crackling Wits and a Null, a Fire Magic, and Iroh's Demonstration, 2 Negates, 2 Spider Sense, 2 Soul Guide Lanterns, and 4 whopping copies of Origin of Metal Bending. Now, Fanchan's deck has a lot of enchantments. I would imagine we're bringing in 4 disenchants here.
Yeah, the a lot of the removal isn't particularly good, especially Firebending lesson. So you're able to upgrade the removal without going down on lessons, which is one of the issues that the Is It Lessons decks can have. They're not able, they kind of have to keep in a certain number of lessons to make their deck work. But so many of the lessons are spot removal. So if you're a deck that spot removal isn't good against, the lessons deck is in an awkward position sideboarding. But this Green Splash is really smart because it allows you to sideboard in a way where you're still upgrading your removal and keeping the lessons count high. So yeah, all 4 copies I think will come in. The Annul certainly should come in, and the Soul Guide Lanterns to stop Yuna at the very least. Cards that could come in but are more questionable. Maybe Demonstration comes in if you want more removal and you're cutting lesson, but I think with the disenchants you won't need it. Maybe Negate, but this is a pretty creature-heavy deck, Naya Yuna, so I doubt that. And then Ral Crackling Wit, just to give the deck a little bit more power, is another option. We'll see if Cliff decides to bring that one in or instead wants to stay lean.
Well, there you go. So that is what the players are working with for the sideboards. Let's go ahead and get you back on down to game number 2 here against Cliff and Fanshin. And I really like how that point you brought up about the lessons deck, very, very powerful, but it requires a very high density of lessons. And I think that, like you mentioned, you brought up a very good point of Cliff sort of finding that sweet spot of a card that is castable in most games, right? And you would imagine a lot of the decks where your removal is not good against, they either have some amount of removal of their own, so the indestructible is good, or they play artifacts and enchantments, especially in the mirror match, because typically you want to shave a lot of that red removal in the lessons mirror. So having getting to upgrade to 4 disenchants to kill their talents and monuments seems like a really good plan here for Cliff. So we see a Gran. It's going to get taken care of by a Seam Rip from Fanshin. The mana, maybe not the greatest here for Fanshin, has 2 Verges, no land. Okay, Stomping Ground in hand to turn on the Verges. I was going to say, the double, triple Verge hand, usually kind of awkward sometimes, but there is a Shock Land in Fanshin's hand. Picks up Yuna, FOMO, Dredger's Overlord. That's a pretty good hit off of the Insight, although it does have to sort of account for the Lantern that's on Cliff's side.
Yeah, normally it'd be pretty easy to take Yuna here and have the Overlord in the graveyard, but maybe Fanshin will instead go for something different. Looks like it did take the Yuna.
He did, yep. So signifies maybe another answer to the Soul Guide in hand for Fanshin. See what Cliff is working with here on their 3rd turn of the game. See a copy of Storm Chasers. Pretty sure that Verge does not make red, does not make blue mana, but no harm, no foul. There we go. Okay. Verges, while powerful, they're not always dual lands. See here in Overlord on turn 4. So that's sort of the plan. You mentioned in game 1 where it's, if Cliff is overloading on a bunch of graveyard hate, well, Fanshin just says, all right, I'll just start casting some Overlords. You're going to have to deal with these. And presumably if a lot of the removal from Cliff came out, maybe he has less ways to answer these tokens, although there's a combustion technique.
Not a great answer, only answering one of the tokens. Ira's Demonstration to sweep both of them would have been better. But it does have the Storm Chaser's talent, could rebuy the technique. This is a game where Cliff doesn't have any of the engine cards. There's no Artist Talent. There's no Monument to Endurance. So they're not really working towards that powerful end game that we saw in game 1. And that means Fanshin is going to have time to work down the counters on the Overlord. And that's going to be way more powerful than anything Cliff is doing, especially with the Yuna on the battlefield that will force a pop of the Soul Guide Lantern. But the Yuna will stick around, and any more enchantments that go to the graveyard can come back.
Yeah, that's one thing. There's certainly an argument to be had about Soul Guide Lantern versus Ghost Vacuum in a variety of different matchups, where sometimes you want the Lantern against the Sultai deck because they just amass this large graveyard, and if you hit one of their demons, they just have more of them. So it's a situation where Lantern may be a little bit better against the Sultai decks, but kind of awkward here because Fanshin's playing a deck where, you know, they can go for one graveyard, like a graveyard turn, but doesn't, you know, Fanshin can just do the same thing again next turn, especially if there's another mill spell. So it can just present another thing that just says, hey, you're going to have to do this every single turn. And it's not clear that Cliff can. So Metal Bending is going to take out Seam Rip. And with that other combustion technique, we're close to being able to kill the Yuna.
I mean, sure, but then there's still the Overlord around.
True.
So we have, is that a second Origin in hand?
I think it is. So Cliff can maybe go attack, loot, and then you can go Origin to kill the Overlord, and then you can combustion technique to exile the Yuna. And that would sort of manage the battlefield a little bit. Looks like that is what Cliff is going to do. But the other issue is now that you've origined the Overlord of the Mistmoors, now you're at the mercy of Fanshin just finding a second copy of Yuna, where now the Overlord's in the graveyard, and if there is a second Yuna, it's almost lights out already.
Yeah, I mean, Cliff has done what they can.
Right, I agree.
Answered the threats on the battlefield, has some pressure here, you know, from his position, will hopefully have time to rebuy one of the Origins. And then that could potentially stop a Yuna later. Origin's an instant, right?
Yes. Yeah, Origin's an instant. And we see here Fanshin finding a copy of Overlord of the Boiler Bilges, and then we're just going to cast that for 6 mana. So that's going to go ahead and take care of the Grand. That's a huge pickup there for Fanshin. So, yeah, you mentioned Cliff can pick up the Origins, but they're going to have to at least take a hit from the Overlord.
And here we see the downfall of this Izzet Lessons deck not having the same amount of pressure as previous Izzet decks. You know, when I think of Izzet Prowess, Corey Steel Cutter, Izzet Cauldron with VV, even you know, something like Izzet Looting now, those are decks that really can close games very quickly. The Izzet Lessons deck, absent of assembling the engine of Talent and Monument, does not end games particularly quickly. And so Fanshin's deck is set up with a ton of really powerful top decks, and every single one of them almost demands an immediate answer. And this Overlord is just going to, you know, work down Cliff's battlefield. And even if Cliff can find an answer to it, then, you know, they don't have an answer to the next threat that Fanshin draws, and so on and so on. So there's not, you know, it's really difficult for Cliff to actually turn this around. He's just sitting here treading water.
And here's another threat in the form of Esper Origins. That can just, you know, Fanshin has 6 mana, so can just go ahead and cast that for 2. Not what you like to see for Cliff when Fanshin just goes top there. So we're going to flash that back. That's going to make a 4/4 and revealing. I think maybe we switched up the order, but
land Overlord of the Mistmoors. So Fanshin setting up the ability to play the Overlord next turn.
That's the station land too, isn't it? It is, yeah.
Adagia.
Yeah. So that one's going to be able to copy, I believe it's artifacts or enchantments. So that one, very, very powerful with Overlords. Fanshin just has that set up next turn. They can just go use the Overlord and the Esper to, you know, fully station the Adagia, and then that can copy. Okay, so the Overlord's taken care of with the combustion technique, but still a lot of problems here for Cliff. Now Cliff has to deal with I guess the summon's going to sort of deal with itself. So it's 12 station, which means, okay, we're not going towards that.
Yeah, it'd be next turn. It's 4 tap to use the abilities. Not enough to do everything, but honestly, like the Esper Origin reverse side pumping all of these insect tokens is going to be enough.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's that is certainly a game where, like you mentioned, Cliff just sort of didn't really have, just kind of, the draw didn't come together. Like, wasn't able to get the lessons in the graveyard early enough, didn't find any artist talents or copies of Accumulate Wisdom. So, but here we see Fanshin Yang. This is how Fanshin got here. Remember, all of our competitors have qualified for this event in one way or the other. So Fanshin, the 2025 accomplishments here, 4 events played, did win the September Standard Showdown. That is the best finish. Total number of top 8s, 1. So maybe a player who is maybe a little bit less accomplished in terms of number of events played and total top eights, but definitely with the win. And that is how Fanchen qualified for this event as well. And we can go ahead and take a look at Cliff here in just a moment. 13 events played, one top eight. Best finish was second place. That was the February team trial, and the qualification was season 1 with the at-large leaderboard. When you're playing 13 events, then that makes a lot of sense with the leaderboard there.
There's two main ways to get to an event like this. You either commit and grind a ton, or you spike one event that gives you the automatic qualification. And both are valid ways to get into the field. However you can make it, you deserve to be here. So Cliff very clearly on the grinded out plan.
Absolutely. So we believe we're going to have game 3 here for you ready in just a second. There you go. So Fanchen Yang tying it up in game number 2. So we're going to see Cliff on the play for game number 3. I believe looking at a 6-card hand. And it looks like I see an Accumulate Wisdom over there. I think I see a Storm Chaser's Talent as well. One thing you mentioned where the Izzet deck, this version of Izzet, maybe not as aggressive as Izzet versions of the past. However, when they do have the Storm Chaser's Talent plus Boomerang basics draw, that is a way for the Izzet deck to go under.
Absolutely. That's a draw that does let them, change up tactics. But Fanchen ready here with Fire Magic, just going to trade 1-for-1 with the Otter, keep some pressure off their life total.
Yeah, it's interesting for Fanchen there, with the Fire Magic. I wonder if you're supposed to or if Fanchen had thought about maybe just considering taking a hit before doing that. Maybe you take a little bit of a hit, maybe worried about Cliff, being able to protect the Otter on a later turn. But, in the instance where Cliff does have the Boomerang basics, it would have worked out maybe a little bit better. I guess if you're planning on casting Insight on turn 2, you just want to use your mana efficiently. So that's
exactly.
Likely, but,
so,
yeah,
there's no, dealing with the one Otter, you also run the risk of, Cliff playing another Storm Chaser's Talent, holding up a mana. Now it's awkward to try to use the talent into, put what could potentially be some sort of instant. Any sort of plays like that just end up leading you into an awkward position. But I think Fanchen understands that dealing with just the one Otter will buy him plenty of time and allow them to get into the mid game.
And we see Cliff firing off a copy of Accumulate Wisdom. Maybe a sign of weakness here. Maybe he doesn't have other things to play, because usually you would maybe want to hold off on that one. So that could be a sign to Fanchen that Cliff's hand is maybe either very lessened light, or doesn't have certainly if maybe there was a monument there, would have played that instead.
Yeah. At the very least, it's a sign that there's no artist talent there.
Yeah.
Oftentimes in matchups like these where you're not being presented with early creatures to remove, then you need to actually play your Accumulate Wisdoms early to fill the graveyard with lessons for later wisdoms. But if you have something like artist talent that can discard cards freely, you're able to enable it, another way. So I think it was a sign that clearly there was no other discard outlet.
So we're going to get a little attack in here with the Otter and the Gran. And I think I may have seen a copy of Ral in Cliff's hands. So here's a flanker coming in. That's going to hit the graveyard, presumably maybe trade for the Gran. Yeah.
There it is.
But then this follow-up Ral is going to be pretty tough for Fanchen unless there's a Get Lost in hand.
That might be the best Crystal's flanker I've ever seen.
Get rid of 2 lessons and trade for Gran. It was pretty good.
I've seen a lot of bad ones.
Yeah. So there is the Planeswalker, and does Fanchen have a Get Lost? I believe there is a copy of Get Lost.
There it is. Okay.
There's also a Lantern and an Iceberg as well. So there's a lot of options here. Could maybe go Lantern plus Iceberg to be the most mana efficient. Could also just save the Iceberg for later on. Looks like they are going to go for the Get Lost.
Yeah, mana efficiency here is less important than the safety of getting rid of the Ral and making sure it's gone. Yeah. Aang's Iceberg can be a very effective answer to one of these Otters if need be, since they will not come back when the Iceberg dies. But make sure the Ral is in the graveyard. That's where it belongs if you're Fanchen.
Yeah, there's also a situation where if you Iceberg the Ral and you're tapped out for a turn, then Cliff could say, boomerang your Iceberg, play a bunch of spells, and then get into a spot where the Ral pops off. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Also, it's the 4 copies of Origin of Metal Bending. So the Icebergs are much less safe against this build of lessons as opposed to the typical one.
interesting play from Fanchon there. I mean, just the +1 life doesn't miss anything. Exile the flanker with the Soul Guide Lantern because there was no lessons in the graveyard for Cliff, and doesn't really have a way to get that flanker back. So just get a little bit of life there with the Lantern. Cliff popping some maps here. Maps are not free. Cliff really wanted to hit a lesson there. Does have, I believe, an Accumulate Wisdom in hand. So Otters get a little bit bigger. They get into the red zone. Fanchon's going to fall down to 8. Okay, yeah, because there was a spell cast, right? Artist Talent. So Fanchon all the way down to 8, facing down 2/2/2 prowess creatures. And it's looking a little dicey, although I did see a copy of Yuna in Fanchon's hand. Is there land 5? I don't think
land
there
5.
is.
Picked up a Torch this turn, so he has 2 removal spells in hand. Torch plus Aang's Iceberg. That'll answer the two Otter tokens quite cleanly. And really, it's just about can Fanchon draw some lands and deploy these really powerful threats before Cliff gets the full engine online with Monument to Endurance.
Well, right as you mentioned it, good timing, Ross. There is the Monument to Endurance, but Cliff can't really do a ton this turn because they've got 2 1-mana spells left over. So, I mean, I guess you can discard the Combustion Technique and hope to rip a land, but you kind of want to save the Combustion Technique for a potential Yuna if you're Cliff. So,
oh, is that going to be no discard?
yeah, I almost wonder if maybe Cliff was supposed to level the talent this turn, the Artist Talent, and then next turn you could be able to go, you could just have 2 mana for Monument, and then you could just go a 1 mana Accumulate with the talent trigger, discard the technique, and that would give you 3 on Resolution. No, there's only 1 in the grave, never mind. So you'd still be 1 short.
Okay, gonna discard the technique. I thought that would be the case because you want to work towards this Accumulate Wisdom. And now, yeah, Cliff has the Soul Guide Lantern, but wants to keep it to get triggers next turn.
That's a weird spot. I don't know if there's an enchantment in Fanchon's graveyard. I don't think there is. I think I see a Fire Magic, a Terra, Get Lost, couple of lands. So I don't think Cliff is in danger of anything crazy happening this turn with Yuna.
Indeed, nothing going to happen with the Yuna. Fanchon doesn't find land 5, just goes for this Overlord. That makes a lot of sense.
So Cliff, with 2 lessons in graveyard, has the Accumulate in hand. I believe the Lantern and a land that was picked up. So maybe wants to go Lantern first. I guess you could also just go Artist Talent first.
Yeah,
and then play the Lantern for free.
Effectively cost himself, some mana, right? It would have been 2 mana to play Monument this turn as opposed to 3 mana to level talent.
Yeah.
Don't think it's going to matter. Lantern is free. Was that Ral? Yep.
That was a second copy of Ral, yep. So Ral plus Accumulate is the holdings here. Now, Cliff going to go ahead and resolve a Monument trigger. Kind of needs to dig a little bit deeper. Still needs that 3rd lesson in the graveyard.
Yeah, it doesn't find it. Finds a land off the top. 3rd lesson there would have been nice. There is a Soul Guide Lantern for Fanchon, so they're going to be able to stop this 2nd Accumulate Wisdom, but you get the Lantern off the battlefield, and then you can start working towards future accumulates.
So we'll have to see what Cliff wants to do here, but not a ton of options left over. With the Ral, doesn't have the ability to cast that this turn with the mana situation. Probably wants to hold land in hand to be able to discard the Artist Talent. So maybe is just content with firing off the Wisdom to try and find a little more gas, and it looks like that is what's going to happen. Really in the tank here, not sure.
Yeah. The unfortunate part of this is that it doesn't force Fanchon's hand with the Soul Guide Lantern, so your next Accumulate Wisdom also won't draw 3 cards, and that'll be the 3rd one at that point. And, Cliff is a little bit resource strapped at this point with only 1 other card in hand. Or 2 other cards in hand, excuse me. So you really want to be casting Accumulate Wisdom as an Ancestral Recall at this stage of the game. Fortunately for Cliff, they just haven't been able to do it.
So Fanchon's going to use the Lantern. Maybe I missed a lesson in the graveyard.
Yeah,
I thought there was only 2
as well, but
yeah, interesting.
Either way, the Lantern is used, so now
kind of perfect for Cliff, because now that you have the accumulate in the graveyard, now you can possibly get that back with the Storm Chasers as well in a future turn.
Yeah,
So
and
that kind of worked out pretty well for Cliff.
There's an abandoned attachments, which is nice here if they want that, but going for a different card.
I think it was a null is the other card.
Also not a bad one.
Yeah.
There's some pressure on Fanchen's battlefield, but not a ton. So having that security blanket.
2 good deals.
And it's really
going to go for the annul.
Does Cliff want to keep playing Disruption or want to really enable this engine as much as possible? And they're thinking about it.
It's really tricky here. I mean, I guess the thinking is what could you annul next turn? An Overlord, right? Because you would certainly want to counter either a Mistmoors or a copy of Boiler Bilges. I mean, Fear of Missing Out, Treacherous Insight, even Seam Rip on the Artist Talent would be pretty brutal. I couldn't actually get. I didn't look to see what they grabbed. Was it the annul? I think it might have been the annul.
Hard to tell. But I bet you, Devin, will find out before the end of the game.
That's a good point. That is a good point. Okay, so there's the unit. It was the annul, by the way.
Yeah.
So we are. Oh, this is a beautiful play from Fanchin. Yeah, Waterbend to sack the Iceberg. This is going to force the Lantern from Cliff, and then Fanchin can actually get, if Fanchin can find another enchantment next turn to put into the graveyard, that could actually get some good value.
Yeah, really heads up play from Fanchin using every part of the Buffalo.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, if you're Cliff, you almost... It's a low-value target, but if you don't use the Lantern, then they're just going to kill the Monument, so you almost certainly have to pop the Lantern here, yeah, as that is what happens. So no graveyard for Fanchin, and I mean, Cliff is going to get to untap with a Monument to Endurance and a level 2 Artist Talent, so you gotta like Cliff's chances here. Oh, is this end of turn? The unit does... Okay, I was going to say. Yeah, I guess there's no graveyard anyway, so. Or one less in the graveyard, rather, excuse me.
Are those insects not enchantment creatures?
No, they're just creatures, I believe.
Just regular creatures, okay.
Yeah, I don't think they're enchantments. Pretty sure. I'm not 100% positive, but I would say I'm
just regular creatures. Okay.
98% confidence.
So yeah, Cliff wanted to get the trigger on Fanchin's turn so they can discard and trigger Monument more. That all makes sense. Looks like the Ral ended up in the graveyard through all of this. So
yeah, I think Cliff discarded the Ral at the last trigger end of turn.
Yeah, to keep the annul in hand.
Combustion technique, yep.
So now it just doesn't have a ton going on.
Yeah, find Storm Chasers. So I mean, you can level up one of the... You can make a treasure off of the Monument, level up the Storm Chasers, get back the Wisdom, play land, cast the Wisdom, discard the Annul. Or I guess, in that case, you would just hold up the Wisdom or the Annul. But I believe Cliff drew a card off the Monument. I couldn't... maybe we haven't resolved the Monument trigger yet. Okay, we did.
Yeah,
so Cliff's going to go ahead and ship it back.
Just land a null. Really very weak leftovers. Now Fanchin can start filling the graveyard with Esper Origins, set up as Yuna.
There's a Seam Rip.
Not bad.
Not terrible. I mean, it's a free card. I'll take a free card.
Answer the Artist Talent. That's great.
Yuna getting into the red zone. And answering the Artist Talent is pretty big here for Fanchin because Cliff is sort of choked on mana as well, like only having access to 4 lands. When Cliff loses that Artist Talent, they're going to be very limited on what they can actually do with that, Monument to Endurance. Well, also the Artist Talent being the main discard outlet as well also goes away. So,
Esper Origins creates another creature. The Seam Rip comes in, does take the Artist Talent. Yeah, it's Fanchin that's really been able to work through the disruption from Boyardee and get this unit engine finally online. And with very little graveyard, not many accumulate wisdoms left, and now the Artist Talent gone, I don't see what Cliff finds to get back into this game.
Yeah, there's the Yuna in play. Fanshin also has the graveyard unlock because I believe a copy of Ghost Vacuum was found off of the Esper Origins. So that's going to mitigate the combustion technique to be able to answer Yuna. You have, you answered the Artist Talent. Cliff doesn't really have any ways to discard cards that trigger the Monument to Endurance. And Cliff, knowing with the Ghost Vacuum in hand, kind of needs to use the Storm Chasers this turn.
Yeah, definitely. And that just doesn't have enough mana to really use it and still have a good turn. I think the decision I look back to is Cliff deciding to take the Annul over the Abandoned Attachments. That Annul ended up not doing anything this game, and Cliff really prioritized it. Fanshin, has had very strong non-annullable plays the turns after that. Played the Yuna and the Esper Origins plus flashback. So, if Cliff instead had that Abandoned Attachments, I think this game could have gone very differently.
Yeah, I would have looked at 3 more cards that turn, 2 off of the Abandon, and then an additional 1 off of the Monument trigger.
Yeah, and probably kept the Ral in hand, because the Annul was kept in hand, and instead the Ral was discarded.
Right. Just because Cliff was low on material, but if Cliff had maybe 2 more cards in hand, dig a little bit deeper, was able to keep that Ral, and then would not have been... Yeah, I'm with you. I think that, Annul is a very powerful card against... a deck with a lot of enchantments, but I think a lot of the enchantments that Fanshin is casting are cheap, and Fanshin also has a lot of threats that aren't enchantments. So, and I think also a lot of a lot of Fanshin's enchantments are answers too, and the Annul is sort of a situation where Cliff needed to Cliff was just out of resources. Like you mentioned, the Abandoned Attachments I feel like would have been a little bit better this game, but we are here, and that is going to do it. Fanshin, our lone Naya Yuna player, in a sea of 75%, Is It Lessons, takes down the one and only Is It Lessons.
Hero defeats a villain. You love to see it.
Yeah. I mean, that was a wild match. There was a lot to discuss, rather, excuse me. I think that, the disenchants from Cliff looked pretty good in some of those spots, was able to take care of icebergs and seam rips and whatnot. But yeah, Fanshin just really showing how many angles this Yuna deck can attack from. Like you mentioned, if there's too much graveyard hate, then Fanshin can just start casting Overlords and things like that. But yeah, beautiful match. I think both players played well, and I think that's all we have for this round. So without further ado, we will go ahead and take a break and bring you back into one more standard round right after this. All right, everybody, we are back here for the NRG Championships end of year final event. I am joined by Ross Merriam, and we are going to be bringing you round number 6 of coverage here. We went 3 rounds of draft early on. We did 2 rounds of modern, and this is going to be the second round of standard. Actually, sorry, round number 7. I apologize. Second round of standard here. We're going to have one more round after this before we conclude. And we have been seeing a lot of different decks on camera as far as, modern and standard. We took a look at the metagame. I mean, there's a lot of visit lessons, and it's kind of unavoidable at this point. But Ross, we are going to be taking a look at an Is It Lessons mirror match here on camera.
Yeah, with 75% of the field being Is It Lessons, we're going to get a lot of these mirrors. Players are going to have to play a lot of them throughout these standard rounds, and I'm sure they knew that. So, presumably all of our players who chose to play Is It Lessons have come prepared with some amount of spice or tech for the mirror, and we'll get to see which ones work out better. I think last round we saw the Disenchants, the Origins of Metal Bending. That to me is a nod to the mirror, giving themselves a good answer to the opposing talents and monuments. Both of these players, however, deciding to be straight Is It, and instead of playing lists that are very close to what Seth Manfield won the World Championships with last weekend.
Yeah, looking at Rodney's deck list, I think this might be, no, not quite the exact same. Looks like Rodney has trimmed on a copy of Combustion Technique and a copy of Firebending Lesson for an extra quench and an Iro's Demonstration. Looks like, there's also a Spider Sense in the main deck as well. So some small changes there. And then for Theo, let me get Theo's deck list pulled up real quick here. Theo looks like, I think Theo might be the same list as Seth's. Now, looks like Theo has decided to cut the main deck quench for a third Iro's Demonstration. So a little bit less changes. But yeah, players very, very similar to the list that won the World Championships. And as far as, thinking about it from the perspective of Rodney's side, like trimming on some of that red removal, I think that makes a little bit of sense, where some of the weaker cards in the mirror match happen to be those red cards. Certainly they can kill Graham, but there's just not a lot of creatures in these matchups. And it's a lot more about the artifacts and enchantments playing to the board with like Talon and Monument.
And if you look at the other decks that are in the field, a few players that decided not to bring lessons, they are also decks that are not playing small creatures. It's 3 copies of Sultai Reanimator, 2 Jeskai Control, and the 1 Naya Yuna from Fanchen Yang. So there's 0 copies of Badgermole Cub in the standard portion of this tournament. There's more Badgermole Cubs in modern than in standard, Devin.
Well, I'll be honest with you, I didn't think that was going to happen. But to be fair, the Badgermole Cup decks did kind of get destroyed at the World Championships. They had some pretty low win rates.
It's what these Is It decks were built to prey on. They have a bunch of all this red removal because that's where the lessons are. So, very clear that that's what players expected to play against. So they gravitated away from the decks that line up well into that red removal and are instead trying to play decks that play well into that removal. And that means that the Is It Lessons players have to adapt by trying to cut down on red removal while still keeping their lesson count high.
Yeah, and Theo finding a copy of Monument to Endurance. So Theo has a Monument and an Artist Talent, and Rodney has neither of those. So if there was an advantage bar, I think it would be heavily in the favor of Theo here. As far as, Rodney's got, an Otter token, Monument to Endurance, but doesn't really have a way to use the Monument. Theo can start doing, having a big setup turn, maybe level up the Artist Talent this turn. Maybe play land 4, get a little bit of a discounted spell, but it's Rodney's kind of in a rough spot here.
Yeah, in the early games, sometimes Storm Chaser's Talent plus Boomerang Basics can be a viable plan to go on the beatdown and get very aggressive. But once that is stymied, either by you not drawing those cards or your opponent having removal, then these games are really going to be about who assembles the Talent Monument engine faster. And Theo has done that here in game 1 and should look to end this game relatively quickly.
Bit of an interesting exchange there for Rodney. So Theo played a Firebending Lesson on the Otter token, and Rodney, knowing the Otter was going to die, went ahead and Spider Sensed, picked up the Otter to counter the Artist Talent trigger. May not seem like the most, but does deny Theo the ability to discard there, trigger the Monument 1 time, and the Otter was going to die anyway. So, Rodney get a little bit of value out of that Spider Sense. But yeah, Theo just kind of operating on everything's going right for Theo here. Has the talent, has the monument. I guess the one thing Theo doesn't have is a cost reducer yet, but there is the artist talent in play, so can go ahead and do that next turn. And we see Boomerang Basics on Monument to Endurance just to kind of choke Rodney on mana a little bit.
Yeah, that's, Theo understands that he has the engine online as long as he can keep Rodney from establishing his own engine. And then maybe Rodney can, chain accumulate wisdoms from that point while Theo maybe misses on that card. That's a way he could fall behind. So just wants to slow down his opponent. He has plenty of resources going on. He can afford to throw away a bounce spell, which is card disadvantage.
So we see Rodney going for a copy of Abandoned Attachments. And does have 3 mana left over. Could redeploy the monuments. I think I might have seen a Grand in Rodney's hand as well, so could even go Grand into Monument. Sometimes you kind of want to hold on to the Grand for as long as possible, where you want to get, you want to play Grand on a turn that you're planning on playing multiple spells in a turn to get the, discount more than one spell if you expect it to just kind of die anyways. So Rodney choosing to hold on to the Grand and just deploy the monument here. So we'll go ahead and see what Theo is up to. Could start the turn off with a level up of artist talent to get a discount on spells.
I think that's going to be the case here, or maybe a second monument. There's a monument in hand. Okay.
Ooh. Yeah, okay, Rodney's seen enough. I get it. Yeah, I mean, it's just, especially from that board where Rodney didn't really have anything in play, he probably would have just died within 1 or 2 turns anyway. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the sideboards here. Rodney is working with, looks like a Quantum Riddler, an Unagi of Koshi Island, a Chandra Spark Hunter, 3 Annuls, an Iroh's Demonstration, 2 Pyroclasm, a Spider Sense, 2 Ruinous Rampage, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, and a River Churn Monument. Some options here for Rodney.
Yeah, definitely. So post board, when players, tend to cut down a lot of their removal, especially Combustion Technique, Firebending Lesson at least trades on a 1-for-1 basis at even mana against Grand. And then Iroh's Demonstration can sometimes be important for catching you up against the early talent Boomerang Basics draws. Your opponent will sometimes leave you a window to sweep away all the otters. So you want to leave in some number of Iroh's Demonstrations and all your Firebending Lessons, but cut your techniques. And typically you're bringing in, better interaction. A Null can be very good in this matchup. Soul Guide Lantern is obviously excellent. You want the Graveyard Hate. But then you can lean towards other threats, because once players bring in appropriate disruption for the engine pieces, Artist Talent and Monument to Endurance, you can try to sidestep it with other cards. And we see Rodney is really overloaded on that aspect. River Churn Monument, Quantum Riddler, Unagi, Chandra. I don't know if all 4 of them will come in. I wouldn't be surprised, but certainly some number of those cards will come in to give Rodney the ability to play more of a mid-range game when both players trade off a ton of resources with all of this additional disruption that comes in after sideboard.
Yeah, I think what's nice about that too, just to point out the threats here for Rodney, it's a nice mix. You have an artifact, a creature, and a planeswalker. You have cards that cost 4 mana, cards that cost 2 mana. So you're sort of, a lot of the Annuls and Disdainful Strokes, you're kind of splitting hairs on those a little bit, your opponent's versions of those counter spells, where they're not going to be, they can't target everything with those counter spells, is kind of what I'm getting at. So that is what Rodney is working with. Let's go ahead and see if we can get Theo's deck list pulled up on screen. So Theo is working with 3 Quantum Riddlers, 2 Annuls, a Spell Pierce, a Torch the Tower, 2 Abrades, an Iroh's Demonstration, a Negate, a Pyroclasm, a Spider Sense, and 2 Soul Guides. So a little bit heavier on the creatures here for Theo.
Yeah, Quantum Riddler is a great mid-range threat, so less diversified, but relatively similar structure of the sideboard. We have Riddlers as mid-range threats. We have the Soul Guide Lanterns for Graveyard Hate. We have better interaction in the form of a Null, Spell Pierce, a Braid. All of those can come in. Even Pyroclasm could be good as a way to sweep up a bunch of, relative to Iroh's Demonstration, because it still kills Grand as a spot removal spell if you need it to. Could be awkward if you have your own Grand in play relative to Demonstration. We'll see what numbers of those Theo wants to be on, but very similar sideboarding, obviously, in the mirror. We're going to cut our Combustion Techniques. We're going to, cut down on spot removal overall, but bring in some more counter spells, more card advantage, Graveyard Hate, and leave in enough spot removal to make sure they can answer Grand, and then can answer, some, times hordes of talent tokens. Maybe you need to leave in like one combustion technique to have an answer to Quantum Riddler. Rodney maybe needs to leave in 2 or something because there's 3 Riddlers in Theo's sideboard, but you adapt based on open deck list from what exactly your opponent's sideboard threats are.
Well, there you have it. So that is what the players are working with. We're going to go ahead and get you back down to game number 2. Theo currently up a game over Rodney. Players playing a very, very similar deck lists. And, as we talked about, we're going to be seeing a lot of this is at Lessons Mirror in the standard portion of our event, given that it is 75% of the metagame. And I mean, again, these players, the World Championships happened. Deck lists, I believe, were due on Wednesday. So they really only had a couple of days. And it's entirely possible that, the World Championships just sort of derailed their entire testing, because this Lessons deck was not really as much of a known quantity going into the World Championships. People were playing it, but I don't think that people at the World Championships expected it to be as dominant and as played as it was.
Absolutely. And so our players here had to react to that. And with only a couple days to react, it's no surprise that so many people fell on the, join them bandwagon. Because if the deck proves to be broken like previous Izzet decks in standard for the last year, it'll be tough to go to an event like this that you've worked all year to qualify for and play a deck that is so far below the rest of the field because this broken deck exists.
This brand new color combination, blue and red cards. I feel like we haven't seen it that much in standard before, but see Theo going off with there's a resolved artist talent, and Rodney does have 2 Storm Chasers, but Theo was able to answer the first otter with a Boomerang Basics, and Theo has basically everything, not everything, but has a lot online here. Soul Guide Lantern to cut off Rodney's access to accumulate wisdom, and has an artist talent potentially setting up for a monument next turn. There is kind of some, weird situations with Soul Guide where you kind of want to time it correctly, where if your opponent has 3 lessons in their graveyard and they don't have mana up, sometimes you want to think about using it main phase, because then you could run into a spot where if Rodney has double wisdom, then Rodney could go wisdom, you lantern, Rodney wisdoms again. So there's maybe a little bit of a cat and mouse game as to when you want to use that lantern.
Absolutely there is, but no further plays past the Grand for Rodney, so Theo gets to keep the Soul Guide Lantern in play, and that is rough. That was a big turn for Rodney. He'd fallen behind in the early turns of the game, but had 4 mana, could have potentially interacted with Theo's battlefield, built out his own, didn't really get to do any of that, and now he's just going to fall further behind.
I think there might have been a copy of Monument in Rodney's hand. I think I spotted one. So, but potentially holding up a counter spell instead of deploying the Monument. It's hard to get a good look at Rodney's hand past that. But yeah, Theo getting in with the Otter token. It's going to put a little bit of pressure on Rodney. And we'll see exactly what Rodney has to work with. Lantern also, maybe notably shutting off one of the Storm Chasers talents for Rodney. So if Rodney was, to go for the Storm Chasers, target a card, then Theo could maybe... Theo would probably want to use that lantern, so that's something that Rodney has to think about as well. Okay, going to go for a firebending lesson. That presumably is going to clear the Otter, or at least attempt to. And no response from Theo. That was a 2/2 Otter, so if Theo had a spell, potentially would have wanted to save it.
Rodney takes a risk there, but gets rewarded. That's... what you often need to do when you fall behind is take some risks and hope your opponent doesn't punish you. Really interesting there that Rodney didn't make a play with those talents. Could have bought back a spell. I guess has the looter land, so can hold up counter spells or at least bluff them while still getting a little bit of card selection here.
Yeah, one thing that, one subtle difference that I didn't, we didn't point out when we were looking at deck lists is Rodney has a second copy of Agna Kella, the land that lets you loot. So that could be something if the game goes a little bit longer, Rodney having a second copy of that potentially has a little bit of, like, Rodney already has one. I guess Theo has one too. So we're even there, but not sure. We're looking at judges. Not sure what happened here. Looks like Storm Chaser's talent getting leveled up. I wonder if there's a question where when exactly does Rodney have to target the card? I believe you do have to target.
It could also be Theo asking, like, if I remove the talent response, does Rodney still get the card? And the answer there is no.
No. Would not get the card. So, thinking about it. Yeah, and Theo actually just lets Rodney pick up the lesson. I think that's interesting. Also, because Rodney didn't play the land first, so only had 1 mana available, unless I'm mistaken. Because I think what happened there is Rodney was trying to bait the Lantern out to potentially set up for an Accumulate Wisdom. Where, if Theo uses the Lantern there, Rodney can respond with Wisdom. But I don't remember if Rodney had played a land first. In any case, there is a monument from Theo.
I'm all meeting a null, but Theo has a Spell Pierce in hand, so Spell Pierce fights back, and there's not another counterspell for Rodney. That means full engine once again online for Theo Young. He is your reigning NRG champion.
So there's the monument.
A strong run so far today at 4-2, very close to 5-2. And this is Rodney's tournament life now on the line. We have a unique structure for this event. Your 6th loss, and you are out of the tournament. Sextuple elimination.
Yeah, that is one thing we didn't mention earlier. But yes, Rodney playing for tournament life, 6 losses and you're out, and also 8 wins and you're into top 8. So that is the name of the game here. It's the first to 8, the first 8 people to 8. Go ahead and get into the top 8. There's some tiebreakers that we'll have to go through if there's more than 8 people after 12 rounds. But that is what we are doing here. So we see Rodney go for a firebending lesson, I think, on end step. And I think looks like Theo is thinking about something. Not entirely sure. Okay, we were thinking about whether or not wanted to pop the Lantern. And I think Theo maybe correctly assumes that it's good to do it or Rodney's tapped out. Yeah. So Rodney can't respond with something like a Wisdom.
Theo, very much on the ball here. Time to Soul Guide Lantern well. And okay. Now Rodney turns to get aggressive. Boomerang Basics on Storm Chaser's talent. Has a couple otters going. This could be a reasonable plan. Especially with now the Soul Guide Lantern gone, the Boomerang Basics can start looping with Storm Chaser's talent.
All right. Rodney getting in for 3 damage. Theo's down to 13. So basically, I think we're sort of at a point where Rodney has just accepted the fact that we're not going to find a copy of Talent or Monument, and we are now trying to win the game with Otters, which, to be fair, Theo maybe not equipped to answer if there's no like Iroh's Demonstration or anything like that was kept in.
This game right now comes down to how good Theo's hand is. A strong hand should take this game. A weak hand might lose to this horde of Otters.
There's a Wisdom. I'm going to be honest with you, Ross. I think there's only 2 lessons in Theo's graveyard. I think I see a Boomerang and a Technique, but everything else is not a lesson, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, this is just going to be an Impulse.
Wow. Okay.
Usually, you don't see that many cards in the graveyard with only 2 lessons, so it's a little jarring.
But when you board out a number of your removal spells in a matchup like this and bring in Soul Guide Lanterns and counter spells and whatnot, these are the things that can happen. The engine of the deck gets weaker in these post-sideboard games, which is why you see the players bring in those additional threats so that they have something that they can draw into when the engine isn't humming at 100%.
I gotta say, after watching Cliff on camera the round that we did, I kind of like the Green Splash, right? Because it seems like the Origin of Metal Bending is a card that whenever your red removal spells are bad, most of the time the Origin is going to be at least somewhat good in some fashion or some form of fashion. I completely agree.
So. I think that was a stroke of genius. I wouldn't be surprised if it's something we see picked up moving forward.
So Theo does have a second monument here. So that presumably is maybe what was found off of the Accumulate Wisdom. But Yeah, with Theo making that play last turn, it's possible. I mean, you would imagine that if Theo had other spells to play, would maybe deploy those before playing the Wisdom to try and find that third lesson. But with Theo making the play that he did last turn, it sort of signifies a little bit of weakness.
Hey, Boomerang Basics on a talent. Now another Boomerang Basics on the other talent. Can Rodney get to lethal here? And
That's a lot of damage.
Theo's at an odd life total, which is awkward. It will need to be 6 spells if there's no other sources of damage. But has 4 rolled up. And, could conceivably like firebending lesson of an otter that he makes this turn with one of the talents that gets replayed just as to prowess the attacking otters. And I do see a firebending.
Yeah, there's a firebending lesson. I think Rodney is just 1 spell short.
Yeah, needs one more single blue spell, and there's just not that many of them. He's already cast 4 this turn, 2 talents, 2 Boomerang Basics.
I think what he can do is go Grand into Ancestral and try to find land plus another spell off of this. Because I don't think Rodney's played a land this turn. So land, okay, there's land.
Okay. That should do it.
And then double talent, right? There's talent, get the 5, talent, get the 6, and that's 14.
Wow.
Did not expect that.
No. I mean, Theo's hand, wasn't particularly good, and Rodney's was great for the Otter aggro plan. 6 spells. That's a high storm count and good enough to win this second game.
Yeah, that's crazy. So that is game number 2. We're going to take a look at our players who are playing this match, because as we mentioned, all the players that are here, they've qualified in one fashion or another, and this is Rodney's 2025 NRG Series. So 11 events played, 2 top 8s, best finish being 3rd place. That was the May Modern Showdown, and Rodney qualified via the Season 1 at-large leaderboard. So that is Rodney's resume here. And if we can go ahead and take a look at Theo's, well, I know that Theo is our returning champion. That's how he qualified for this year's event. As far as the 2025 series, he played 6 events with 2 top 8s. So didn't even, could have taken the year off, right? With the already qualified being the champion from last year. But he said, you know what? I'll play some events, still make a couple of top 8s. Best finish was 2nd place in the June Standard Showdown.
Yeah, he gave players a little bit of a shot, only showing up to 40% of the events instead of 100%, knowing that his invite was in the bag. So, but yes, still very impressive there. 2 top 8s in 6 events. And anytime you're at about 20% or higher in top 8 conversion rate, you're doing something right. And so 33% there for Theo, even in a small sample size, is a great year.
Absolutely. And we're going to see if he can, maybe he can go the back-to-back. He's sitting at a decent record here, 4-2. If he wins this match, get up to 5-2. Again, it's the name of the game is get to 8 wins before you get to 6 losses. That is what the players are trying to do here. 8 wins will lock you up for a top 8. 6 will eliminate you. So, Rodney sitting at that 1-5 record is playing for his tournament life at this point. As far as hands are concerned, Rodney leading off on a Storm Chaser's talent does have the boomerang, put a little bit of pressure on. We'll see. Does not have the land.
I could tell by the expression on Rodney's face. I was like, that's a man who doesn't have a land.
Yeah.
That is tough in this mirror to fall behind like that. You just don't get a lot of opportunities to catch back up because this deck is so good at using its mana going long because of the talents. Theo does have, both talents. Normally when you miss a land drop early, what you're hoping for is that your opponent floods out because then they're going to run out of gas. You can, use whatever resources you have to buy yourself time. Eventually you'll draw out of your mana screw and you'll have more spells left over because they've drawn too many lands. But when all of your cards have all of this extra text that lets you use your mana going long, draw more cards with Storm Chaser's talent, then, it just becomes really difficult to have that plan come to fruition. And Rodney's still not making that land drop, so things are going from bad to worse.
Yeah, it's really difficult for a deck with 4 Storm Chasers talents and 4 Accumulate Wisdoms to really ever run out of gas. Like this is a deck. It's very, very rare. It involves a lot of, graveyard hate targeting the Wisdoms and the Storm Chasers talent, but left unimpeded, this deck will just effectively the tank is never empty.
Yeah. You do
Man.
sometimes have to start playing carefully if all your monuments are near the bottom of your deck, and then you have to
that's
try
true.
to decline artist talent triggers. You don't actually run out of cards in your library, but you really don't have to worry about running out of gas as long as the engine is online. Okay.
So Rodney did find a second land, and there's a third land in hand. So going to deploy a copy of Abandoned Attachments, discarding a second attachments. Rodney already on 3 lessons in graveyard, so has Accumulate Wisdom potentially lined up. You got to imagine there's at least one. I think I saw 2 in Rodney's hand.
Yeah. But Rodney's hand
Grand.
is also quite full for missing early land drops, so he wants to deploy some spells before refueling with those Accumulate Wisdoms. So this play of 2 1-drops is perfect. Soul Guide Lantern to stop your opponent's accumulates and a Grand. Excellent play for Rodney to start catching up in this game.
Yeah, being able to deploy that lantern for free, huge with the Grand. So, and is able to set up Grand for next turn. And there's situations where we talked about in a previous game where sometimes you want to hold the Grand on a turn. Can't really do that when you're in Rodney's spot, missing the land drops that he did. So, is going to deploy the Grand. And Theo does have a lantern, which is going to make those wisdoms a little more awkward in Rodney's hand. I'm very curious if Theo's going to just fire off the lantern now.
Yeah, again, we saw him do this last game. Opponent tapped out, plenty of lessons in the yard, but you get to exile one with the trigger. So I think if there was one more lesson in yard, you would consider sacking it, but with only 2...
It's a little risky, though, because if you let the Grand go to combat and Rodney discards a third, now Rodney has 3 engrave and the discount ready. So Rodney could even say fire off Wisdom, then get Lantern, Wisdom again in response with the mana discount. So bit of a tricky spot here for Theo to navigate. And, as Rodney, the player who missed a land drop this game, hand is full of spells. And I believe there's at least 2 wisdoms in hand.
Yeah, the options are definitely there.
So Rodney's going to lead on talent. We're going to loot off the Grand. See, he discarded a wisdom.
Yeah, he's got plenty of cards in hand.
Interesting, yeah. Maybe just no other lessons, because I know there was at least 2 wisdoms, but it's possible. Yeah, it looks like maybe a couple of monuments, another Grand as well for in Rodney's hand, and I think a copy of a null. So here's a Riddler for Theo. Theo, with the trigger on the stack, is going to cast Abandoned Attachments. This is going to provide a lot of cards. He's going to get to discard 1, draw 2 off of the Abandoned Attachments. The monument's going to get a trigger, and then with the Abandoned Attachment, he can still discard 1 of the 2 cards to draw 2 more. So cards flowing here for Theo.
Yep. And this is the engine fully online. Rodney's done an admirable job of trying to catch back up, but Theo didn't stumble at all, making all of his land drops, assembling the engine very quickly. Had the Soul Guide Lantern of his own to muck things up for Rodney. So this was really an ideal draw for Theo, even outside of the mana issues that Rodney's had.
Yeah, looks like Theo firing off a copy of Firebending Lesson on Gran. It's going to stop the discounts, and this is good sequencing here for Theo. Now that there's no discount, maybe can fire off the Soul Guide Lantern while Rodney only has 1 mana available, just to sort of, make sure that Rodney cannot really do anything to get out of this game. And yeah, I mean, at this point, it seems sort of helpless. Doesn't really have enough going on. No discount. I mean, does have a second Gran, but yeah, Theo's just going to fire off the Lantern now. And with only three mana, I mean, does have a copy of Artist Talent, I guess. So maybe you could level the Artist Talent and hope that you get to untap. Maybe deploy a Monument this turn. I think I saw 3 copies of Monument in Rodney's hand.
That's probably too many at this point.
Yeah, I would say it's probably too many. So it looks like Rodney's going to go for a Monument. That's going to be met with a negate from Theo. And Theo, just like you mentioned, firing on all cylinders, has the full combo in play, even has an auto to boot. Rodney all the way down to 4 life, presumably going to take lethal damage this turn.
Yeah. And Theo's been very careful this entire game to not leave himself vulnerable. He found the graveyard hate. He's holding up counter spells. It's very easy in that scenario, especially when your opponent misses land drops, to just start jamming all your spells and try to end the game as quickly as possible. Theo was aggressive there in trying to get to the end stage with the engine, but he was tight aggressive, as we like to say. It was just playing out enough to put himself ahead while still leaving up interaction to make sure he could keep his opponent behind. Because it's always relative. It doesn't matter how fast you go if your opponent's going faster. So the more you can put your opponent behind, that's just as good as going quickly, sometimes even better. Just very tight professional level play from Theo Young there. No surprise, given that he is our reigning champion.
Yeah, and with that loss, we do have to say goodbye to Rodney. Remember, the name of the game is get to 8 wins before you get to 6 losses. So with that 6th loss, Rodney is eliminated from the tournament, and Theo picking up win number 5. So that's going to do it for this particular round. We have 1 round left to go. It's going to be a little bit more modern action, and stay tuned because we will be back in just a little bit. Alrighty, folks, that was a very, very quick turnaround time, and we are back here with the last round of Constructed for today. It's going to be round number 8, and I am Devin O'Donnell, joined with Ross Merriam here in the booth, and we are ready to bring you some modern action. So we had a bit of a weird structure here. We had 2 rounds of modern, 2 rounds of standard, an extra round of modern today, and we're just going right in. Here is Charlie Dusterberg against Will Kowalczyk. So Boros Energy against Golgari Yawgmoth, excuse me. We saw the Yawgmoth deck on camera earlier get dispatched by the Espergorios deck of Garrett Galford. How does this matchup typically go for the Yawgmoth deck?
It's a really interesting one because the Yawg deck is very good at blocking, which is not something Boros Energy is used to running into.
True.
In particular, Young Wolf is like the mortal enemy of Ragavan.
Yeah.
So you as the Boros player, you actually have to slow down and be less aggressive and really try to build up your board outside of combat. So like starting with Guide of Souls is great because that can allow you to trigger Pride without attacking, and then the extra energy can let you jump your creatures to the air. So I think that's an ideal 1-drop for Charlie. But while you're trying to navigate around all these potential blockers from the Yawg deck, you have to disrupt their synergies as well and disrupt their combos. And the Boros Energy deck does have good removal options for that. It has cheap removal for early mana creatures to stop their mana. It has things like Thraben Charm that can exile the graveyard and disrupt Agatha's Soul Cauldron. So it's a matchup where both players have good tools. So there's not a huge edge either way, but there's a ton of play back and forth.
Yeah, it looks like the deck list for Will Kowalczyk very, very similar to what we saw from Grayson Nemitz. Has the 4 Soul Cauldrons, the 4 Badger Mole Cubs, the Dredger's Insights, the 4 Walking Ballistas, has a second copy of Grist, leading on Green Sun Zenith. So very, very similar to what we saw from Grayson earlier today. But yeah, we see looks like players. So we have a Voice of Victory and a Guide of Souls for Charlie's the first couple of plays, and Will leading on a Young Wolf into a Dredger's Insight. I believe picking up a copy of Agatha's Soul Cauldron, which with a graveyard that flush, got to imagine there's some good targets there for the Soul Cauldron.
Absolutely. So good starts from both players and plenty of information for Charlie based on what was selected off of those green cantrips. So now
Russell,
Charlie's here slowing down, trying to figure out how he wants to manage his removal in order to stop the most number of threats from Will.
I'm going to put you to the test. I don't know. If you take a look at Will's graveyard, there is one particular full art card. I want to say that's a Yawgmoth, but I'm not 100% positive.
I would guess either a Yawgmoth or Spymaster's Vault, but okay. Yawgmoth would be a lot better for Will if it was
it would be a lot better. Spymaster's Vault not doing too much with Agatha's Soul Cauldron. So Voice of Victory getting into the red zone here. The tokens from the Voice of Victory is going to allow the Guide of Souls to get some more energy. And that's going to be, okay, I was on one counter. I was confused by that. So that's going to jump the Voice of Victory. So Will cannot declare a block on that. Can maybe chump the Guide of Souls, prevent a damage, but maybe put a counter on the Young Wolf, which maybe he wants to do with the Cauldron looming anyways. But yeah, it's really going to be, just sort of Charlie trying to get the game over with as fast as possible before Will can get like a big setup turn. And if that is a Yawgmoth in the graveyard, that is information that's available to Charlie, right? The Cauldron in hand, the Yawgmoth in the graveyard, that's all face up.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think it is a Yawgmoth, a Final Fantasy Through the Ages printing.
That's what I thought, yeah. So this is... Okay, I was going to say it's infinite, but no, is it? I guess it's not, because you need a second Young Wolf. Okay, never mind. Yeah, there still needs to be a second Young Wolf here. So not quite infinite for Will.
If there's Walking Ballista...
Infinite life, right?
Yeah.
With the Ballista?
I guess Charlie can sacrifice both of his creatures to kill Young Wolf.
You do what you got to do, right?
That would be a Pyrrhic victory.
That'd be tough. Oh, there's a second Young Wolf in hand.
Second Young Wolf, yeah. So
right,
this is actually... Yeah, if there's a Walking Ballista too.
Oh, okay.
You're not beating that one, Charlie.
Yeah, so I guess here you can... Yeah, okay. There's no window, right? Because you can...
And even if you could kill one Young Wolf, you can't kill the other one. The other one can just go off. So Will just had 2 instances of the combo effectively, and Charlie could only answer one.
That's a good point. So there you see Will going to take down the first game here over Charlie Dusterberg. So take a look at the sideboards here. Charlie is working with 2 Legend of Rokus. We saw a little bit of that earlier on in the Boros Mirror match. 1 Orum's Chant, 2 Surgical Extraction, 2 Celestial Purge, 2 Wrath of the Skies, 2 Wear Tears, 3 High Noons, and a Blood Moon. So what are you looking at here if you're Charlie?
Certainly the Wrath of the Skies are going to come in. Your Ragavans are going to come out, so your configuration isn't as vulnerable to your own Wraths, and you need to answer the wide battlefields from Yawgmoth. That's 100% coming in. Past that, your cards get a little bit worse. Celestial Purge is a great answer to Yawgmoth and Grist, but that's all it answers. That's not many targets, but they're very high-value targets, so those could come in. If you want a little more card advantage, the Legend of Rokus could also come in. And then Wear Tear is really the only answer you have to Agatha Soul Cauldron. And Soul Cauldron is so important to this version, this iteration of Yawgmoth, that I think Wear Tears will come in as well. So Wrath, Wear Tears are the most likely cards coming in. Purge, Legend of Roku potentials, but you've got a lot of wiggle room to work with because Ragavan is so poor in the matchup. You cut all of those. That makes room for the first 4 cards. You can trim along a lot of the other things. The Blood Moon isn't particularly good. You can trim a Voice of Victory pretty easily. You can maybe trim a Flage. and make room for some of the other elements from the sideboard.
In this version, like against this version of Yawgmoth that's more cauldron heavy, you ever go towards something like surgical extraction?
I don't think so. You have Thraben Charm that can incidentally hate the graveyard if you need to go that route. If they play a Soul Cauldron with a stacked graveyard, you can exile that in response. You can also use Thraben Charm to hit, Young Wolf with the Undying trigger on the stack. But then Thraben Charm has the added versatility of being able to, answer a creature or even sometimes kill a Dredger's Insight if that is something you absolutely need to do.
Perfect. Well, there you go. So that is what Charlie is working with. Let's go ahead and take a look at Will's sideboard here. See what our Yawgmoth player has access to. Looks like a Canker Bloom, an Endurance, 2 Ashiok Dream Renders, 3 Fatal Pushes, a Surgical Extraction of their own, 3 Thoughtseize, a Force of Vigor, a Murderous Cut, and 2 Vexing Baubles. What are we looking at here for Will?
So certainly the creature removal will be coming in, Fatal Push and Murderous Cut. I think you just want it all here. And the Yawgmoth deck can pivot towards almost being a Yawgmoth control deck. Rather than try to combo, you can utilize the Yogs, the Walking Ballistas, the Grist, and your spot removal to really control the battlefield while generating card advantage and then win with whatever's left over. If you pivot into that plan, the cards that you can sometimes be worried about stealing games that go long are Goblin Bombardment and Flage, both of which just represent a lot of direct damage. So I would also consider some amount of graveyard hate, probably Endurance over Ashiok, because Endurance is also just a good blocker. And then maybe you want to bring in the Canker Bloom as a tutor target to answer the Goblin Bombardment. I think that would be a better answer than Force of Vigor.
Perfect. Well, that is what the players are working with. Let's go ahead and get you back down to the feature match area for game number 2. We have Will Kowalczyk up a game over Charlie here. Charlie playing at 4-3 versus Will's 3-4. So both players still in contention for that top 8 berth. We see no 1-drop here for Charlie. Just going to hold up the removal spell in the form of Discharge as Will goes for a Delighted Halfling.
Once again, we see the Boros players prioritize answering the opposing 1-drops as opposed to deploying their own. It's been a very common tactic here.
Boros deck's got a lot of 1-drops too, although Charlie probably, like you mentioned, Charlie probably trimmed on the Ragavans, so maybe has access to a lot less of those. I mean, Ocelot Pride, not great against Yawgmoth either, but if you're already going to cut the Ragavans, that one at least has first strike, so it doesn't trade for Young Wolf. It's not as embarrassing. It gets a little awkward sometimes though, because you attack with the Ocelot Pride, they chump block, and now they have a 2/2 to block it next turn. But
definitely gets awkward, but still a good enough card to bring in. It just has so much synergy with your deck. If you ever get it going with Goblin Bombardment, with Guide of Souls, it can still take over a game, even if it doesn't get into the red zone itself. And that's what makes it a much better threat in the matchup than Ragavan, which only ever gets to use its ability by getting in the red zone and connecting with the opponent. Just very difficult for it to do in this matchup where the opponent has a similar level of creature density to the Boros deck.
The natural enemy of Ragavan, the wolf. So we're seeing a Johnny here for Charlie. That's going to bring along with it a 2/1 cat token. And Will taking a look at the hand, deciding on what to go for here. Maybe something like a Dredger's Insight, perhaps a copy of Agatha's Soul Cauldron, get that Delighted Halfling. That'll give him a little bit of mana later on. I see a Yawgmoth, a Ballista, a Green Sun Zenith, and a black card, which presumably is Fatal Push. But we'll have to see what Will decides to go for here.
Push on the Johnny, definitely a solid option here. Prevent any shenanigans from Charlie to transforming it. So transform to Johnny this early will dominate the game.
Goes for a Zenith instead, developing mana. Makes a little bit of sense because you do have the Yawgmoth in hand, so trying to set up for a Yawgmoth next turn wants to get another mana source in play here, so it can go towards that next turn. And Charlie gonna need to find a removal spell for maybe this halfling. I think I see a Pyromancer in Charlie's hand. Looks like a Bombardment. Well, that one's pretty good. I would say that one works.
It's more than pretty good. It's the best. It's the best way to transform a Johnny. And will combine to kill the Delighted Halfling too. You can sack the initial token, deal 1 to the halfling, then make a second token with the now transformed Ajani and deal 1 because Goblin Bombardment is a red permanent. So that seems like a very straightforward play here for Charlie. Think, okay, he's just thinking that he can sneak in and attack here first.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
He knows there's going to be no block.
Yeah, I guess Will could block the Ajani itself, maybe.
But that's a wash, because then you just
Yeah.
save a damage towards the halfling and you just send that damage
Yeah.
upstairs anyway. So
It's the same thing.
Yeah, it literally ends the same way. So yeah, great attack from Charlie.
Yeah, holding up a fetch land here, presumably getting a surveil end of turn, trying to find a flage or something along those lines. But yeah, this is basically as good as you could draw it up here for Charlie, having the Ajani plus the bombardment. Now the Wrath of the Sky is also less good. I mean, it still is good to clean up the bombardment, but now the Wrath is not going to touch that Ajani, or not Wrath of the Skies. Well, never. I'm thinking of Charlie's Wrath. That never mind. I got sidetracked, Ross. I'm thinking I got Wrath in the mind.
Charlie's Wraths are indeed worse, though. You're right about that. He's not going
It
to
is
want to cast that card
true.
at this
It
point.
is very true. All right, Walking Ballista is going to come down here for X's 1.
Sure. That
Yeah, that's
does
totally fine if you're Charlie.
almost nothing.
Yeah.
It's not quite nothing, but it's close.
Surveil land for Charlie, maybe trying to find a copy of Flage, get that one into the graveyard. Definitely not looking for Wrath of the Skies, though. Second bombardment, also get out of here. And I mean, you got to feel good as the person untapping with an active Ajani and a bombardment and a token, and I believe a Pyromancer in hand too, so it can really pop off with Pyromancer, make tokens that'll give you more bodies for the Ajani. Charlie can do a lot of stuff this turn.
Now, all Charlie needs to do is put more creatures on the battlefild. More creatures, the more pressure you have on Will's life total, the better your Ajani, the better your bombardment. So Season Pyromancer is perfect.
Kind of souls as well. And now it's in a spot where, given the fact that Charlie has so much material with the bombardment, it's going to be really hard, like nearly impossible for Will to set up any sort of combo through all of this. Probably almost certainly starts with destroying the Goblin Bombardment, which does have, how many copies of Besager we're working with? 2 Besajus, and what else we got? 2 Besajus, and then the sideboard Cankerbloom, Force of Vigor, I guess if that one came in, but likely not.
Yeah. What Will needs to do is go find Grayson Nemitz, get the Culling Ritual out of Grayson's sideboard, and
There
cast
you
that.
go.
That might get him back into this game.
Maybe a Gristlebrand under a Cauldron would do it, but yeah, that's a card that we usually see a lot in the Yawgmoth sideboards, but Will working with no copies of basically any sweepers here.
No, he's
I think there was
loading
a
up on more spot removal.
There was a Meat Hook in Grayson's sideboard too, so I think Grayson was working with that as well. None of that, but yeah, Will just kind of leading on spot removal, but spot removal not doing that much against the Johnny Goblin Bombardment, so in a really rough spot here. Like, I'm trying to think of how Will gets out of this. Like, what is Will's best possible scenario for next turn? It's tough. I'm trying to think, like, I guess Besiju the Bombardment, play Cauldron. You're still probably just dead on board, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah.
This is
the
19
Ajani.
damage with nothing else.
Yeah. So Will is going to go ahead and pack it in. Very, very explosive start there for Charlie. That's just kind of the name of the game. So we are going to take a look at some player slides. So these are how our players got here. So remember, this event is the best of the best. So Will Kowalczyk has played 15 events in 2025. Best finish was first place, and that was the August team trial. 15 events, 4 top 8s. That's a pretty good number.
Yeah, it's 28% or so.
Something like that. And qualified via the annual at-large leaderboard. So that is Will Kowalczyk. Let's go ahead and take a look at Charlie Dusterberg up next here. Charlie played 13 events, 4 top 8s, so slightly higher percentage number. You're the numbers guy.
That's up over 30%. I can tell you that.
That's true. Best finish is third place with that was the March Pioneer Trial as well. You know, the November Team Showdown. We saw Charlie there, and then also qualified via the annual at-large leaderboard.
Yeah.
So
both of these players putting in good work all year to get to this point. 4 top 8s in a season is very impressive.
Oh yeah. Yeah, ton of grinding here for these players. They really, they really meant it when they came into 2025, and it showed. They're both at the end of your championship. So let's go ahead and get you back down to the feature match area for game number 3. So this is going to be Will Kowalczyk on the play. I mean, as far as the matchup it goes, it's sort of just gone how we expected. The person on the play just kind of did their thing. I guess, is there a side that you would favor in this particular matchup?
I think the early game favors more Boros, the late game favors more Yawgmoth. The Yawg deck,
Okay.
Once it starts drawing Yawgs and killing creatures while drawing cards, they're going to win the long game on material. But we saw in game 2, if Will doesn't have appropriate early interaction, the Boros deck can get out of hand very, very quickly. So Will starting with a mana creature here is great. If you can follow it up with like Badgermole Cub plus push on this Guide of Souls, that would be an excellent start to this game. He wants a little bit of disruption, but still to implement his game plan relatively quickly.
Yeah, that's actually, now that you mention it, that's a good point. We have not seen a single copy of Badgermole Cub in any of these games, and I feel like that is a card that will... We're going for double Ballista here, my goodness. What? Okay, I'm confused. So this has 1 counter. What would be the reasoning to play the second Ballista?
Yeah, playing the second one is strange.
Not sure. Surgical Extraction? Is there a surgical in Charlie's side? There was, right?
Yeah, could be playing around surgical. If you're planning on playing the Ballista for 0 next turn anyway, he's got some other way to use his mana. But unfortunately for Will, Charlie has one of the wear tears out of his sideboard. So that's basically a 3-for-1. You threw 2 Walking Ballistas into that Soul Cauldron, and you got a Battle Growth out of it. 1+1/+1 counter. So a real disaster of a turn for Will Kowalczyk. And now it's Charlie who's actually the one who's ahead on material.
Let's find the second Cauldron, though. That is big for Will, because now you can play the second Cauldron, exile the other Ballista, put a counter on the Halfling, and then maybe just kill the Guide of Souls. I guess you don't have to do it now. You can maybe wait till Charlie's turn, but yeah, might as well do it now. So not the worst exchange. Will kind of clawing back in there.
Yeah, no, that's actually that's a great exchange for Will to get back into this game. See if Charlie has another answer to Soul Cauldron. Really only has the other wear tear, but you've now gotten to a point where you've got a lot of the engine online. Really just needs a Young Wolf or a Crimson Zenith to gain infinite life because the Insight's in play, and you're under no pressure. So a roller coaster of 2 turns for Will Kowalczyk. The turn 2 was a complete disaster. Turn 3 was excellent.
Yeah, you went from 0 to 100 real quick. Yeah, when you saw that the wear tear from Charlie, and you just kind of saw everything flashing in front of Will, and now everything is back. So Will working with a Spymaster's Vault. I don't know how much that's going to do with no creatures to be able to kill. Just a passing here from Will, which means no copies of Zenith, no Grists, no Yawgmoths, because presumably if Will had one of those cards, likely would have deployed it this turn. So maybe just holding on to some reactive elements, maybe a Fatal Push of his own or something like that. See, Charlie looking at a Sacred Foundry, which goes to the graveyard off the parlor. We'll take a draw step. See at least an Ocelot Pride for Charlie in hand. Gonna go ahead and fetch up a Plains, and we'll see what Charlie has access to. I was gonna say, I wonder if Charlie ever boards in the Rokus. Okay, Wrath for 2. That's pretty good.
That's another answer to Soul Cauldron. Forgot about
that's
that.
An answer to everything.
Yeah, answer to everything. So once again, we went up on the roller coaster. Now we're back down. Just another complete disaster of a turn for Will.
Yeah, and now the second ballista's gone too, so yeah, it's gonna be tough sledding here. The ballista should be eggs. Yeah, I was gonna say, there we go. Okay. Ballista exiled. And yeah, I mean, Will didn't do anything last turn on 4 mana, so presumably has a lot of reactive elements in his hand. Because you would imagine if there was anything sort of like a Grist or a Yawgmoth, he would have deployed it last turn. Okay, well, I guess third Cauldron also makes sense.
But now both Walking Ballistas have already been exiled, so that Cauldron is a lot less effective than the first two. And here,
yeah, Cauldron looks less good, but you don't have a Ballista. There's the push. That makes sense.
Yeah, so Charlie did have the Goblin Bombardment. Instead, going to deploy an Ocelot Pride now that he can't transform the Ajani. And you might be thinking, oh, why didn't Charlie play the Bombardment first and then the Ajani? Well, Will can still respond to the ETB trigger by pushing the Ajani, and you can't transform it. So you wanted the option to play the Ocelot Pride in case there was a push there.
I found the Young Wolf, but a couple turns too late.
Yeah. Now, Charlie could have played Bombardment, Ocelot Pride, go, and then untap and play Ajani, and then there's no window for Will to push the Ajani because you can sack the Ocelot Pride to transform it in response. That could have been a line Charlie took to make sure the Ajani transformed, but he's still in good shape here.
Yeah, and it's like a situation where looking at Will's deck list from this particular position, right? You have a Cauldron, you have a Young Wolf, nothing else in hand. Like, what is Will looking to draw? I mean, it probably has to be something like Yawgmoth or Dredger's Insight, some way to mill a Yawgmoth to get it under the Cauldron. But outside of Yawgmoth, there's just not a ton of like powerful draws from this position here for Will.
I mean, what Will really wants is to hit one of the cantrips, Rumble or Insight, put a Yawgmoth in the graveyard, find some other source of creatures, find another Young Wolf off of it would be great, and then bin a Yawgmoth and start looping them. So his best draws are actually the green tutor and dig effects, because they allow him to sort of set up his graveyard and his hand at the same time.
Interesting here. So Charlie going in with the Ocelot Pride, but Will does have the option of blocking the Ocelot Pride and just putting a counter on it with the Cauldron. So we'll have to see if there is a plan here for Charlie, because presumably that's what Will's going to do.
Yeah. Now
go ahead and exile a creature.
Charlie has a Thraben Charm, so he has a lot of options available to him. He wants to let first strike damage resolve so that he gains life. And then he can just use the Thraben Charm as a removal spell to keep the Ocelot Pride around. There it is.
Then the Young Wolf won't come back because it already has a counter on it. Okay. Very, very good place here from Charlie.
So, and there's the Bombardment. This is 8 permanents before the trigger, so not quite getting to the City's Blessing. Just 1 cat coming. Now, and Will did find a Yawg, which is pretty good here.
Yeah, it's a good start. I mean, it would have been a little bit better if he had the Young Wolf in play, but still, still not bad.
Charlie has a lot of great draws here. Flage, would be good. Galvanic Discharge would be good. Johnny is incredible. But can't attack with just the 3 creatures. He wants to trade boards.
See, he's holding it close to his chest. It's hard to get a good idea. This little face down card. What did Charlie draw? That is the big question. Presumably, maybe nothing too crazy. Because like you mentioned, if it was any one of those cards, a Johnny, Flage, probably would have already been slammed. So, and Charlie just going to go ahead and pass it back. Put a counter on Yawgmoth. Does Will find... I mean, I guess, dare I say it, is Will's best draw at this point Young Wolf?
Young Wolf, Greensun Zenith, Malevolent Rumble.
Yeah, it does have a lot of the other ways to find Young Wolf.
Yeah.
Grist will be pretty good here, too.
Grist, sure. Have plenty of good draws at this point.
Yeah, the amount of good draws really unlocks once you find the Yawgmoth.
Yeah. And anytime you have the card your deck is named after, usually it makes the other cards better.
That is true. That is true. What's the card that Charlie's deck is named after if it's called Boros Energy? I guess Gydasols?
Yeah. And Gydasols makes
should we just call this deck Boros Ajani?
I don't think that would be a bad name. Boros Flage.
Yeah. Boros Arena.
Okay, Boseiju is the draw for Will, so he gets to deal with the bombardment in response to a Johnny. And that's clutch.
Which is big. Yeah, that's huge. Because that means the Ajani can't flip. There is no way for Charlie to, like, try to nickel and dime the Yawgmoth a little bit.
Chat says the Boros deck is named after Amped Raptor.
Well, that card does produce energy, so that's not technically incorrect.
Apparently, the deck was too good for the Amped Raptor.
What do we got? City's Blessing. Okay. We didn't have the actual token. I respect it. So, yeah, there's the City's Blessing, but can't really get in with the Ocelot Pride, so there's not really a lot that Charlie can do. I mean, I guess you can just send in the non-Ajani creatures and try to flip the Ajani.
Exactly. I think it's send in the tokens.
That's not bad. I mean, do you even send in the Ocelot Pride or just let him block? Just to flip the Ajani?
I don't think so. Maybe. I mean, Will is at 12, so if you send in the guy and just throw that away, you get 3 damage in, drop Will to 9, make another token. You don't have a red permanent, so you don't get any damage, but you could potentially set up an Ajani plus to pump your team of cats and make a big attack.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, given how low Will is, it's going to be pretty hard for Will to so even if Will finds, say, a Grist or a Young Wolf, at 12 life, probably going to 9 this turn, he's not going to have a ton of Yawgmoth activations, especially like you mentioned, if Charlie does flip the Ajani and then 0 it this turn. Will's almost close to dead if that happens.
It'd be Will dropping to 9, and then the following turn's attack would get 8 through, because Yawgmoth could block one of the pumped 2/1 cats, so it would be a 3/2, and there'd be 2 3/2s and a 2/2 coming across, so it would be 1 damage short for Charlie Dusterberg.
But then, I mean, even if Will's at 1 life, it's can't really use Yawgmoth at 1 life, and it's actually in a spot where even if you were to assemble Insight plus, Young Wolf and the Infinite Life combo, if you're at 1 life, you can't even start that train. You need to be at least 2 to be able to start the combo. So if you get Will down to 1, there's basically nothing he could do with that Yawgmoth. Nothing threatening. Yeah, Will really thinking through this combat phase. I almost think that Will kind of has to just take it. But he's going to go ahead and block the Ocelot Pride, so that's going to be 3 damage coming across, putting Will to 9. And then we'll have to see what Charlie decides to do with the Ajani. Presumably you make a token this turn and then set up for a plus next turn.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. Looks like Charlie does as well.
Yep, so there's the token coming in. What happened? What did we miss? Not sure we missed. So I think Will's going for Spy Master's Ball. I guess it's a question of timing. Okay. So yeah, okay. So Spy Master's Vault, because the cat died that turn, can activate the vault. It's going to connive onto the Yawgmoth. That's going to put a counter on the Yawgmoth because I believe Will discarded a Grist. And then it looks like end of turn. Well, yeah, Cauldron Grist is pretty good.
Effectively,
that's
just
actually
milling a
insane.
card, but milled a good one.
Yeah, that's the best possible because now he can make a token with the Grist. I'm going to call it Grist Moth. So he has Grist Moth in play that can make a token, and then the Cauldron can eat another creature, put another counter on, and then that can make another token. So that's at least 3 bodies this turn. I found a second Yawgmoth. It's not doing too much. Okay, we're gonna start picking off the cat tokens. Yeah, this is perfect. Wait, interesting that Will decided to do that before using the Cauldron.
think he was just banking on finding another creature, and he does here. Badgermole Cub off the Dredger's Insight is great. That makes 2 more creatures, one of which already will have a counter on it, so it can use Grist's ability. So that's like 3 more creatures, and then you can put a counter on the Cub and use that to make another insect. So this Badgermole Cub is effectively worth 4 creatures. It's going to, turn a land into a creature. It'll be a creature, and it'll facilitate the creation of 2 insect tokens. So I think Will is about to just deal with Charlie's entire board. And then the Yawgmoth can attack the Ajani.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I didn't really think the Badgermole Cub was going to be as good as I've seen it in this Yawgmoth deck, but every single time we've seen it in play, it's just been completely insane. It's just 2 bodies, one of which has a counter. When you have the Cauldron going, provides extra mana. It just does literally everything for this Yawgmoth deck.
Yeah, and Charlie tried so hard to keep Soul Cauldron off this battlefield. He had an answer to the first one with Wear Tear. He had an answer to the second one with Wrath of the Skies. This is the 3rd Soul Cauldron for Will Kowalczyk, and it might be the decisive one.
That's what they say. It's always the 3rd Soul Cauldron that gets you. So, yeah, looks like Will's going to sacrifice some creatures.
Yeah, sacrifice the
lands,
Forest, so that'll come back.
Yeah, land comes back into play. Still hasn't used the Cauldron, so has the ability to Cauldron to get 1 more Grist activation, and like you mentioned, clear the Ajani as well. So I think we've kind of entered the phase of the game for Charlie where it's Flage or bust. Because presumably, if Charlie's last card in hand is a land, because didn't do anything last turn, I believe there's an arena in play for Charlie.
Okay.
So if Charlie's last card was a land, then draw Flage, 7 mana, Flage plus flash it back. So
that's 3 Flage triggers. That's just 9 damage. Even if the Flage gets blocked, that'll be enough. And there wouldn't even be an opportunity for Will to exile it with Soul Cauldron.
Yeah, because you would if it's a fetch land, you would just fetch first and then
exactly
go from there. So
okay, Badgermole Cub gets pumped and finally makes another insect. So
yeah, and then assuming I'm guessing Will probably wants to kill that Ajani too. So Yawgmoth's going to come into the red zone.
This is just attack Ajani pass. There's no reason to get overly cavalier with your life total.
Nah.
The creatures are not threatening attackers anymore. The Badgermole Cub, blocks the 2/1.
I got to say, you know what looks pretty good on this board? Can I get a Wrath of the Skies? Is that possibly Charlie's last card? I mean, he didn't cast it last turn, so
that would basically reset things.
Both players in top deck mode. I couldn't get a good look. Wait, hold on. I want to say his hand might actually be Flage plus Wrath. Hold on, I got a glimpse of it real quick.
I think if you were a Charlie fan and you could pick what his hand is, you might pick Flage plus Wrath. Oh my god!
Yeah, there's the Wrath. Woo! Charlie, X equals 4.
Oh,
my goodness!
Cash in a couple of these creatures to draw some cards.
And if you're sitting in Charlie's seat, you're like, surely he doesn't have the 4th Cauldron. I've answered 3 of these things.
Yeah, let's keep the exiled cards exiled. Here we go. All right, now Will has, a reasonable number of cards in hand. Let's see what he can do to rebuild. But if Charlie's last card in hand is Flage, that's going to win the game in 2 turns.
It's pretty good leftovers. Or just next turn if he draws a land.
Yeah. Dredger's Insight. Wow, Surgical came in for Will.
Yeah, Will picked up a copy of Young Wolf, which will give him a little bit of life, but presumably not enough life to survive the Flage, because he'll still just be within range of taking 3 hits if there is a land from Charlie.
What an absolute roller coaster of a game.
I know, right?
Blown out like 3 times this game and recovered from the first 2, but the third one might be too much.
Yeah, I mean, there was that situation where, there was a couple of turns where I was kind of looking at Will's hand in the battlefield. There wasn't a lot going on, and I was trying to think of like what exactly could have happened. And that turn where Will Spymasters vaulted into the Grist with the Cauldron in play was just like as good as it could have gotten. And then, yeah, just from there, like that was able to kill the adjunct. Just like these swings back and forth are crazy. Where it's like Charlie answers Will's whole battlefield, Will answers Charlie's whole battlefield, Charlie answers Will's whole battlefield, and it's
Okay.
just
Looks like it wasn't Flage in hand for Charlie, so now Will just gets to kill the blocker, use Spymaster's Vault, and start trying to limp across the finish line with this motley crew of 1-power creatures.
well, they could be bigger if he does find the 4th cauldron. Although 3 of them down. If you're sitting in Charlie's seat, you're like, I answered 3 of these things. Come on. I think Green Sun is the last card in Will's hand.
Yeah. And is he going to cast it for 2? Or does he want to cast it for 3 and get the other Grist?
Yeah, there is 2 copies of Grist in Will's deck, so unless one got boarded out, which I don't know if you would, but
does he have a land to fetch for with the Windswept Heath?
that I guess that could be. He has milled a lot of cards this game. Let's see if we can see when he's searching. Yeah, it's hard to tell.
I'm just going to go for a cub.
Gets a cub. That is 2 bodies. Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
The surveil
yeah.
value. Oh, yeah.
You want to kill my creature? I'm going to get a surveil.
Okay. Charlie immediately fetched
land 7.
I think he did have Flage, but when he saw the surgical, he was just waiting for land 7. Yeah, there's the Flage.
Patience from Charlie Dusterberg, and the Flage will end this game and match.
Unbelievable. I mean, what a crazy game. You see Charlie taking it down 2-1. Absolutely unbelievable roller coaster of emotions. I mean, there was just like so many swings back and forth, both players just wrathing their entire battlefields. But yeah, it is Charlie that comes out on top.
Yeah, Charlie had the last blowout of the game, and that was the decisive one.
Yeah, absolute wild ride of a match. Crazy to watch. Congratulations to Charlie. But before that is the last match of our day. So we are going to be saying goodbye in just a moment. But before we do, we're going to take a look and remind you of what these players are playing for, because this is the last event of the year. You see the prize pool here. First place gets you a cool $10,000, as well as a Pro Tour invitation to the first Pro Tour of next year, as well as a 2026 Champs invite. You see the cash prizes all the way down to 24th just for showing up. $400 and $50 a win. And we'll also have a slide to show you all of our lovely competitors who are here this weekend. Every single one of these players, these are the best of the best. So if you want to watch the highest level of competition throughout the NRG series, you're not going to want to miss tomorrow's event. So I believe that is going to do it for us here in the booth. We'll see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you all for hanging out, and we'll see you tomorrow.